Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Rubber King and Mirror Master by Lonely Wanderer. What if Luffy had another older brother besides Sabo and Ace, one who followed him on his journey to be Pirate King? Between Monkey D. Luffy and Serpents D. Chaos, the Grand Line and the Marines won't know what hit them. Adios.
1, 2, Dazzle. Django. Just before he could finish, a blinding flash of light filled the beach, assisted by the hypnotist's own mirrored sunglasses. They're still on the ground. Usopp cheers, of course. His hypnosis needs line of sight to work. Dazzle stoped that. Well, for the most part, he grins and starts to walk forward. Django growls, "You bastard. You ruined everything," he yells, slamming his fist into the ground, leaving a small crater. It seems Captain Django's hypnotized himself again. "Did you know that due to the way my fruit works I'm immune to some of its effects?" Chaos asks. "Makes sense. Your arms flash outwards and they're in front of your face," Nami answers, then shrugs. "What's that got to do with anything?" "Plenty." Chaos smiles as he turns his head up, revealing white eyes. Django's hypnotism got him. "Now if you'll excuse me, I have a weirdo to punch the fuck out." Chaos ran full pelt at Django, dodging the hypnotist's punch, leaving another crater in the wall, by jumping into a handstand on the man's shoulders, then springboarding over him and kicking him in the shoulder, smirking at the audible crack it caused. Django reacts with a swift kick to the side, tossing Chaos several feet before he gets to his feet. "Damn, I think he cracked a rib," he thinks. The stabbing pain and grinding confirmed it. Yep, definitely a rib. Maybe 2 feet. He tries to find a position where it didn't feel like he was stabbing himself in the lung, so was surprised when Django practically appeared out of thin air in front of him. "You're easily distracted," Django says as he throws a right cross to the pale man's face. Chaos rolling on the ground before standing up with a bloody grin, coughing a little before spitting up a wad of blood. "Impressive. Guess you're more than just a shitty hypnotist after all." He shrugs. "Still, I'm afraid I can't let you harm this village." Django quirks an eyebrow before Chaos became like a shining blur and the Black Cat captain was clothes-lined, the forward momentum throwing him into and destroying their ship's figurehead. Chaos sighs before dropping to his knees with a grunt. The enhanced strength Django's hypnotism grants really does a number on you once it ends, coupled with the injures the hypnotist's own super strength caused, and he was going to need a few minutes if Luffy or the others needed anything. Though at least he had these weaklings mutters to amuse himself with. He took out Django, yeah, but he looks nearly done himself. "You volunteering to get rid of that behemoth?" "No, I ain't that stupid. Let's just finish the plan while he's there." The others looked like pushovers in comparison. "Yeah?" Zoro snorts. "Hey Luffy, want to deal with these morons?" "Sure." The rubber boy nods, marching in place and punching the air. The swordsman smirks, then "Let him have it," he orders, Luffy running into the crowd of enemy pirates. Gum Gum Gatling, even though he was still coughing up blood and shakily rising to a standing position. Chaos grinned. Luffy was going to wipe the floor with those idiots. Possibly Django too again. Knowing the side effect of a moving Gatling at the moment. Once Luffy starts, stopping is a problem. One Django and the Black Cats were about to learn if any of them were brave enough to stand in the rubber boy's way. Seeing Luffy's multiple flying fists on a collision course for his face, Django groans and fumbles for his rein, swinging it a few times. Her quickly order, "On the count of Django you will fall asleep." 1, 2, Django. Luffy stopped running, immediately keeling over, loud snores escaping his unconscious form. "You people are starting to annoy me." "Meow Ben brothers, Sham, Butchie, get out here now." Django orders and 2 more guys leave the ship. One was a large round man with a bell on his neck and the other was a thinner green-haired man, both in similarly cat-themed attire. None of the group were really sure what to make of the two. "Great, more weirdos," Nami thinks, really hating this island. "Yes, Captain? We need to get up this hill, but our path is blocked by that green-haired swordsman. I need you to remove him," Django explains. The brothers look at Zoro, who glares, and they tense. "No way, he's much too strong for us. Right, Butchie?" Sham, the green one, shrieks. "Right." Butchie agrees. "Besides, we're just meant to guard the ship, not do actual fighting," Sham adds. Bunch of scaredy cats indeed, Zoro mutters angrily. Why'd the others get to fight and he was stuck with these morons? Django growls and hits both of them. This is no time for that act. If we don't get moving quickly, Kuro will have our heads. Sham, get to it, he yells. Yes, boss. He nods and charges, almost vanishing in a burst of speed which Zoro barely manages to block. Damn, this bastard's strong. I'm impressed you managed to block me. Sham smirks and licks his hand. You have some skills, but don't think it means you can beat Sham of the Black Cat Pirates. It was then Zoro notices what's on the cat weird as back. Hey, those swords are mine, give them back. Why, you already have one, you don't need any more. Sham laughs and tosses them down the slope. Buy swords. Not that it matters, you have bigger things to worry about. He lashes out again. Zoro mostly ignoring him other than taking a slice at him in his mad dash for his swords. Unfortunately, Sham was faster than he looked and managed to restrain Zoro, slamming into his back. Butchie, get over here. Oh right, my turn. The larger brother hopped into the fray. Only a well-timed dodge stopping him, bulk landing on Zoro's head. You missed, Butchie. Well, I won't a second time. Hold him still, better next time, the brothers argued. Zoro grunts. I do better with 3 swords, but one will have to do against you idiots. We better get to work then. Sham grins and the brothers leap at the swordsman. Grand March of the Willows reduced to only 1 sword. Zoro was stuck on the defensive. His skills were good, but against 2 furiously striking multi-bladed opponents he was getting cut up by their cat claws. We had to do something, Nami says worryingly, and she was right. With Luffy sleeping in chaos both at the other end of the slope and still getting through the damage to his ribs and jaw from Django's hypnotic assault, her and Usopp were all Zoro had. Usopp pulls himself to his feet and aims his slingshot. Don't worry, I got this. Lead Star. The shot hit its target dead on. While it would have had Zoro not moved into the line of fire while dodging one of the brothers' swipes, getting the ball right in the spine, leaving him wide open to an attack. Oh no, I made it worse, Usopp screams as the brothers lay into Zoro, tearing into him quite badly. It was a couple minutes of Zoro mostly parrying the brothers' swipes before enough was enough for one Straw Hat. Zoro needs those swords, Nami thinks before doing something stupid. She runs down the path, around the Miazen brothers to try retrieve Zoro's other 2 blades and nearly made it. Stupid girl, Django whispers as Nami fall to the ground with a deep gash in her shoulder. Turning, she sees the hypnotist spinning one of his chakram on his finger, looking smug until he looked up. Aw, fuck. There standing at the top of the cliff was Klahadore, Kuro, his face a mask of contempt as usual. Only the bag he was carrying made his appearance any different than any other day. What the hell is going on? Kuro yells. All the black cats pale significantly. I gave you a perfect plan like all my plans and you stopped by children? Useless? The Miazen brothers tense angrily. That's easy for you to say. Yeah, lounging around in that mansion for 3 years. We've been fighting to survive. Kuro sniffs dismissively. That's supposed to impress me? He asks, getting them madder. You bastard. Taste our claws of fury. They yell and pounce, shredding through. An empty bag? Oh shit. My turn, they hear Kuro whisper, appearing behind them with barely a flicker, and before they knew it they were trapped. One wrong move and the katana-length blades on Kuro's gloves would skewer them. With his foot maneuver, he coolway even knew it. He's just as lethal as he always was. He even still lifts his glasses with his palm to avoid cutting his face, as if the cat claws were always a part of his body. Django panics. An angry Kuro was bad for the survival of everyone on this beach, not just Kaya, Usopp and the Straw Hats. But you know what, I'll give you all one last chance. You have 5 minutes to deal with these children. If you can't do that, I'll make sure your insides are on the outside. Kuro removes the blades from their throats and walks back to the top of the slope. Well, chop, chop. Oh course, Captain Kuro. Django yells, men, eliminate them. He orders, though is confused when Nami, instead of picking up either of the swords she had been scrambling for, just kicked them at Zoro, much to the green-haired teen's annoyance. How about a thanks? You look like you needed them, Nami smirks, trying to ignore her pain. Zoro chuckles slightly, thanks witch. Now, he turns, getting into a ready stance. Let's try this again, but seriously this time. Shem scoffs, you couldn't beat us with 1 sword. What makes you think you can with 3? Bushi finishes. Zoro chuckles, with one sword I'm only good, with three I'm practically undefeatable. We'll see about that. The brothers charge, directly into an attack. Tiger trap. What did I just say? My skills with 3 swords are unmatched, you never stood a chance. We're fucked, Django mutters to himself as their best fighters fell at his feet, having flown through the air over Zoro's head, until something grabbed his leg. Captain. Hypnotize me, Captain. I can take him down, Butchie blubbered from his position on the ground. Kuro's eyebrow twitched. He's still alive. Not sure if I should be impressed by him or insulting you for doing such a sloppy job. Zoro also seemed surprised. Huh? Guess all that blubber was good for something? Then he saw Django kneeling before the fatter Meowban, who then bulked up like the Hulk. Shit. That didn't happen when he hypnotized himself in chaos. Fuck, he swore before the monster of a mindless cat pirate leaped at him. Seeing an opportunity, Nami runs for her captain. Maybe while Zoro deals with those weirdos I can wake the lazy bum up. We need all the help we can get if Kuro's as bad as these guys claim, she thinks while Django watches. Stupid girl, don't you know when to quit? He whispers, spinning one of his chakram before letting it fly, heading straight for Nami's neck. Come on, get up, Nami pleads as Luffy continues to snore, unaware of her demise flying towards her, until it's caught on a wakizashi. The sound of metal on metal caused her and the just barely conscious Luffy to look behind her. Chaos was holding the sword straight up, Django's hypnotist ring sitting on the guard like it was part of a simple ring game, rather than something that nearly killed their navigator. Chaos tuts dismissively, really Django? The point of having these things on strings is so they don't go flying, and if they're meant to then the string is pointless. Here, let me show you. He rotates his blade upside down so the ring drops before righting it again. The katana's blade appears to melt before quickly reforming into its default Kopesh form, which he then proceeds to spin fast enough for the images to blur together before shooting it at Django. The hypnotist barely dodging. The blade nicks his forearm before continuing on to leave a hole in the cliff about the size of his head. With what looked to Nami to be a simple flex of his arm muscles, the blade was recalled. Chaos catching and stopping it an inch from his eye. Glad to see you're finally finished your damn naps, both of you, Nami screeches. The older one ignoring her while the younger isn't quite conscious enough to even give a shit about whatever words were flowing out of her mouth. Both of them are back. We can't possibly beat them all in only a minute. Kuro's gonna kill us all. Hey Chaos, what I miss? Butler showed up and Zoro had to fight 2 morons, one of which is roided out on Django's hypno powers. Oh, so not much then? Luffy shrugs and the two begin walking back to the slope. Time's up, now you will all perish, Kuro announces flatly, but the sadistic smirk on his face said it all. Hey look, it's that shitty Butler guy, Luffy yells, then groans in pain when Chaos hits him almost as hard as Nami does. What was that for? What's the point in asking me anything if you aren't going to listen? Klahadore. Kuro froze and everyone turns, seeing Kaya standing unsteadily at the top of the slope. Like a switch being flipped, Kuro went from psychopathic pirate to kind butler. Miss Kaya, why are you outside? It could worsen your condition heavily. I've heard some terrible things, Klahadore. Please tell me they're wrong, Kaya asks quietly. Miss Kaya, all I have ever been is your faithful butler, and that is what I shall always be. Despite having a gun pointed at his head, Kuro barely reacted. Well, it seems you're all grown up, Miss Kaya. Ready to take care of your own problems, he removes one glove and reaches out to her. We've spent so much time together these past 3 years. Even before your parents died. You were more than my master, you were my best friend. I brought you shopping, nursed you when you fell ill, and we talked for hours on end. We did it all. Klahadore, Kaya squeaks, her grip loosening slightly. And I hated every moment of it, Kuro yells, slicing down at Kaya. Clang clang, but another blade weaved its way between the cat claws, stopping his swing. Hey kitty litter, did ya miss me? Chaos asks with a grin. Hey Kaya. Now might be a great time to run. KK Chaos? Kaya stutters. Kuro pulls back and frowns. Well, this is inconvenient, but honestly, I'm glad to run into you again. You did leave quite a mark when you struck me. Let me return the favor. Kuro uses his foot to launch a sneak attack. That's interesting, Chaos muses before attempting to mirror it as closely as he could. Son of a bitch. He yells a minute later, 5 long slash marks across his chest. He was glad his fruit at its current level was able to reduce the damage, even if it still managed to injure him. "Fuck, bastard," Kuro grunts as he pulls the knife out of his thigh. How was he able to do that? Few people can even follow my movements while using foot, but he managed to actually attack me as well. He fumes internally, but with everything else going on, his inner anger was starting to show on the outside as well. I suppose there is one use for taking a hit like this. Kuro raises an eyebrow at the boy's words. "What?" he asked, and then the answer hit him, right in the back of his head. "A diversion of your focuses," he answers, Luffy's arm returning to its normal length as the butler lay face down on the ground, quietly steaming. Usopp Pirate's defense maneuver. The three kids yell, jumping out of the forest to slam anything they could onto Kuro's body, mostly aiming for his head, as even they knew head injuries are a major issue. Usopp pushes himself to his knees. "What are you doing here? We overheard your plan, plus the tall guy in the funny hat asked us where the North Shore was, so we knew where you were. Then Kaya and the butler went to the same place, so we knew something was happening. We couldn't just walk away, no matter how dangerous it was." Onion answers as the trio continue to wail on Kuro. "Chaos, any chance you can save them if butler guy gets up?" Luffy asks as he begins walking up the slope. "I suppose, shouldn't be too much of a problem," he shrugged as the kids run over to Usopp, mostly yelling at him for keeping secrets and hiding things from his crewmates. "Now isn't the time for any of this, you need to run before." Usopp stops as Kuro appears behind the kids, looking a little bruised in the face area but otherwise unharmed. The kids scream, but Kuro just walks around them instead, using his energy to kick Usopp as far as he could. "That hurt. You people are quite strange, devil fruit users I presume?" "Yep, I'm rubber now, I ate one too. Not that it's any concern of yours what it does," Chaos replies with his near-permanent smirk. Kuro frowns. "Django, I'll handle these fools, then we'll have Kaya write me into her will." Django sighs but agrees as always. Usopp sits up weakly, before turning to the kids. "Guys, you need to get Kaya out of here right now." "But Usopp," Pepper tries to argue, "that is a direct order from your captain, protect Kaya." "Get her out of here," Usopp yells, more commanding than they'd ever heard him before. "Yes, Captain," the three kids replied as one before starting to usher Kaya back into the woods. "Django, eliminate the brats and complete the plan," Kuro orders. Django gulps but nods. "Yes, Captain." Kuro, he says, running after the kids when his leg is hooked, causing him to trip, followed by a mace to the back of his head. "Stay put," Chaos growls, only to jump back from a strike from Kuro. "You don't give up. What's the angle this time?" "It's simple really, either Django goes after Miss Kaya or I do, and I doubt you can stop me leaving as easily as him." Kuro sneers and Chaos sighs. "Fine, he can. Wait, where'd he go?" Chaos looks over but Django had already left. "It wasn't a suggestion, imbecile, but a distraction. I'm sure you've been told how easily you get distracted, haven't you?" The fedora-wearing pirate rolls his eyes. "It's come up in conversation," he answers, shrugging as if it was unimportant. "It'll get you kill, that's all. Butchie, kill the damned swordsman already," he yells down the slope, where Zoro was trying to hold back the still hypnotized, hulking Miaoban brother. "Why won't you stay down? I told you to move," Zoro growls as he kicks the brute away, far enough to reach for his other swords. Onigiri that finally brought the brother down, and with Django currently elsewhere, he wasn't getting back up anytime soon. This coincides with loud crashes coming from the forest. Seeing Django's really tearing up the place. "See Usopp, it's only a matter of time before he finds her and we take it all from her." Kuro grins smugly. "I suppose you're welcome to try help her. If you can stand," he laughs, watching the sniper struggle close to a standing position, but a combination of Kuro's kick and the beating he took trying to hold back the regular black cats brought him to his knees again. "Pathetic." "Just as I thought," he sneers but disappears to dodge a gum pistol aimed at his ribs. "Zoro, Usopp, go save Kaya. We'll deal with Kuro," Luffy orders. The guys nod and Zoro helps Usopp into the woods. "You children really think you can take me on?" Kuro asks with a chuckle. "Yeah, we're going to kick your ass," Luffy says, cracking his knuckles, while Chaos starts spinning his blade of its cord. "Then by all means take your best shot." He sneers but barely dodges a stretched punch from Luffy, getting a cut along his forearm from Chaos in the process. Gum Gum Spear Chaos sidesteps Luffy's legs as they failed to hit the former captain. Damn it, he disappeared again, he grumbles, before Kuro is once more standing looking smug. Before I kill you, why are you doing this? This village means nothing to you and yet you're risking your life for its safety. Luffy grins, I like Usopp and Kaya, I'm not gonna let them die today. Are you okay with them being the reason that you die though? I suppose, if I were dying today, Kuro scoffs, cocky brat, before rushing at him with his cat claws. Luffy stretches out his arms and grabs him before springing straight for him, only for Kuro to fling him off, much to the Straw Hat's annoyance. Gum Gum Whip Gum Gum Pistol, he fires both in quick succession, but both failed to reach his target. Even worse, Kuro stands on his hyper-extended arm, looking highly disinterested. This is quite boring. I thought you'd be worth my time after taking out all these weaklings by yourself. Cocky bastard, Luffy growls. Kuro doesn't respond verbally, only running along his arm to attack. But Luffy was right, he was overconfident and that costed him when he was blindsided by a kick to the ribs. Remember me, dumbass? Chaos grins from Luffy's side as the rubber boy finally manages to pull back his arm. One tracked mind you got. These guys are actually laying hits on the captain. Yeah, but they both miss more than they hit. Kuro's got this in the bag. There's no way these newbies can take him down. Yeah, go Captain Kuro. Shut up, Kuro yells as he stands, surprising everyone, don't ever call me that again. The entire point of this is so I can finally be rid of that name and the life attached to it. Planning each and every day, for a bunch of morons who care for nothing but causing mayhem wherever they go. Being hunted by government dogs and bounty hunters day in and day out. I will end this hell by day's end. 3 years of planning and revising will reach its completion and I will soon have wealth and peace. Do you brats understand? He turns to Luffy and Chaos. I will not have you, Shen, I'm so close to my end goal. He runs at them, vanishing as he does. Dazzle Kuro powers through the attack, blinking back stars as he attempts to impale the smug fuck, but was surprised when his cat claws embedded themselves in a boulder. Luffy smirks, don't want a reputation? Then don't be a pirate, he yells, snapping the blades on Kuro's right glove just before slamming it in the former butler's surprised face. All you care about is money. You're just a greedy son of a bitch. Holy crap, they broke one of his cat claws. Yeah, but he still has the other one. You van do it, Captain Kuro. Kuro. Enough, Kuro yells, silencing the rabble. I must now deal with you in the only way available to me. Annihilation. Then I'll remove Django from the picture as well as any of those brats he failed to eliminate on his own. But why kill his captain? Once Django hypnotizes the girl, the plan will work, one black cat asks. Idiots, I never intended for anyone who knew my secret to live past this day. It's problematic that you were unable to complete the simple task I gave you, but still you must be removed if my plan is to succeed. You planned to kill us from the start? Of course. It isn't enough simply for the authorities to believe Kuro is no more. I must ensure nobody can ever reveal my identity to the world. And the best way to keep a secret is to kill everyone else who knows it. He pushes up his glasses and smirks. You guys are the most uncool pirates ever, Luffy complains with a groan. Plus you're a, Chaos adds, leaning on the rubber boy as a stand. If you won't leave, then I guess we'll have to do this the hard way. Kuro readjusts his glasses and starts to sway almost drunkenly from side to side. Luffy and Chaos were confused while the black cats began to collectively shit themselves. Why's he in that position? Using that against two people, that's beyond overkill. And with all of us here? He could kill us. Hey Chaos, any idea what he's doing? Luffy asks. The elder shrugged but also tightened his grip on his blade. I don't know, Luffy, but if those guys' chatter is anything to go on, it's not good. Out of the bag attack, Kuro disappears, a purple cloud, shockwave passing through the area, an aura of fear filling it. He's gone, Luffy yells. What do we do? An answer didn't come immediately, mostly because its speaker needed to quickly sidestep and in return got his left side shredded, as well as the stone wall behind him. Shit. Chaos swears, panting as the pain burns through him, using his fruit to summon a silver-colored resin-looking material, hoping it will hold his wounds closed for the moment, not that he'd ever used it for that purpose. He grimaced as cold shoots up his spine, but at least his side resembled a broken mirror or badly healed scars rather than 5 long slashes, still dripping blood, The pirates turned when they heard pained yelps. Luffy seeing some of Kuro's crew being torn at like chaos, while others were practically torn apart. All power, no control, chaos notes and Luffy nods. Definitely a friendly fire kind of attack. His crew were right, chaos raises an eyebrow. This would be overkill for 2 people. Yeah, seems like an army versus one kind of technique. Maybe it is, I don't want to think anyone is capable of that, but he could be using it to cut down on the witnesses for when this is all over. His brother finishes the thought and the sentence for him. Exactly, Luffy doesn't look happy. Not one bit. CCC Captain. One stutters as Kuro returns to a visible speed. Kuro smirks, don't you see, these children's interference isn't even an altered course. My plan is still perfectly running along. Soon Kaya will have signed away everything to me. Django will kill her and then I will ensure no witnesses survive, so one person knows Captain Kuro is alive, and that's me. Chaos grits his teeth. And I presume Django will meet the same fate as us? He asks tensely. Kuro laughs, why of course, that secret must die. His boast was interrupted by a gum-gum pistol to the face. You bastard! How can you do that? Those men are your friends? Luffy yells at the top of his lungs. So loud even Nami, currently stripping the Black Cat's ship bare, looked in his direction. Friends? Ha, they're just pawns, meant to fulfill my plans and nothing more? No, a crew is the most important thing for a pirate. They're your friends, your family. You don't just throw them away. Luffy and Chaos charge in. Kuro smirks arrogantly and prepares to dodge. He almost does. Ah! He screams, clutching the bloody stump of his right arm, or at least trying to without doing more damage, looking over to see Luffy glaring at him, while Chaos smirks mirthlessly, shifting his grip on the handle of the large kyber knife he was currently using. Meanwhile in the forest, hey Onion, is that weirdo still following us? Pepper yells back as the 4 keep running through the forest. I don't see him. I think we're good for now, we better keep running, but at least there's no way that guy can catch us in our own forest, Carrot adds cheerfully, until they hear trees falling. Come out, little girl, I don't want to make you suffer, but I will if you continue to irritate me, Django calls out to Kaya and the Usopp pirates. Chopping down trees with just a flick of his wrists, his chakram slicing through several trees before flying back and being caught by the slowly maddening hypnotist. Ah, we're all gonna die. Onion screams until the others hit him. Be quiet, he'll find us if you don't. There are options, boys. You come out on your own or I level this forest and eviscerate you all. Django calls to the air, still unsure where his targets were. Luckily he then runs off in the wrong direction, meaning they could continue to evade him for a little while, until Kaya falls against a tree. Ah, Miss Kaya. The boys yell in worry, sorry, you should probably just go, she whimpers tiredly, not used to running much anymore. No, we gave our word we'd protect you and there's no way we'd go back on it. Not with the captain trusting us with something so important to him, Pepper argues. Despite herself, Kaya smiles at the loyalty Usopp managed to inspire in these kids. Oh no, her fever's back, we need a doctor, Onion panics. There's a man trying to kill us, we can't just magic up a doctor right now. But if Kaya gets any worse, he's interrupted by more falling trees and Django's loud yelling. Kaya sighs, you tried your best but you should go while you still can, she whispers, sitting back against a boulder. Onion frowns, if we run away now we'll live to see another day. And Usopp did always say to get away if you're going to lose, Pepper adds. Then again, our captain is a liar, and if he's risking his life for Kaya then he must think he can W, and Carrot argues, getting nods from the others. Onion and Pepper nod. We swore to protect Kaya and we're not leaving her, agreed? Agreed. A few minutes later Django sees a stampede worth of tracks and grins, got ya. Though how I didn't notice this earlier is astounding. People running in terror are rarely stealthy. He adds as an afterthought until he reached the supposed end of the line. There you are, he thinks aloud before yelling, get out here you brats. Though the appearance of a white flag did surprise him. We surrender, we'll bring you to the girl, just don't kill us. Django scoffs, you think I'm some kind of idiot. I'm not falling for any of your tricks, he says before once more being tripped. This time by a rope pulled the 2 of the 3 Usopp pirates, ah crap. He thinks as he's attacked by the kids, which consisted of Pepper to the face, annoying but not too bad, and a flying pan to the groin, damn. Usopp pirates are vicious O_O. Though both appeared to be a distraction for their real attack, jumping off a boulder to bludgeon him like they did Kuro, except it didn't work. Django managing to sidestep their attack and grab Onion out of thin air by the throat. "You brats, think you can make a fool out of me?" Django let them go. The yell caused the hypnotist until he turned that he began to panic. Kaya standing with one of his chakram to her throat. "Now let's not be hasty, little girl," he stood with his hands up. "You want me dead anyway, might as well hurry things along." Django grits his teeth. "I need you to sign everything over to Kuro first." The corner of Kaya's lip curls. "Let the kids go and I won't fight back, I'll even sign everything over willingly, no need to even hypnotize me." Django looks thoughtful before pushing up his heart shades. "You drive a hard bargain, Miss Kaya. Just remember, if they fight back the deal's off." Kaya nods. "I understand, you guys can go, Onion sniffles, but Kaya, we promised Usopp we'd protect you. We can't just abandon you. You can if I tell you to save yourselves. So run?" The boys gulp at the strong look in her eyes. Then they soften again. "If I'm meant to live you will save me, but I'm not putting anyone else at risk but me." The kids' heads drop but they run like she said. "You do know Kuro will kill them?" Django asks sympathetically, to which Kaya nods. "You know Kuro will do the same to you when this is over?" She reflects, to which Django grimaces. He knew it was a possibility, he just hoped he was wrong. "Let's just get this over with. Sign the will and everything will be Kuro's in the event of your death," he orders, passing her the page and pen. "Stop." Both turn as Zoro appears. The clang of metal is heard and he stops behind them. Django frantically searching for wounds, until he hears the branch fall and smirk. "You missed me 3 swords, Zoro's reply worries him. "You aren't my target." "Thanks Zoro, that branch was in the way of my shot. Now, stay away from Kaya." Exploding star. The projectile flies, striking Django in the forehead, creating a small bang and smoke cloud, knocking him out. Kaya giving him a couple kicks to the head just to be safe. Back with the captain laughing, "Face bastards. Do you have any idea what you've done?" Kuro yells down at them. Chaos puff his lips and shrugs. "I think I just cut off one of your arms, but I wasn't paying much attention, Luffy." "You cut off the wrong arm," the rubber boy replies tensely. "Well, don't think you'll get another hit in," he spits before swaying once more. Out of the bag attack, Kuro vanishes once more, tearing up the slope with little to no consistency or pattern to his mayhem. "See it? Yeah. Let's go." Traptrix, the man of 1,000 plans, stumbles as a rubber arm catches one leg and barbed wire wraps around the other. Kuro unable to respond, as in the dust cloud caused by his fall he's pulled towards the duo, stopping only when his torso reaches Chaos' open palm and the wires immobilize his limbs. "Let me go," he yells in the boy's face. "Nah." He shrugs, the wires tightening like vines at the slight tilt of his sword hilt. But then he grins widely. "Hey, do know one thing I've learned I'm really good at?" He then takes his hand off Kuro's chest to poke him in the forehead. Distractions. He watches Kuro's eyes widen in fear or panic, he wasn't sure before leaning to the side. Gum Gum Bell and avoiding a full-speed rubber headbutt from Luffy. His captain finally unwrapping his legs from the Older's lumbar region. I call it that rather than anything else because ever-energetic and twitchy Luffy was kicking him in that section of his spine, back, as Kuro falls. The wire dissolving as Chaos returns it to its base form. These guys beat Captain Kuro, not even the Marines could do that. Yeah, man of 1,000 plans, and they still managed to take him out. What kind of monsters are they? Luffy finally speaks to them. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. A pirate only forsakes his name with death." Snap gurgle. Luffy's eyes widen and he turns in panic. "Chaos. That's not what I meant. I was speaking philosophically, or is it metaphorically?" He rubs his head as Chaos drops the man's heart. He twitched. "I reacted. If I'd been closer to his head he might have just lost an eye and had his head slammed into the ground." Chaos shrugged unapologetically, but it was the look in his eyes that resembled a certain admiral that had the black cats pissing themselves and trying to get back to their ship as fast as possible. "I think you scared them off," Luffy deadpans. Also, Nami's curled up on the beach clutching her treasure to her chest. "Think we should be worried?" Chaos chuckles. "You might need to be. I'm going to go see if Zoro's up for day drinking. We've done too much work for one day already." Luffy chuckles at his brother before going to check on their navigator. He didn't want there to be problems between his crewmates after all. That evening Kaya returned to her room at a more sedate pace than would be expected for a day like today. Sure, she was beyond happy and grateful Usopp and her new friends saved her and stopped Kuro. She couldn't think of him as Klahadore. She wouldn't have told Mary to prepare the ship for them if she wasn't. Nor let them spend the night in some of her mansion's many spare bedrooms. But they would be leaving tomorrow, and whether he knows it or not, Usopp would be leaving with them. And that was her problem. She knew this was what he wanted, but she didn't want to lose another person so precious to her, not again. She was so distracted she didn't realize a boy was sitting in her window until he knocked on the wall. Usopp! She shrieks as she jumps. When she calms down she looks again. Wait, you're not Usopp. Seseizi. No, I'm not, but I'm here on behalf of my Captain, Chaos replies, his smile growing as the blonde shuffles closer. What does he want? The morning it turned out when there was a good enough reason even Zoro could get up at a reasonable time, and seeing their new ship was definitely a good reason. Mary was happy to give the Straw Hats a tour of the ship, before letting the guys move their supplies and Nami her treasure into the Going Merry. Luffy was quick to claim the figurehead as his chair, thinking place. Not that he does that often, Nami jokes and even Chaos cracks a smirk, while his first mate and navigator familiarize with the controls and Zoro napped. Hey guys, there are 2 proper, private bedrooms, so I call. Those are for me and Chaos, Captain's order, Luffy interrupts. Hey, I wanted the damn room, so shut up. The lanky bastard doesn't even look like he cares, Nami yells at him with shark teeth. Zoro cracks an eye open. I don't know why you're even caring, you're the only girl on the crew. Whatever room you have is a private room for you, he mutters, missing the fedora-wearing boy's shit-eating grin. So is everything ready and to your liking? Kaya asks as she stands beside Mary, the man so pleased to see his creation about to actually see Soyuz after so long. Yeah, it's great, thanks Kaya. Luffy calls down, flashing a grin. Somebody stop this crazy thing. Everyone looks up at the screaming to see Usopp rolling out of control towards the docks, on a collision course with the Going Merry. He's gonna hit the ship. Nami yells. Not if we have anything to say about it, Luffy replies, nodding to Chaos and Zoro who follow him to the side. The long nose getting stopped, then his back found a foot from Luffy and Zoro. To either side of his head. And Chaos hands directly above him. Thanks guys, he muttered, Chaos and Luffy laughing it off while Zoro grunts and goes back to finding a good place to sleep. These guys are odd but really nice. After entangling himself from his supplies, he saw Kaya smiling at him from the gangplanks and smiles back before offering his arm and walking her onto the Merry. It had been quite the unexpected news, but he was glad it happened. Usopp had been worried after accepting Luffy's invitation. This was his dream, but it still felt like he was abandoning his friends and Kaya. Oh, Kaya. He needed to speak to her. He didn't want to be another person to disappear from her life. Kaya. He calls from outside her window. The blonde opens it sleepily. Usopp. Come in. It's cold this early in the morning. She sidesteps, allowing him to enter her bedroom where he shuffles nervously. Listen Kaya. I have some important O2. I'm joining Luffy's crew. I'm joining Luffy's crew. What? He yells in shock, also confused as to why Kaya had no other reaction to his news than to smile. How? Chaos was here earlier to extend an invitation on Luffy's behalf. I'm going to be a doctor one day, Usopp, that's my dream. So I might as well be the one patching up my friends when they get into crazy scraps. She smiles teasingly before getting pulled into a tight hug by the sniper, Usopp. I was so worried you'd feel I was abandoning you, but to hear you're coming with us fills me with joy, and a little worry. But mostly joy. Kaya returns his hug until he lets her go. We have a few more hours till we set sail, Usopp. See you then. She kisses his cheek and lightly pushes him towards the window. Goofy grin on his face as his grapple lets him simply flop out the window. Back in the present, Kaya and Usopp were slack-jawed at the sheer number of weapons Chaos pulled out and lay on the table. The assortment of blades and small firearms was mind-boggling. What were you saying about pulling an armory out his ass? Zoro grins as he closes Nami's mouth for her. Luffy said no, his coat maybe but not his ass, she replies, Chaos grinning as he can very clearly hear her. I'm a bit of a hoarder and a looter, which comes in handy if we're going to find Kaya weapons that suits her. BB, but I'm going to be the ship's doctor, plus you saw what happened with Klahadore. True, but we're not expecting you to stand at the front and charge at the enemy. That's Luffy, Zoro and my job. But you still need a way to defend yourself. He then picks up a pair of flintlocks and hands them to her, and Usopp can help with your accuracy. The long-nosed sniper nods. Kaya straightens her spine and accepts the weapons. Let's do it, Rubber King and Mirror Master, come eat it, Barati. Bang, 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 bang. Kaya fired each pistol before tossing it back. Chaos behind her catching it before replacing it with a loaded one. She may not be hitting bullseyes, but she was hitting near the middle rings. Better than some of the others on the crew, especially dual wielding. We need to get you a revolver at the next town. No, make that 2 feet, Chaos comments. Usopp nodding in agreement while Luffy claps madly and yelling about how awesome that was. It was strange how good she was with 2 guns, given she could barely fire with one. Only some half-joking comments by Zoro and Chaos about balance and symmetry had them pass her a second, and once she got used to the weight and handling she took to it like a supersonic duck. The first mate wishing he had more than just single shot for her, but it was cool to see her trick shot in order to reload. With Kaya's training done for the day, Luffy returned to his previous work, making their pirate flag. It was a work of sheer genius, a Jolly Roger worthy of the next Pirate King, if only Luffy had any artistic talents. So what do you think? What is it? It's our flag, Luffy replies with a grin. Nope, no way in hell. I could do a better job than that. I've never thought about burning a flag before, so let's throw it overboard. Luffy frowns. Well, if you can do a better, Jolly Roger, be my guest. He grumbles before being pushed aside by Usopp. Ta-da, take it, this masterpiece. It's okay, I guess. Oh, who am I kidding, this is awesome. Luffy cheers excitedly. And you even remembered who was in charge of the ship, Zoro teases, and he was right. The crew's official Jolly Roger was now the typical pirate skull, except it was wearing Luffy's iconic straw hat. A couple hours later, after Usopp had painted the design onto the sails and let it dry, Luffy was once more bored, so tried his luck at using the cannon to destroy a spire of rock sticking out of the water. He was missing by quite a large margin. The rubber boy's scattershot method of cannon fire irritated the sniper. Stand aside, let a pro deal with this. Bet you can't hit it, Luffy says with a scoff. Bet I can. The two have a staring contest till Chaos got involved by slamming their heads together. Shut up and get on with it, preferably before the seas destroys it for you. Usopp straightens up and aims the cannon, focusing for a minute before firing, taking the rock out in one shot. Awesome. Luffy cheers, him and Usopp spin around happily, while Chaos rolls his eyes and smiles at the two idiots, until peace was ruined by the yelling of an idiot. Get out here, you damn pirates. Hey, who are you and how did you get on our ship? Luffy asks in confusion. I'll show you what happens to pirates who cross out path, the guy yells as he swings his sword at Luffy. The boy dodging, but the angry man still taking out a portion of the railings. Kaya's not going to like that, the captain thinks as he continues to avoid the weird as wild swings. Screw it. Stop wrecking the ship. He grabs the guy and flings him at the mast, knocking the wind out of him. It was at this point the others actually decide to see what kind of mess Luffy had attracted this time. Zoro's eyes widen. Johnny, what are you doing here? He asks. Huh? Big brother Zoro. What are you doing on a pirate ship? The guy, now identified as Johnny, yells. Take a wild guess, Zoro answers with a groan before a thought covers to him. Hey, wait a minute, where's Yosaku? Johnny bursts into tears, telling them how Yosaku had suddenly been struck down with some kind of sickness, teeth falling out, old wounds opening up and general weakness. They had been seeking shelter under a rock formation, when it suddenly exploded, Usopp and Luffy suddenly feeling very guilty. And now Yosaku will die. Johnny cries, pointing overboard to where he'd tied his boat to theirs. Zoro tenses and the other two turn pale at the thought they may have killed someone. Fucking morons, the lot of you, Nami mutters as she shoves past Zoro and Chaos to hop onto Johnny and Yosaku's ship. From there she began to poke and prod at the guy, even pushing open his mouth and pulling out his tongue as well as pulling back his eyelids. Hey, show some respect for the dying, you heartless witch. Zoro yells down at her, but she ignores him as would be expected. Miss Nami, Kaya says from ship, her medical bag, which Chaos told her made her look cute, away from the others as neither needed the teasing, held in front of her pelvis. While I'm glad you're sticking your hand in his mouth instead of me, I was brought on as the ship's official doctor," the redhead blushed. "Sorry Kaya, it's still new to me. Having so many new people around," the blonde waves her off. "It's fine, we're all like that right now." She briefly looks over Yosaku. "I presume you're trying to confirm your suspicion of scurvy, yes?" Nami nodded. "Yeah, and he does, good. Luffy, Usopp, get some limes from the kitchen so we can help Zoro's friend." The duo nod and run returning with the entire barrel, while Zoro, Johnny and Chaos lift him onto the Going Merry. Now drip them into his mouth. There we go. It may have been messy, but eventually they managed to get enough into the man for him to sit up. "Yosaku, you're cured." 3 cheers for big sis Nami and Kaya. Johnny cheers as he helps his friend up. The two then started bouncing around, much to Nami's annoyance, Kaya's confusion and Zoro's amusement. "Well, they're certainly energetic," Kaya says, sweat drop on her forehead. "And crazy to do that so soon after being at death's door," Chaos adds, proved correct when Yosaku is once more on the ground, Johnny following him due to a punch to the head from Nami. "Morons," she screams, "Johnny was right about you being at death's door a little while ago. You can't just get better that fast. Keep this up and you should be back to normal in about 3 days. She shrugs, then turns to Kaya, who nods in agreement. 3 days should be fine. "Thanks big sis Nami," Johnny wheezes, getting another punch. "So, who the fuck are you?" Chaos asks, Johnny helping Yosaku into a standing position. "I'm Johnny, and I'm Yosaku, and together, we're the most badass bounty hunters in the world," they announced with epic posing. "Cool, bounty hunters," Luffy cheers, stars in his eyes. "Yeah, we used to run with big bro Zoro, but he left a while back to continue his quest," Yosaku explains, before with a little swaying keels over once more. "Here we go," Aga and Kaya sighs internally, while Johnny and Zoro move their friend to one of the free beds. Later, "We need a cook," Luffy yells, summarizing the discussion they'd been having for the last 20 minutes. So at least he was actually following it, I suppose. But where will we find one on the ocean? "I think I know somewhere," Johnny puts forward. "The food is like nothing you've ever tasted, and I'm sure you'll be able to get someone there to join. But be warned, it's rather close to the Grand Line." He turns to Zoro. "And there are rumors the man you're looking for passes through on occasion." Zoro's reaction is to tighten his grip on Watto. "Then it's settled. Where is it?" "The floating sea restaurant, Barati." "Nami, set a course for Barati," Luffy half orders, the navigator nodding and getting to work. Later, again Johnny grins widely as he watches the others' reaction to seeing the restaurant for the first time. "It's a fish, so cool, least they understand what a theme is. Hopefully the food is better than their taste and decor. It is quite a good surprise to see something so nice this far out to sea." "So, ready to eat?" "You bet." The crew agree. All happy as can be, until a marine vessel almost rams into them. "Ah crap, chaos," Zoro and Nami think. Kaya slips in behind Usopp while Luffy is unaffected as he always is. Never seen that flag before," a pink-haired marine thinks as he walks over to the side of his ship. "My name is Iron Fist Full Body. Which of you is the captain?" he yells over the side at them. Luffy steps forward. Usopp Abia's arms around of his waist tighten and instead both step back. Chaos smiling lighting as he slips into position directly behind his captain. "My name is Luffy, we made our flag a couple of days ago." Full Body chuckles, cute. Then his eyes wander over to Johnny and a once more awake Yosaku, both of whom were trying to stay out of sight. "Well, look at that. A couple of second-rate bounty hunters finally got themselves captured by pirates," he laughs, annoying Johnny. "Second-rate? Could second-rate bounty hunters take on these?" He pulls out a stack of posters, most of which being crossed out, though the ones that interested the pirates more were the uncrossed ones that had also fallen out, including Nyalok, Smiler, Morgan Comic, Bone Daddy, Century. Bartolomeo Wicked, getting a small smirk out of Zoro. Greyback, Vampire, Henry, Sawtooth, Arlong Nyalok, Dragon, Grima. Iron Mace, Alvida Buggy the Clown, Whirlwind, Zelina. Silencio, Sniper, Apep, Iron Bunny, Afton, oh new update. Chaos says, snatching the Fishman's Wanted poster from Nami's hand. "Hey, what was that for?" she asks, surprised when the fedora-wearing pirate pulls a binder out of his coat. Opening it revealed a similar stack of varied posters, none of which were crossed off. He flicks through them until he comes to Arlong, from a few years back given the 18 million berry bounty, which he crossed off and replaced it for its new total of 20 million. He then returns it to their navigator. Deal with them quickly, Full Body says with a hand wave, the Marine's loading the cannon while he walks away with his date. I got this, Luffy says, but his head slapped by Chaos, who steps in front of him. This requires a more directed method. You can deal with the idiots in the crossfire, he replies, interlocking his fingers and pushing his hands out palm forward, his powers forming something like a dish or hemisphere, then pulls back his pinkies, causing the upper section to bow outwards. Mirror wall, the cannonball struck it directly, but the altered shape meant the ball was sent up and over the ship, landing harmlessly in the water. The Marines were struck dumb, giving Luffy the chance to jump over to their ship and beat the ever-loving shite out of them, while Nami pulled the Going Merry alongside the Bharati, during which Chaos released his ability and Kaya was checking his bruised palms as well as the nicks and grazes on his fingers, scolding him as she did for his stupidity and recklessness. In the restaurant, Full Body smiles at his date from across the table, the food delivered and the wine being poured by a blonde man in a nice suit. The Marine sips the drink before loudly announcing, "Ah, who the fuck am I kidding? I have no idea what BS he spouted, nor do any of us care, sorry." The waiter smirks, "Sorry, but it's not," the turns before anything else can be said as laughter fills the restaurant. It was this our pirates enter too, the blonde speeding over to them the moment he saw Nami and Kaya. "And what can I do to satisfy the hunger of a pair of goddesses like yourself?" he asks with a heart replacing his visible eye. "Salad would be nice, but I'm not sure if I can afford such a well-prepared dish," Nami pouts and the blonde swoons. "All on the house, milady," as he smiles, "all you bozos will need to pay in full though." He turns serious when he turns to the guys. "Then it's a good thing this is Nami's treat, free food." Chaos cheers with a shit-eating grin on his face. "I never said that, pay it yourself you lazy bum," Nami yells over him. "Donnie care who pays, just bring me meat," Luffy yells over them both, annoying the blonde. Luffy may be blunt but he has a point. "Steak please," Chaos orders, the others following suit. Kaya picking the lightest thing she could find, while Zoro orders the same as Chaos but with stronger booze. "Oi waiter." It was an annoyed Sanji who found himself once more standing at Full Body's table. "I already told you I'm not a waiter," he sighs then smiles at the blonde at the table. "Well, hello darling. How about you come with me somewhere nice and I'll get you a nice bottle of wine." She giggles as he turns on the charm, until Full Body once more draws his attention. "Hey over here, is bug soup on the menu or did you make it just for me?" he asks, pointing to the insect bobbing around in his soup. "Take that you lousy waiter," he smirks internally. "I have no idea, it looks like he's floating, though it could be swimming or more likely drowning. Who can tell with critters like that?" He smirks and stifled laughter is heard from all the nearby tables. "He's making me look like a fool," Full Body thinks and his anger gets the better of him, slamming his fist into the table and throwing what was left of their meal all over the floor. Luffy may be oblivious to almost everything while eating but Usopp and Chaos weren't, both tensed when Lieutenant Full Body started making a scene, though even their captain saw the blonde kick the ever-loving shit out of the pink-haired idiot. "Sanji!" was shouted across the ship, everyone turning to its source, an older blonde who might be Sanji's father, most likely the head chef based on his really tall hat, with a braided mustache and a peg leg, like a real fucking pirate. "Fighting with the customers again?" he grunts. Full Body smirked until he got the old man's peg leg to his face as he was kicked out of the restaurant, and "Stay out, you troublemaker. What's wrong with these people? Serving pirates, abusing their customers." "Lieutenant Full Body, Jin has escaped," a Marine yells as he ran to the pink-haired Marine. "What? How? We haven't fed him in 3 days, bang." No answer came as a shot rang out and the Marine dropped dead, Full Body making a hasty retreat as a frail, dark-skinned man in gray clothes stumbled into the Bharati. "Welcome aboard, ye crook, and how will you be paying?" asked a large man with Popeye arms. Jin raises his gun. "You take lead," he threatens but the man just frowns. "No money? Well, too bad," he yells, slamming Jin's head into and then through the nearby table. "Damn it, Patty, that's the 3rd table this month," the head chef shouts angrily. Jin sits up slowly. Just get me something, Patty scoffs. Nope. Our policy is simple. Paying customers only. No money. No food. While the civilians were cheering the cook standing up to a pirate, only the head chef noticed Sanji disappear. After kicking him a few times, probably to make sure he was too weak to knife him in a minute, he picks Jin up, tosses him over his shoulder and throws him out the side door, and stay out, he hollers as he shuts the door. Fuck, if I wasn't so weak with hunger I couldn't take in that guy, and then I'd be in there. Eating, Jin thinks, complains his senses dulled to the point he didn't realize he wasn't alone out there until Sanji placed the tray right under his nose. Eat up, he grunts as he sits against the railing, lighting a cigarette and waiting. Take it away, I don't want your charity or your pity, Jin managed to get out, his hunger and his pride clashing. Idiot, Sangi scoffs. This is going to take a while. Luffy comes out just as Sanji gets Jin to eat, the man almost in tears. Thank you, this food is delicious. I never thought I'd get to eat Aga, and he sniffles and wipes his eyes before continuing to stuff his face. You're lucky he gave you that food. You look like a goner, Luffy says with a slight chuckle. Not that Jin noticed, too engrossed with filling his belly after so long. He then turns to Sanji, hey cook guy, join my crew. He says, partly asking partly ordering. I refuse, I'm staying here. Well, I refuse your refusal. I'll try again tomorrow. Bye Sanji. The Straw Hat cheerfully walks away from the angry blonde. Hey idiot, that's not how that works. When Luffy returned to the table, the others couldn't help but notice his cheerful demeanor. What's got you in such a good mood? Zoro asks. I found us a cook, yay. Everyone cheers. Now I just need to get him to join us. Three heads hit the table as the other four stare at the captain. Chaos and Zoro, beginning to see a pattern in Luffy picking the mo could find and wearing them down till they agreed emerging. While for Nami this was yet another, Luffy you're a fucking idiot, moment to add to all the others. The next couple of days were both good and bad for the Straw Hats and company, as Luffy near constantly tried to get Sanji to join the crew. Even getting a little help from the old guy Zeph on occasion. On the one hand, this was the best food many of them had eaten in a while, but other than Nami and Kaya the others were paying out of pocket. The crew's Bacento of a first mate knew they could afford it for now, but were going to have to leave before month's end. For that reason both Chaos and Kaya offered to assist the cooks just in case Sanji proved more stubborn than Luffy, though the purple-haired pirate doubted that was even possible. Fortunately for their funds at least, on the third day Jin returned, a bulky gray-haired man leaning on him as they entered. While none of the Straw Hats knew him, the chefs did. Don Krieg, Carney yells, quickly causing a panic. Please, I need some food. I can pay, just bring me something, Krieg wheezes painfully. Hey look at him, the great Don Krieg wasting away, Patty laughs. Quick someone call the Marines. This is the one chance we'll ever get. He yells, then throws one of his large arms in front of Sanji. And where do you think you're going? To bring him food, dumbass. If they're hungry they're customers and he can even pay this time, so why are you complaining? Because he's Don Krieg. We feed him, he'll just destroy everything, yo. Patty doesn't finish his insult because he finds Sanji's shoe in his face and the wall meeting the back of his head. Sorry about him. He's kind of a... Sanji apologizes as he places the food in front of the kneeling pirate commander. Thank you kind sir, Krieg wheezes before practically throwing the food into his mouth. Do you have any idea what you've done? Yelled one of the cooks. Fed a man so he wouldn't die, Sanji answers with a shrug, though was unprepared when he was thrown against the wall by a clothesline from Krieg. That was some good food. I can actually feel my strength returning to me. He smirks. Now there are 100 men still on my ship. They'll need to be fed next, he orders, pointing back toward his severely damaged galleon. You want us to feed the people who are going to kill us? You think we're that stupid? Carney asks in disbelief. I don't care if you're stupid or not, you will follow my orders, Krieg yells. Everyone gulp in fear. Sanji sighs and pulls himself to his feet, then turns on his heels in the direction of the kitchen. Well, back to work, he thinks until he walks into Patty's arm. And where do you think you're going? He asks tensely. To get the food, Sanji answers. The cook's reaction is, well, to point everything that could even be vaguely considered a weapon at the blonde chef, though it wasn't really necessary as Patty just slams him into the ground again. You may be Don Krieg, but we wouldn't have lasted this long out here without a few surprises to keep pirates like you away, the says as he roots around in a cupboard. Sanji may have fed you his slop. But I hope you saved room for dessert. The chef reveals his weapon, a lobster-themed cannon, grenade launcher. Prepare your stomach for the meatball of doom, he says as he pulls the trigger. Kaboom! I might have broken the door, again. I hope Zeph understands and doesn't yell at me this time, Patty says with a confident smirk, well until. That dessert was terrible. You don't deserve the name chef, Krieg sneers before he steps out of the smoke. His gold armor on full display, now die. He orders, yells. Guns popping out of everywhere on his armor, not to mention the two in his hands. It was pandemonium. Every chef, well besides Sanji who was still on the ground, was hit at least once as they scrambled for cover. There were just too many bullets in the air not to. It was the aftermath of this that the captain, head chef enters, as Zeph exits the kitchen with a large sack of food. Here you go. Take it and leave. He grunts, Krieg staring at him in shock. You're Redfoot Zeph, he gasps. Who? Luffy asks, drawing attention to their group. A pirate captain who was also the ship's cook. His name came from his black leg fighting style of crazy strong kicks. His boots stained red with the blood of his enemies after his fights. That man survived the Grand Line for a year, Jin answers. And somehow made it back here to this hell hole, which I find more impressive, Chaos mutters. Then seeing everyone looking at him continues, surviving a year just sounds like he didn't make it to year 2. But knowing he spent a year in that sea, got back to the East Blue and set up this place, that's impressive. Zeph smiles, true, but I left that life behind quite a few years back. Now I'm just a simple but highly skilled cook. Krieg chuckles, after you lost the leg, you mean? Don't make it sound like it was just something that came to you one day. It was because all you can do without those kicks is be a cook. I had heard rumors about you losing your greatest weapon, but to see it for myself is actually quite disappointing. The great Redfoot Zeph, defenseless. What does it matter? I don't need my legs to cook, only my 2 hands. So what do you want? Zeph asks, knowing there had to be a reason Krieg was so focused on him. The armored man grins, you survived the waters of the Grand Line and returned intact. I want your logbooks detailing how you did it. He scans the room before continuing, I'll also be taking this ship. My old one was badly damaged on the journey back. No, Zeph replies, shocking everyone. That logbook is more than just a record, it's the symbol of the men and women I sailed those waters with, and as for the ship, I may not be a pirate anymore. But Bharati is my treasure and there is no way I will allow a brute like you to take her from me while I still draw breath. As the chef shouts down the most dangerous man in the East Blue, everyone in the restaurant can see how he could be a former pirate, especially one strong enough to take on the Grand Line. Well then I'll just have to take it, and then I'll return to the Grand Line and conquer it just as I had planned. I had everything I would need. Weapons, ships, men, ambition. All I require is knowledge, and once I get your logs I will build a new fleet, re-enter the Grand Line and become the king of this great pirate era. Everyone was silent, until Luffy had to open his rubber mouth. Hey! You can't do that. I'm the one who will be the pirate king. He yells, not at all intimidated by the man in full armor. A wearable armory or diamond knuckle dusters. Don't play games with me boy, you don't stand a chance. Our crew of 5,000 men didn't last 7 days, that sea is hell. Krieg yells, deciding Luffy was too dumb for anything beyond actually stating the facts to him. There was a collective blink as the information took a moment to be processed. Don Krieg's fleet was wiped out in less than a week. Oh god, what did we sign up for? Usopp whimpers, his arms wrapped around Kaya's petrified form. So as I'm sure you understand, I don't find your attitude amusing. Continue this foolishness and I'll have to crush you on the way to the old man's ledger. Just try, Luffy grins as he cocks his arm back. Krieg scoffs. Having your way then. He growls before his shoulder pads open up to reveal more guns. Click, need a hand captain? Zoro asks, hand on Watto while Chaos grins with his blade spinning in his hand. Thanks guys, but I think I'm good. Can you check on Usopp and Kaya? They're not looking too good, Luffy replies with a shrug of his shoulders. Krieg chuckles, that your crew doesn't look like much. Hey, that's not all, there are still 2 others, Luffy retorts defensively, ignoring Sanji's yell of, stop counting me. Krieg sighs before lifting the food onto his back, I'll deal with you later, I need to feed my men first, he then leaves. Jin tried to apologize to Sanji, but both him and surprisingly Zeph waved him off, mostly because the head sea neutral over a man like Don Krieg. So Jin, what can you tell us about the Grand Line? Luffy asks and Chaos sighs, while Jin turns nearly catatonic for a moment. That sea makes no sense, it shouldn't be possible, but I don't have any explanation. How a fleet of over 50 ships can be annihilated by one man. At this everyone in the restaurant tenses up, not even able to imagine a being that strong. The moment he appeared he began to sink out ships one by one. Nothing we could do was even able to touch him. If we hadn't been knocked into the calm belt by the storm, not even Don's ship would have survived. I don't know if anyone else survived. I don't even want to think about that place. I just want those memories to go away. Those eyes, like a hawk's, cold, piercing and remorseless. Even his gaze alone felt like something was walking on your grave. At this Zoro gasps. Well then, it appears you boys ran into the man known as Hawkeye. The eyes may be legendary, but they're not proof. Though the fact, coupled with the ease in which he destroyed your fleet, means it can only be him, Zeph explains. Dracul Mahawk. Luffy looks over to his swordsman. You know him, Zoro? Not personally, but yes, I know him. Mahawk is the man I've been looking for, the greatest swordsman in the entire world. That's a lot of carnage. What did you guys do to piss him off? Sanji asks. Nothing, he just attacked us. Jin tries to defend himself. Maybe you woke him from his nap, Zeph mutters. Or maybe he got bored and decided to wreck shit, Chaos adds with a wide grin, worrying a few people, such as Usopp, as to what the eldest Straw Hat would do with Mahawk's level of power. This isn't a joke, you damn cook, calm yourself boy, it's just an example, as well as a lesson in how the Grand Line works. You're right about that place being like hell, but there are still people living there as easily as here in the East Blue. Expect the unexpected, because absolutely anything can happen in that sea. Luffy on the other hand was currently shaking, making some think he had finally come to his senses. Oh please. Until he jumped up in the air cheering, this is going to be so much fun. Looks like I know where I'm going for a change. The Grand Line. Zoro smiles, but was surprised when he heard the usually cheerful pirate sigh. What? Zoro, if you do face Mahawk, don't expect him to go all out the first time. What's that supposed to mean? Chaos raises him hands in surrender. I mean no offense, but let's put it this way. Mahawk is in his 40s or so and you're what, 19? So are you, dumbass. Zoro yells back heatedly. I didn't say I wasn't, but the point is that to him you're probably just some punk kid with a sword, or 3 in your case. You need to show him you have skill before he'll actually fight you. That, and you can't let your anger dull those blades of yours. Zoro scoffs. Fine, I wouldn't say anything if I didn't think you had a chance. You'd kick my ass if I were just a swordsman, and it's pretty even right now with my bag of tricks, as they say. He grins and Zoro rolls his eyes with chuckles slightly. You're a headcase, you know that? Yep. Hey idiots, can you shut up for long enough? We remember what's going on. Don Krieg's flagship is parked outside and he has 100 men or so preparing to take this ship from us. So get in gear. Patty yells loudly, waving his oversized fork in the air. After what felt like only a few minutes, loud yelling was heard, alerting the people inside that Krieg's men were ready and able to fight once more. Everyone ready, 'cause here they come, one of the cooks announced. Swipe. Just as some of Krieg's men leave the ship, they were shocked and horrified to see it split into pieces, perfect vertical slashes visible as they fall. Holy crap, what was that? Usopp practically screams as they see the carnage from inside. Don Krieg, sir, the flagship, it's been cut, one pirate shouts as he falls. Cut? What do you mean cut? What has the power to cut a galleon of this size so easily? Don bellows in disbelief. Zeph sends one of the chefs to raise the anchor so they can move in the wave without being dragged under, while everyone else gets out and sees the carnage firsthand. It was then they see something that scares even Zeph. There, sitting in a tiny one-person boat, with green flames candles circling him, was the legendary, monstrous, Rubber King and Mirror Master. The story of Ol Hawkeye and the Thief in the Night. So here he is, Dracula Hawkeye Mahawk, greatest swordsman in the world, but we have a couple of other things to deal with and he's not going anywhere, so let's ignore him for a few minutes. Big brother Luffy, Johnny and Yosaku yell from the water. Guys, what happened? Is Mary okay? Luffy asked. That's the problem, Nami stole the ship. The bounty hunters confessed. When they Straw Hats looked out they could see their ship, sailing away in the distance. Besides the brothers, the others were all in varying shades of anger and shock. Most severely was surprisingly Usopp, practically steaming that Nami would steal their ship. Zoro muttering about how they should never have trusted that Bunt and Kaya was frozen, not able to understand how Nami could stab them in the back like that. Once some of the shock had passed, the bounty hunters were quickly pulled onto Baratie. How? Luffy asks, the duo blush and mutter, making the others assume she used seduction, Chaos thinking she just flashed them her tits and pushed them overboard, before the eldest sighed. Shall I go after her? Chaos sighs, twirling his blade in its dagger form, something the newer crew modders were beginning to think was some kind of nervous tic. You sure? The ship's pretty far. Luffy's worry clashed with his desire to have his navigator returned. Chaos' response was to ruffle his hair. Silly monkey, I know my limits and I'll be fine. He grins even if he wasn't as confident inside. Okay, so maybe I don't know my limits and that ship is moving faster than I would have liked, but oh well. Better hope Nami didn't slip away to change or the girls just leave their underwear all over the place. He sighs and the spinning penknife slashes open his palm, but he just runs, hops over the railing and dives in. Straw Hat. Zeph yells as he hobbles towards the group. Hey old guy, it's Luffy by the way, don't care. Why did you let that guy jump? Cuz, Luffy answers, getting a kick to the knee. Ow. Listen kid, is he or is he not a devil fruit eater? Zeph asks. Yep, me and Chaos got our fruits practically the same time. Luffy grins and this time gets kicked in the face. What does it matter? Let the weirdo go for a swim. Sanji contributes as he lights a fresh smoke. Zeph practically explodes. It matters because that young man just killed himself. Anyone who eats a devil fruit loses their ability to swim, shocking most of the people within earshot. Big bro's dead? Johnny sniffles, he's fine. Luffy grins, leaning over the rail. What are you talking about? Zeph asks, look over there. Luffy points at the mysterious sparkling flakes floating in the water. That's how I know. Zeph wasn't convinced. Explain, if it makes a reflection he can make it a mirror. If it's a mirror he can bend it to him will. It's one of his cooler abilities, his mirror gate. Zeph's eyes widen, he ate the mirror no mi? He asks, to which Luffy shrugs and scratched his head. Honestly I haven't got a clue, I wasn't really paying attention back when we first learned. Hell, I only know mine because Shanks told me back when he was trying to get me to cough it back up, he admits, causing Zeph to sigh in annoyance. Idiots. Well, at least nothing else can go wrong, he thinks, the universe showing its contempt in about 5 seconds. Bang. Bang. Ping. What? I missed. But how? I aimed right for him and it's practically point blank. You probably did, he just deflected it with his sword. The Straw Hats hear Zoro say and turned to see the swordsman was now on Krieg's ship, explaining how the other guy had missed Mihawk. Zoro steps forward with a smirk. I've never seen a sword handled with such grace. Especially not one that size, he comments. Mihawk simply shrugs. A sword wielded with force alone is weak, he says evenly, only his eyes moving to focus on the green-haired man. Fight me, Zoro yells, my goal is to be the world's greatest swordsman, so I will beat you. Mihawk tilts his head, and why should I accept? Zoro puts on his bandana. You said yourself you're just in the East Blue due to boredom. I'm the best swordsman in East Blue. I'm the closest thing you'll find to a good fight around here. Mihawk's lips curl. Very well. He reaches for his cross pendant, revealing it to be a small dagger. Are you kidding me? Zoro growls but tries to hold in his anger, instead focusing on drawing blood from the greatest swordsman. You don't kill a fly with a cannon. For that same reason this will be good enough for you. He holds out the knife as Zoro rushes him. Everyone watches in near silence as Zoro's 3 swords flurry is easily parried by Mihawk's tiny blade, the older man not even breaking a sweat while Zoro appears to be losing his cool. He's beating me with a toy. There can't be this much of a gap. He can't be this much stronger, he thinks as he takes a half step back to launch his signature attack. Onigiri and everyone sees why Mihawk is the greatest when Zoro's best technique is stopped when he stabs just where the 3 blades meet, stopping them dead. Big bro. This can't be happening. Fight for real, Zoro. Johnny and Yosaku yell encouragement while Zoro tries his hardest to fight back. Mihawk sidesteps and Zoro's tries once more just to hit the man, but he continues to miss or more often be parried by the cross knife. Eventually fatigue started to set in and Zoro began to get sloppy in his swings. Mihawk not even really having to try to avoid them. Seeing he was nearing his limits, Zoro put all his energy into one final strike. Tiger Trap. Once more the attack is stopped by Mihawk, but this time he finally counterattacks, thrusting the knife into Zoro's chest. "Why don't you back down? Why do you keep fighting?" Mihawk asks curiously. "I can't really explain it, but I feel I'll lose something important if I take even one step back," Zoro replies tensely. Mihawk smiles slightly. This boy might just get there someday. He thinks before sheathing his dagger and reaching for his cross sword. "You have managed to sat my boredom, like you said, swordsman. So you have earned the honor of falling by the strongest sword there is. But before Yuru ends this duel, tell me your name." Zoro's grin looks practically feral, demonic. "Roronoa Zoro," he answers. Mihawk hums, taking the black blade off his back and pointing it at Zoro. Now this ends. 3,000 worlds. The two clash and pass each other. For a moment things look evenly matched for the first time in the entire fight, until both the swords in Zoro's hands shatter, only Wado surviving the encounter. "I have so far to go, but I've finally seen true greatness, Kuina, and I will get there," Zoro thinks, sheathing Wado before turning to Mihawk, who raises an eyebrow at the boy's open stance. "Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame," he answers the unspoken question. Mihawk actually smiles at that. "You are an interesting one. I didn't expect to find someone like you in the weakest blue. Now if I must," he swings Yuru once more, tearing easily through Zoro's torso and knocking him into the sea. Open wound plus salt water. Shit. Hawkeye having a moment of peace before. Gum Gum Rocket. He was forced to dodge a rubber missile. It was a simple task for someone like him, but it still annoyed him slightly, though was slightly amused by the fact his attacker managed to get his head stuck in the ship wall. "Your friend will survive," Mihawk says, surprising Luffy, but he smiles when Johnny and Yosaku surface with Zoro and give him the same statement. Seeing the green-haired teen was conscious, albeit barely, he makes one more announcement. "It is much too early for you to die, boy. You're weak, but you have potential. Surpass this blade and then surpass me, Dracule." Mihawk. "That is your goal, Roronoa Zoro." Those words put a fire in Zoro's eyes as he lifts his remaining sword. "Luffy? You there?" "Yep, I swear on my honor as a swordsman, until I beat Hawkeye, I will never be defeated again. Will that satisfy you, Pirate King?" he asks tensely, the others, particularly worried he was aggravating his injuries. "Of course Zoro," Luffy replies, flashing a grin. Mihawk looks amused by the exchange. "Pirate King? Your dream might be even more difficult than Zoro's," he says. "Yeah, well, that's my business. Shanks was right. He is an interesting kid." Mihawk smirks before he hops back into his boat, just as Boots is the wreck he just left. "Hey Hawkeye, weren't you here to take me out? Kill the ruler of the East Blue Dawn Krieg?" the armored man yells. Mihawk shrugs. "I considered it. It was one of the reasons I went this far, but I've had my fun and honestly I can't be bothered to deal with an insect like you. Farewell. I'm going home now." "You may be done, but I'm not," Krieg sneers before revealing his arsenal. "Go ahead and die," he yells, firing everything he had at Mihawk. Morons never learn. The resulting explosion tore apart a lot of the galleon's remains. Luffy just about getting back to the Baratie before his section sank. Safe for the moment, he turns to his crew. "Johnny, Yosaku, Usopp, go after Nami and Chaos. See where she's heading, we'll catch up later. Kaya, do what you can to patch up Zoro. I'll deal with these heads and join you when I'm done," Luffy orders. Everyone nods. The blonde moving the swordsman onto the restaurant roof, probably the safest place for him, while Usopp got onto the bounty hunter's boat, vowing on his honor as a brave warrior of the sea, and then on his long nose at Luffy's unimpressed look, that they would find Nami and bring her home. With that out of the way, Luffy turns back to the Krieg pirates before yelling, "Don Krieg, I'm going to kick your ass. Rubber King and Mirror Master, fists, feet and bullets. Battle for Baratie, Part 1. Men, get that ship. Once it's ours everything will be perfect. No more having to fake being Marines or surrendering. We just float over to them and open fire. Every battle won with a sneak attack," Don orders with a laugh. "Yeah, nobody would ever believe such an unintimidating ship could be a dangerous pirate vessel," one of the crew agrees. "But Don, what if when we go back to the Grand Line we run into someone like Mihawk again?" another asks fearfully. Bang! The pirate's body drops from Krieg's shot to the head, thanks for the feedback, anything else? He asks, waving his gun around and getting fearful headshakes from the rest of them. Good. Do you think an ordinary man could cut up our ship the way Hawkeye did? He must have eaten a devil fruit, while rare and almost legendary out here in the blues. The devil fruits are quite common along the Grand Line. He must have used some weird ability to cut the ship to ribbons. Out there these powers aren't anything special. Even that rubber dumbass will be seen as normal. He argues, badly, honestly I kept this in mostly as is to prove Don Krieg is an idiot. Sir, what do we do if we run into Mihawk again? Nothing to worry about. There are tons of people just as dangerous as Mihawk. He's nothing special, fucking idiot. But once we have Zeph's logbook we'll know just how to handle those freaks as well as how to find the One Piece. So get moving, he commands again, the crew finally beginning to move. Oh no you don't, Patty and Carney yell as they jump into the, but fumble around on the controls as neither really knew what they were doing. Sanji sighs around his smoke, this ship is about to become a battlefield. Hey you, he points to one of the chefs, go inside and open up the fins. What but then Krieg's pirates will be able to swarm us. But it will also allow us to fight them outside the restaurant. And keeping them out is the most important thing, Sanji argues, and the chef follows through after an approving nod from Zeph. Luckily the chefs had a little more prep time than they expected as Luffy chuckles to himself, here I come. Gum gum rocket gum gum giant scythe springing off the restaurant he slams straight into, through the wave of Krieg's men, tossing them into the sea as he grabs a hold of a still intact mast. What kind of freak is he? Damn, and the Grand Line is full of people like him, Sanji thinks. So, just to be sure we're clear, you're attacking this boat which just gave you food? I'm kicking your ass purely on principle in that case, Luffy says from his higher vantage, while Kaya sighs hidden away. So you really want to fight me out here on the water, where even a slight misstep will kill you when you fall into the water? It seems the fruit of yours took your brain along with your ability to swim. Luffy shakes his head, no just the swimming, but in exchange I'm stretchy, he grins widely, just as the Baratie fins open out. Sanji steps onto the fins with his usual swagger. Now we have somewhere to stand, we cooks will proudly defend this ship with our very lives, he states, getting into a ready position, the other cooks following him. Nice of you to bring out all this extra decking, means I won't damage my new ship while I kill you all. Because it will be my ship and I will kill all of you. It's just a matter of how quickly you die, Krieg sneers. Not likely, we're battle cooks. With a hiss the fish head on the end of the Baratie separates from the ship, revealing it to be part of a smaller vessel, currently being piloted by Patty and Carney. Mackerel Head 1, the Baratie's secret weapon. Run away now or things won't be so pretty for you guys, Patty yells before the two cooks start firing on the Krieg pirates, to the loud cheering of their companions, until they tried to fight Krieg directly. The cannon fire basically bounced off him and he lifted the fish boat over his head and tossed it aside. The only reason it didn't crash through the Baratie itself was Sanji's lightning-fast reflexes and an extremely strong kick. With their heavy support wrecked, it was easier for the Krieg pirates to get onto the decking and bring the fight to the cooks, who while they were good cooks and had really put their all into the fight, were simply outmatched by what was left of Don's crew. You may think you're good fighters, but we're the legendary Krieg pirates, the best in the East Blue and one day the best in the world, one of the pirates sneers at the beaten cooks. Krieg chuckles, let it be known this stupidly designed boat is already the property of the pirate Admiral Don Krieg, he announces. Sanji chuckles, yeah that's never going to happen. This restaurant still belongs to the old geezer and you'll have to pry it from our cold dead hands before that changes. The blonde's firm stance as well as the two oldest chefs' return to the fighting gave the cooks a needed boost to morale as they pulled themselves off their asses to hold back Krieg's men, and they were doing okay until ping, ping, something managed to one-shot Carney and Patty, knocking them both to the ground, the cause being the weirdo who just swam to the fin. I am the invincible Pearl, in all my time as the Don's number 3 I've never shed a drop of blood in battle. As is the strength of my armor, a large man in pearl-centered shield armor boasted, laughing arrogantly. Bang cling bang, Kaya double-tapped with her twin pistols, one glanced off the shield on his arm, but the second embedded itself in his shoulder, the man shakily bringing his hand to the wood and then his face. BBB blood? Ah, Pearl screams, then begins banging his shields together frantically. Pearl calm down, you wrecked my ship. Don Krieg orders, The cook's confused until the drumming man erupted into blue-white flames. "Oh crap, he's on fire," Luffy yells, having bounced back to the Baratie to avoid the flail Krieg had pulled from his endless arsenal. "Did I make things worse?" Kaya asks sadly. "Of course not, Kaya Swan. You put that pearl in his place," Sanji swoons. "Now I need to take this freak show down," he says more seriously. Fire Pearl's Zeph's expression barely changes to just swings his peg leg like Luffy using whip, the blast of air extinguishing the flaming pearls, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. "But my unbeatable pearls, don't send your kid stuff to me. I'm not as much of an invalid as you think I am, you know?" Zeph mutters. "Hey moron." Pearl turns. "This is for trying to kill the old geezer," Sanji yells as his foot connects with Pearl's unprotected face. Seriously, why didn't he have something to protect his face? And why did nobody think of hitting him in the face? Knocking him into the water? Well, that's one idiot down. "Sanji," the blonde turns, "just give up. I don't want to hurt you or the old man, but I will if I have to," Jin says tiredly, his gun pressed to Zeph's head and his boot on the old man's spine. Click in a move that surprised both of them. Sanji didn't even know any of the cooks carried. Jin had 5 pistols pointed at his head, not counting the 2 Kaya had pulled from her bandolier Chaos lend her till they could find her some multi-shot firearms. "You even try hurt Zeph, you'll be painfully reminded humans are deathly allergic to lead." Carne may not have a gun on him, but that didn't make his statement any less true. "Jin," Krieg yelled, "take out the old geezer." "Shut up." The armored man was surprised anyone would talk back to him, but it seemed to be happening a lot today. Sanji then turned back to Jin. "Jin, do the smart thing and point that gun over here. I'm not letting you take this ship from the shitty geezer. If you bastards wanted him so badly, you're going through me first." Jin grimaces as he puts his gun away. "I really don't want to do this," he sighs, slowly pulling out his cannonball tonfas. "But the captain wants this ship, so he's going to get it, and if that means going through you, then so be it." "Great, you'll be fine, Sanji. I'm going to handle the weirdo-witted," Luffy grins, appearing to have already forgotten his opponent's name. "You brat, show some respect for Don Krieg, admiral of the greatest pirates in the East Blue." Luffy shrugs. "Nah, don't want to." Jin's cold stare met Sanji's heated one as he began to spin one of his tonfas till it was nearly all a blur. At which point he charged at the cook, Sanji trying to land kicks but failing, though luckily managing to avoid the slam of the cannonball that would have most likely crushed his hand. There was a noticeable sway back and forth, neither really getting any clean hits on the other until Jin managed to surprise him and slam the bar into his throat just before pinning him to the deck with it. "I told you this would happen, but you just wouldn't listen. You fought back anyway. So now we reach the end of the line," he says quietly, spinning his free tonfa in preparation, bringing it down right until Sanji spits his cigarette in his face, distracting Jin enough he was able to free himself and give the Krieg commander a swift kick to the back of the head, causing him to headbutt the deck. The problem for Sanji was Jin was tougher than he looked, meaning he was able to swing his tonfa into the cook's ribcage before falling over, bringing the both of them down almost simultaneously. "Shit, that guy managed to kick Jin in the head. Think he's still alive?" An answer was deemed pointless when Jin pulled himself back up, followed more slowly by Sanji. "Well, that's at least a rib, maybe 2 feet," he thinks to himself. "That the best you got, Jin? If so, I don't know why they think you're so scary." Jin apparently didn't find Sanji's humor amusing if the 2 more rapid strikes to his chest were anything to go on. The cook now fairly sure most of his ribs were fucked at this point. "Goodbye, Sanji," Jin says as he prepares a final blow, setting the cook off. "Hey, what was that?" he yells as he manages to barely dodge, before planting his foot in Jin's face. "Was that pity? I'm not dead yet, yaw." He pulls himself to his feet, but stumbles. "Yep, that's probably all of them," he thinks as he falls. His worsening injuries were how Jin was able to pin him by the throat, while the why was most likely because even if he was in better shape than Sanji at this point, Jin would rather not be kicked in the head again. There was a collective intake of breath as the 2 remained frozen there, Sanji not even struggling in Jin's iron grip, though Krieg's wide grin said exactly what he was expecting. Tears were unexpected, but lo and behold there they were. The cold-hearted demon Jin was crying, I can't follow this order. This man saved my life, I can't end his. I'm sorry, Don Krieg, but I can't kill Sanji. I won't," he yells, shocking everyone and most likely adding more fuel to Krieg's anger. "What did you say?" Krieg screams back, "I'm only here because this man showed me kindness when he didn't need to, because he showed me compassion. I followed you from the start, Don. Been your loyal commander, but now I have a problem. I would never be able to live with myself if I killed this man, but I can't defy my captain. Please, Don, let me disobey." He sniffles. "We could just go, leave the restaurant and—" "Did you just try to give me an order?" Krieg yells over him. "After all this time you decide to turn traitor on me, because of feelings like compassion. Disgusting. It appears I'm going to have to deal with these maggots the hard way." He grunts as he rips one of his shoulder guards off and grips it like a shield. "Men, get out of the way," he orders, and the mouth of his Roger on the shield opens up, all the Krieg pirates knowing exactly what their captain was about to unleash. Jin pales. "No, not the gas. He's going to use the MH5, one of the pirates in the water yells. "We're all gonna die," yells another, as the rest scramble for their masks. Krieg chuckles to himself. "All that matters in a fight is who wins. How I get there means nothing to me." He smirks arrogantly, then sneers when he sees Jin reach for his jacket. "Don't you dare put on that mask, Jin. Your treasonous acts deserve the death sentence, so you can join these cooks in the MH5 and be done with." Luffy scowls. "I'm not going to let you do this," he yells, running at the man. "You don't have a choice," Krieg replies, revealing that like everything else in his armor it comes with guns. In this case the entire outer rim functions as a machine gun. The pointed tip's not exactly something Luffy wants to test his rubber bullet resistance against. As he retreats. "Crap, that could have been bad," he thinks, then sees Jin staring at his mask. "What are you waiting for? Put it on. You don't have to listen to that head. Especially once I'm done kicking him ass," Luffy yells at the pirate before getting ready for a second attempt. "No, my captain can't be defeated. He's the strongest man alive. If this is my punishment, then so be it." He sighs in resignation and drops the mask. "Hey Jin. There's this guy called Edward Newgate who'd like a word with you. He also goes by the name Whitebeard, strongest man alive, and could break Krieg in half in 5 seconds. At least you know how to die with some honor intact, Jin. But you're still all dying today. MH5, poison gas attack. Fire." The shield cannon fires, releasing the poison bomb as the golden pirate grins. Cooks flailing for the water. Krieg pirates watching from behind their masks, and Patty and Carney hurriedly dragging Zeph into the restaurant where they were at least slightly safer than out in the open. Things were finally looking up for the Krieg pirates, until rubber hands wrapped around 2 of their heads and yanked their masks off. "Hey guys, catch!" Luffy yells as he throws them at Jin and Sanji. "Okay, now to get one for. Shit, where's everyone gone?" He panics when he sees the others had dived. Have to get away from the rubber boy, but also to get out of the bomb's blast radius. Fuick. Bang bang, finally that rubber-brained idiot is gone. Now I can simply take the ship for myself and re-enter the Grand Line, Krieg thinks to himself as he grins widely. Luffy, Kaya squeaks fearfully. Her and Zoro were luckily safe above the gas cloud which hung like fog on the lower levels. "He'll be fine," Zoro mumbles before coughing violently. "The captain's too stubborn to die. Too stupid for his body to know poison is bad either," he jokes weakly, Kaya rolling her eyes but thankful for the attempt anyway. "Hey asshole," was heard just before a fist shot through the fading gas and slammed into his face, causing him to stumble as he quickly righted himself. "I'm not dying today." Luffy yells from behind his gas mask. Lucky that mask just appeared when it did, or I'd be in pretty bad shape. He almost smiles until he hears a commotion behind him. "Jin, let go, you asshole. The gas is gone, you can get off me." Sanji struggles to get the former commander off of him, but he was still weak due to his injuries, though upon further inspection Jin was the worse off of them both. Blood dripping from his nose and gums. Eyes bloodshot and barely open. His breath was ragged and came out in barely a whistle. "Jin, this mask was yours," Luffy gasps, shocked at the man's self-sacrificial act, and pissed off when Krieg started to laugh and berate him. "Patty, get ginseng. He has to do something." Sanji yells at the Popeye-like chef who mumbles excuses but runs off to find the ship's doctor. "Put the mask on him, it'll help detoxify his lungs and might give him a little more time for the doc to work on him," Zeph orders. Sanji nods as the straw-haired man with a handlebar mustache exits the ship and with Patty's assistance brings Jin up to the roof with Kaya and Zoro, the girl quickly getting to work helping however she can. Luffy's jaw clenches. "Now I'm mad, Krieg. You won't like what's coming for you, he practically growls. None of the fun-loving idiot any others had seen up until now was visible in this kid. Idiot, attacking head-on is a mistake, he's strongest that way, Sanji argues till Luffy ignores him. So am I, he whispers, then takes off running. Hit me with your best shot. Anger makes you sloppy, kid. You're running in one direction, to your death, Krieg sneers as he tosses bombs into Luffy's path, causing a smoke cloud and a pillar of water, which he then proceeds to empty an entire round of bullets from his Gatling shield into. Well, he's dead, never stood a chance, kid, no. The water fell and Krieg grimaced when he sees Luffy still charging. Gum gum, just try it, kid, Krieg yells, wrapping himself up in a spiked cloak. Pistol, which Luffy practically ignores as he continues his attack, slamming his fist into the cloak and Krieg's face, this time knocking him to the ground. He floored the Don, in one hit. What kind of monster is this guy? So you think this will kill me, little spikes? Luffy's voice was both angry and also slightly condescending, not wavering even as he rips the spikes out of his flesh and tossed them across the deck. It'll take a lot more than that to take me down. I'm the future king, so small fry like this won't work on me. His smile was humorless as he tore the last spike out of his leg, just above his knee. Well, he's completely insane, Sanji says with a sigh, not seeing Zeph nod in agreement. True, but so was his predecessor. I've seen a few men like him in my day, stubborn as the red line, would rather die and walk away from a fight. Glad he's on our side though, as that stubbornness makes them hell to fight and even harder to kill, the old chef replies, hoping it wouldn't come to that. Luffy may be a pain in the ass kind of a moron and definitely crazy, but he was growing on the former pirate cook. Eventually Krieg manages to pull himself to his feet, his face stuck in permanent scowl. So you're not dying today, huh, kid? That's too bad, because one of us is going down today. And while I'm here, I might as well pay my respects, he yells, slamming his shield into Luffy before blasting him. Go to hell. Luffy bounces away from the blast, catching Krieg's shoulder pad with his foot and pulling him back. You first, he orders, knocking the pirate admiral onto his back. How is this possible? This kid is kicking the Don's ass. What are we dealing with? Did Mihawk kill us and we're trapped in hell or something? Luffy just grins widely. Despite everything, he was kind of enjoying the fight. Zoro and Kaya smile as they watch the fight. See, girly, nothing to worry about, the swordsman smirks, getting a light smack to the shoulder from the blonde. Shut up, you thought he was a goner too, she retorts, chewing her lip in worry. Luffy was winning, that much was true, but he hadn't won yet. Everyone shut up. Never doubt Don Krieg. Krieg yells as he pulls out another weapon from his arsenal, this time combining two of his shoulder pad shields and producing some kind of spear. Don't ask me what's going on. I'm just describing what I see. It looks like his shoulder pads he pulled the MH5 from, but now it's a spear. Plus he had one pad in the previous scene, but once the spear came out, no pad, which he swung at Luffy, missing but causing a huge explosion. The fuck was that? The mighty battle spear? One Krieg pirate gasps. Finally he stopped playing with the brat and fighting for real. Playing hide and seek, are we? Well, time to finish things. This is my mighty battle spear, and unlike previous weapons, when I hit you with this you won't just get cut up or wounded, you'll be blown straight to hell. He yells that last part as he slams it into the deck again. Big enough for you, your majesty? He taunts smugly. Fuck, 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 not the water, Luffy chants as he manages to grab another section of wreckage before he could fall in and sink to the bottom, an exploding spear. This is going to suck, too bad Chaos isn't around. I'd love his powers right about now. He moves to stand but fails. Shit, this isn't good. He's lost too much blood, Sanji guesses. This fight better end soon or he's done for. Krieg, seeing an opportunity, hops onto Luffy's piece, then begins trying to skewer the boy. Luckily adrenaline enabled him to get back into action and dodge all the pirate's swings. His true power is his strength. The battle spear is so deadly in his hands because nobody else can swing a spear so easily that weights over a ton. Ahem, once again, and I know he wasn't introduced yet, but Whitebeard, I have no idea how much his Basento weights, but it sure ain't lightweight. The swinging and dodging continues until Luffy nearly falls off, jumping into the air to avoid slipping into the water. Die bastard, Krieg yells as he swings once more where Luffy can't simply slip out of the way. Luckily Luffy was able to find a safe place, the shaft of the spear itself. Wow, I didn't think that was going to work, he admits to himself, and because he thought out loud everyone heard. Krieg was really pissed at this point, flailing his spear until finally he managed to shake Luffy off. That tries to plunge the tip into the boy while he's in the air. You know, like a spear is supposed to be used. He's been using it as some kind of axe or exploding hammer up to this point if I'm being perfectly honest. Luffy catches the blade between his fists. It doesn't stop the explosion but it does seem to localize it, the blackened rubber pirate flopping to the ground. Ow, Luffy groans slightly as he pulls himself to his feet. This is on you, kid. If you hadn't pissed me off so badly I might have shown mercy and killed you quickly, but no, you had to be a pain in my ass so now you're going to suffer. He laughs as he makes another swing. Luffy trying to fight back, and getting tossed back again. This repeats itself several times. Don swings at Luffy. Our boy hits the ground a smoking lump. He stands back up and the process restarts. Each time Luffy was smiling like an escaped mental patient while Krieg was getting even madder if that were possible. You bastard, why won't you die? He practically screams NTO another swing, shocked beyond belief when Luffy kicks it aside. Sure, it still exploded but when the dust settled the spear's tip shattered like glass. What? How? My battle spear, what have you done? I just punched it in the head 5 times. Luffy answers with a smirk. Maybe it's time to let it rest. It's my turn to fight now. Damn, this kid might actually W in, one of the cooks says with a smile. He broke the mighty battle spear. Does Krieg even have anything bigger? I think we're nearly done here, Luffy thinks aloud. Now I broke your spear at least. You think? Yeah, without the tip all you've got is a bomb on a stick. Which, while odd, isn't really a problem for me, he replies with a grin. Oh really? Krieg clenches his teeth. Yep. Well, I think this bomb on a stick is still good enough to send you to Kingdom Come in little pieces. Luffy shrugs. Well, you can try. It's not going to work but come on, knock yourself out. You mock me, kid. You've signed your own death warrant, Krieg yells as he charges at the boy. Slamming down where he was but Luffy had already pulled himself up onto the mast above him. You monkey. Krieg sneers as he swings at the support. Actually yes I am, Luffy says with a grin, taking the moment he was in the air to charge up an attack on the way down. Gum Gatling, the barrage of punches all connect with Krieg's golden armor. But the man seems unimpressed, even laughing when Luffy finally lands. Was that supposed to impress me, kid? This is Woot's steel armor, practically indestructible. Luffy flashes a grin. Practically, he then charges straight for the golden bastard in a move that for anyone else would be both stupid and suicidal. Gum pistol. The clash sounded like a bell as both fighters stood stock still in silence, until one sound shocked everyone. Crack! The so-called invincible armor shattered like glass as Luffy bounced away, Krieg's large frame falling like a sack of bricks without the rubber pirate to hold him up. Ops, I think I broke it. Guess it's not so unbreakable after all, Luffy comments with his face in a thinking position. A rare sight given Luffy's fighting style and general, straightforward outlook on things. The cooks cheer while the Krieg pirates gap in horror at their leader defeated. He actually won, Jin gasps. Of course he did. He's the captain. Zoro smiles before devolving into a coughing fit. Kaya and Ginseng getting him to lie down again. Good work, brat, Zeph grunts. A tiny smile flickers across his face as Luffy walks over to them, the boy's straw hat held in the cook's hands. Thanks, old guy, Luffy flashes him a grin as he puts back on his signature hat. No, I am the greatest, I can't be beaten, I am UNSTOPABLE. Everyone turns to the frantic yelling as Krieg stand up, his body moving, but it was clear the lights were on but nobody was home. The empty shell of anger of pride stomped in the direction of the ship, constantly yelling about his greatness and his strength. Ah crap, Luffy groans as he turns, nearly stumbling until Patty grabs the back of his shirt. He's not even conscious. Don Krieg never give up. The body of Krieg FN ally reaches Baratie once more, but doesn't make another step before taking one more impact to the face. I've had it with your arrogance, young man, take a long nap. Boots stained red, with the blood of his enemies. Redfoot Zeph still alive. Sanji, surprised by the declaration, actually looks down, and would you believe it? Zeph was standing there, his peg leg and his boot covering in blood from shattering Krieg's jaw and busting his nose just a few seconds ago. I may be old, but I'm not infirm. Yet, he says before turning to re-enter the restaurant as though nothing happened. With Krieg finally down for the count, Jin retook command rather easily. Basically he just yelled, "Men, we're leaving," and they followed suit. Anything to get away from the rubber boy and Redfoot. Later, "Alright everyone, soup's on." Patty yells at his usual ear-splitting volume and everyone came to the table. Even Luffy, Kaya and Zoro. The latter still under the watchful eyes of both doctors. The problem was they ran out of chairs, so Sanji found himself sitting between the rubber food black hole and the sheepish doctor. Not that he minded the second of those options. Well, that was the first problem, then. "Hey, who prepared the soup?" Patty asks. "Oh, that was me. It's pretty good, isn't it?" Sanji announces happily. Even Luffy could see the joy he gets from cooking as well as actually being acknowledged for it. "You're kidding, right? This slop should have been tossed overboard. I might never get the taste out of my mouth." The Popeye cook spits in Sanji's direction. The blonde clenches his fists and grits his teeth. "There's nothing wrong with my soup. It's perfectly prepared as always." Sanji manages to get out in a semi-calm tone, just before Carney spits his mouthful of soup out. "Geez Sanji, are you trying to kill us with this crap?" After him came a full house of complaints about the food. All the while the Straw Hats continued to eat and wonder what the hell these guys were talking about. Sure, they had higher standards than Luffy, but that doesn't mean Sanji's food was bad. The final straw came from Zeph, who actually finished his bowl, and promptly tossed it on the floor. "That soup tasted worse than bathwater. We'd be out of business in days if we served that crap." "You lying bastard," Sanji yells, grabbing Zeph by his collars. "What makes my soup any worse than the stuff you serve every day?" Zeph sneers, "You think we're the same?" He then surprises Sanji by backhanding him, knocking him to the floor. "You're at least a century behind me in terms of skill. Don't flatter yourself." He then waves his hand in the direction of their pirate guests. Kaya gently sipped the soup, her nose crinkles but she continues. "See," Zeph grunts. "Even the girl can't stand eating your swill." Sanji bites through his cigarette as he storms out. Luffy blinks. "This stuff is really good. What's wrong, Kaya?" The blonde sighs. "It's delicious. But I've been eating simple and plain food for so long, I don't know how much of this lovely rich food I can handle." Zoro, under orders from Kaya and Ginseng to take it easy, nods in agreement with the rubber boy. "If this is crap, I'll gladly eat crap from now on." Luffy grins widely before turning to Zeph. "Hey chef guy, why'd you lie to Sanji about his food?" Zeph sighs as he sits at the table. "That boy's the second best cook on this boat, and seeing as the girl's the only one who won't burn water." "Hey!" Zoro yells angrily, while Luffy chuckles remembering Kaya and Chaos chasing him off after that incident. "Don't ask. Just chalk it up to the enigma that is Monkey D. Luffy. I can set aside my pride long enough to say he has the potential to surpass me one day." "Oh, I get it. Except why, if he's so good, you tell him his food is shit?" "To get him to leave, of course," Zeph answers. "The kid thinks he owes me so much that he can't go live his life. If you take the brat with you, I'll be very grateful." "Nope," Luffy says seriously. "What?" everyone yells. "I won't accept you throwing Sanji at me. He needs to want to go for me to bring him." "Then it's a good thing I'm going to go," the blonde announces from the doorway, Luffy's eyes shining. "Really? Yeah, you rubber bastard," he answers, rolling his eyes at the boy. "And you?" He turns to Zeph. "Was it really that hard to say my food was good? I mean, I should have known these morons were lying with all that bad acting they were doing, but still." Zeph hits him with his peg leg. "Don't get cocky, eggplant. I said you had potential. You're still a shitty cook." Before Sanji could retort, there was a commotion outside, which turned out to be Yosaku and a fish. "Big bro Luffy. We found her. We found where big sis Nami and big bro Chaos are," he yelled, half excited, half fearful. "Really? Where are they?" Yosaku gulped. "Arlong Park, Rubber King and Mirror Master, Operation Rescue Nami." "Bye guys, thanks for all the meat," Luffy yells as he hops onto Sanji's boat. Zoro already sleeping on deck, which Kaya rolls her eyes to. They were sitting for a few minutes before Sanji casually strolls out of the restaurant, sidestepping Patty and Carne trying to attack him and dropping his things on deck. "Well, time to go," he mumbles, sucking in a lung full of smoke. "You don't need to say goodbye or anything?" Luffy asks with a confused look on his face. "No, I'm good, Sanji." He freezes. "Take care of yourself." Zeph says, a small smile on his face. Tears leak down Sanji's cheeks as he tries to hold it together. His head finally putting together he was leaving a place he'd called home for so many years, possibly never to see it again. Thanks Chef Zeph, Sanji says as he practically prostrates himself before the restaurant, tears streaming down his face. You taught me everything I know that's worth knowing. I can never repay you for that. He stands and looks up at the man, still as stone. I don't know why I expected anything. He sighs and steps onto the boat. Bye Pops. Drip 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 derp. Sanji, you shitty eggplant. The blonde turns and is shocked to see the old man cry. Men part without tears or fanfare. But look at me now. You will always be an annoying brat, and the son I never thought I'd ever want. Find the all blue, and even if you don't you'll do me proud. The former pirate sniffles. Now get out of my sight before I have to kick you all out myself. You got it old guy. Luffy cheers, grabbing Sanji and pulling him onto the boat, then setting off following Yosaku's directions. The going merry Nami sighs. Those guys were idiots, but they were nice. I hope I see them again someday. Knowing Luffy, I can guarantee it'll be sooner than later. Nami freezes as Chaos steps out on deck. Hey Nami. How do you get on this ship? She asks, readying her bow staff. Through the mirror in your room. By the way, you probably shouldn't leave your underwear just hanging off of it like that. Well, I assume that was yours. Kaya doesn't have enough weight on her bones yet to have a bust that size, but if I'm wrong you can move it from your bed to hers. The Mary's former first mate grinning the entire time. Well, until he sees Nami's bare arms. That explains it. Nami tries to hide it with her hand as she tensely asks, what are you talking about? I will never be a pirate. Those people sicken me. The only thing I hate more than pirates are Marines, he quotes. Nami surprised Luffy told him about that. The only thing I'm unsure of is whether the hate is directed inward at yourself, or outward towards your master. His smile is gone, which despite her anger worries her. Port. A little while later, Nami, a goldfish fishman, greets her as he and a nurse shark fishman board the Mary. What you doing here with such a nice ship? Nami laughs slightly. From my last mark, idiots got off the ship and didn't realize I wasn't with them till I was already too far to stop me. The goldfish taps the side. Good quality wood. Either fetch a good price or be great for spare par. Gurgle. He didn't finish the sentence, mostly due to the hand impaled through both his and his companion's lung. Mary's not for sale, Chaos hissed, physically tearing out his left lung while simply sliding his hand out of the other. What the hell was that for? Nami yells at the man she now regrets not trying to shove overboard. No witnesses. We toss them overboard, and not only does nobody know about Mary, but if we move the ship a little nobody would even suspect they died on this ship, the purple-haired pirate explains. Crack. Chaos barely shifts, only moving his hand to the back of his head to check for blood. You do know when this is over I'm paying you back for all this crap in full? He hisses almost tiredly. Crack. The only straw hat on deck turns his head with a smirk. Is that it? I don't know why Arlong keeps you around. A flirty virgin who can't fight and clearly doesn't think her actions through, or more importantly the consequences of said actions. Are your maps really that good, Tangerine Baka? Crack. Thud. Whether it was the strike to the face, the fact it was the third blow to the head in about as many minutes, or that Nami's rage translated into power, the ginger navigator finally brought him down. Back on Sanji's boat. You people are too chipper. Are you fucking insane? Don't you know every second edges us closer to the infamous Arlong and near certain death? Yosaku yells at a cheerfully bouncing Luffy and lightly sleeping Zoro. Sanji and Kaya just watching passively. That's nice. When's lunch? Luffy asks as he stretches, clicking his back along the way. I'll go get it started, Sanji replies as he stands up. Oh come on, none of you know who Arlong is? Yosaku asks, getting shrugs from everyone. Geez. Here it is. Arlong is a fishman who used to destroy everything in his path back on the Grand Line. What's a fishman? Kaya asks quietly, but not quiet enough. You guys don't know what fishmen are? Yosaku asks. Are they like this? Luffy asks, holding up a drawing of a fish with arms and legs, getting chuckles from Zoro and Sanji while Kaya giggles behind her hand. You idiots have the attention span of 4-year-olds. Okay, let's start at the top. The Grand Line is known as the Pirate Graveyard because of Arlong and the other two powers, following so far. Yeah, I suppose, Luffy answers with a shrug. Now listen. Ever heard of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, or the Shichibukai? Asked Yosaku seriously as he does 7 shadows appear to represent them. 2 were monstrously huge, one of which was a fairly blobby shape while the other a solidly built male. Another was tall and lanky. One was a rather round shape, the sole female identifiable by, while having breasts at least the size of her head, at least Hancock's easy to identify. And finally there was a man about chaos height with a hook-like weapon and mohawk, identifiable by his signature hat. I think Chaos mentioned them when he was talking to Kuro. Kaya volunteered, the other 2 nod and Sanji shrugs. The 7 warlords are pirates who operate with authority from the world government. Sanji raises a curly brow. Seriously? What pirate would want that? They do it for protection. The government looks away for a cut of their treasure, and allow them to do as they please as long as they follow direct orders from the WG, such as taking out other pirates. Short to some pirates they're WG lapdogs, but they wouldn't have been selected unless they had the strength to back up the government's stamp of approval. Now you've already met one of them, Dracule Hawkeye Mohawk. Luffy was bouncing around like a child on a sugar high. These guys sound so cool. I can't wait to meet all 7 of them, he cheers. There's one named Jinbei, a whale shark fishman. He's the captain of the Fishman Pirates and a real menace, easily causing as much destruction as Arlong. Is this him? Luffy asks, showing off another picture. That's the same picture, just the guys standing up, Zoro complains, to which Luffy maturely sticks his tongue out in response. Since coming to the East Blue, Arlong has taken control of over 20 towns. His power is so monstrously huge he makes everyone you'd faced look like children, even Don Krieg. Why would Nami go after a guy like that? Kaya asks. I told you, for his 20 million berry bounty, that's probably the highest of anyone in the East Blue, Yosaku answers. Oh, wouldn't it be great if Nami was a mermaid? Sanji swoons as he daydreams. She'd look like this, Luffy declares, revealing a picture of his previous fishman with Nami's haircut. Tear that up, you bastard, Sanji orders through gritted teeth. Arlong Park. When Chaos finally came to, he found someone had bound his arms and ankles. Sitting up he sees the fishmen, and Nami. All around him, in his own case facing a shark fishman, sitting like a king in front of a yellow building. The words, Arlong Park, legible even from this distance, angle. Chaos groans as he tribble position, looking at the grinning shark. You Arlong? He asks. Yes. I am Arlong, ruler of these islands. What brings you to my domain? Just retrieving our navigator for the captain. Ship kind of got away from us, he smirks. Chew, you really expect us to believe that human? Another fishman scoffs, and oddly enough Chaos' eyes sparkle. See Nami, if they let in someone who ate the duck fruit you should be just fine. He grins even as Chew goes from blue to red. Human, he yells, but Arlong's cackle stops him. You're a strange human and I almost respect that. Plus there's the matter of your debt. Those fishmen you killed were luckily the weakest of my crew, but you still need to pay for what you did. You will work off that debt working with my navigator, being the brawn to her brains. After all, a brute like you could be about as strong as a teen fishman, he cackles. Can you give the speciest superiority dogma a rest for a few minutes or something? Nami sighs as she steps into view. Some of us have to actually exist as a human. Of course Nami, but would it kill you to lighten up even a little? You know I don't include you. Your skills are so much more superior to the rest of your species, I couldn't do anything but make you my navigator. Hey Nami, these thugs didn't damage the Mary, did they? Chaos asks, confusing Arlong. How do you know my navigator? Better question. How do you know our navigator? He replies. Nami, care to explain this? Arlong asks, waving his hands in Chaos' oddly relaxed direction. Don't worry boss, he's just another sucker who thought he'd be the exception to the countless other pirates I picked clean of valuables. The fact he followed me here is as sad as it is impressive, don't you think? Like a puppy, or whatever you fishmen have as an equivalent, Nami answers, some of the fishermen in the area chuckling at her description. Chaos lip curls. I told Luffy we should have left you on the island. Nami laughs. Yeah, Miss Nami, your services will not be required or some crap. But the captain still wanted me, so you were stuck. You're fresh out of luck, human. Nami's cold-blooded as any fishman, even sold out her own family for money. Nami freezes as Arlong says that, laughing as usual afterwards. Chaos frowns. He didn't like this Nami, not one bit. Nami was supposed to be greedy, treasure-obsessed and kind of a bunt, sarcastic and quick to anger, usually due to Luffy or Usopp being idiots, Zoro's laziness or his intentional attempts to piss her off. This Nami was an ice sculpture with a hole in her heart you could hurt a Sea King through if you were so inclined, or were somehow able to. Well, if you're in the business of selling humans, how much for the red head? I know purity increases the value, but overall personality should even it all out, he jokes, getting the intended reaction when Nami punches his head into the ground. He's cocky, I'll give him that, especially for a human, chew. I'm not for sale, asshole, Nami yells with pointed teeth. While I usually don't like being spoken for, she has a point. Nami is part of my crew, and therefore she's not for sale. It was worth a shot. Oh, and Nami thought you should get this message in person. Luffy is coming, not even I could stop him if I wanted to. Might want to start counting the days his smirk nearly reaches his ears, pointed teeth interlocking in a cracked mirror of the fishman in front of him. The fishmen looked confused and the purplet noticed their navigator paled just a bit. Welp, I'd better go then. Before Nami can react, she receives a kick to the face before Chaos catapults himself into the pool leading out to sea. To the surprise of most of the fishmen, once she righted herself, Nami dove in after him, disappearing for longer than they thought a human could last under before finally surfacing. Nami, what the hell was that about? Arlong demands an answer. Even if he could have freed his arms, the bastard was a devil fruit user, so he is screwed either way. Only reason I jumped in was because he had some kind of weird shape-shifting sword. Must have been worth a lot. Shame he sank like a stone. If you want it, I'm sure one of you superior fishmen can retrieve it later. Arlong tenses. How could some worthless human like that find the hubby? He doesn't even finish the thought. The human was a trickster, nothing more, and on the off chance it was true, he'd send one of his men to salvage it and give him the ultimate weapon. Its curse would kill inferior humans, but a fishman should have not trouble taming its power. Between scenes surfacing not far from Arlong Park, Nami wastes no time hitting Chaos again in the face. Dumbass. What did you do that for? I knew you wouldn't let me die, Nami. You're kind of a bitch, but you're not the stone-hearted monster you and Long Nose claim to be. Nami's quiet for a minute before speaking again. Why are you here? Why come for me when you admit you think you should have left me in Orangetown? Chaos sighs. I still do. You're causing us a lot of trouble, Ginger Quim. But regardless of that, just like Luffy, I believe in the idea of crew being family. Nakama. We don't have to get along all the time and can even act like we hate everyone or a certain someone else on board, but you're there when it counts, because you know we will be as well. Like I said back there, Luffy's coming, and with him your freedom from that bastard Arlong. He smirks until Nami punches him in the shoulder. Idiot. Arlong's a fishman, no human can. Chaos slaps her across the face. Don't underestimate Luffy, or me. Get your coat, pack your bags and be ready to go, because we're not leaving this island without you. Idiots, the lot of them, Nami mutters but does nothing further. You should go, Chaos says, pointing to Arlong Park. Humans can't last this long underwater. He smirks, then watches her leave before standing up. Now where the fuck are the other humans on this island? He thinks aloud, heading in the opposite direction to Arlong Park. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Operation Rescue Nami, Part 2. Sanji's boat grubs up. Sanji calls, bringing out a tray of food for the crew. Yay, meat, Luffy cheers, Kaya giggling at his enthusiasm as he digs in, despite Sanji's attempts to slow him down. Zoro smirks tiredly while Yosaku still sits tensely. The relative calm is broken by a loud rumble, followed by ripples and a shadow under the surface, indicating something large was approaching. Sea King, Yosaku yells, everyone tensing or reaching for a weapon until it surfaces. More like a sea cow, Sanji deadpans, and he was right. The creature did have a head resembling a cow, even down to the ring in its nose. Meanwhile, Mushu, an octopus fishman, calls, waving a cooked pig around. Where is he? He's never late for dinner. He scratches his head and keeps yelling. Back with the Straw Hats, I think he's hungry, Kaya suggests, seeing it gaze longingly at the plate. Bam, hands off, it's ours, Luffy yells, giving the sea cow a lump on its head. That was rude, Luffy. Relax, there's plenty of food to go around, Sanji scolds, before offering some to the sea cow when. Bam, Sanji. Kaya yells, "Bastard nearly bit my hand off." He grumbles as the animal whimpers with 2 lumps on its head. "Hey, this thing could help us get to Nami," and the other's Luffy grins as he stretches out and grabs the sea cow by its horns, holding him steady while the others attach the ropes. Onward adventure. He yells, the fearfully beaten sea cow towing the strange humans into land. A little while later, at the island, why is there never anyone around when you're looking for directions? Chaos thinks before freezing. Luffy. He grins but then has to jump out of the way to avoid getting run over by the boat they were on. Holy crap. Sigh. Only you monkey, he chuckles, running over to the wreckage of a ship they just broke. Chaos. We found you. Did you see Usopp or Johnny? Luffy yells as him and the others get out of the boat. Sorry Luffy, but I haven't even found town yet. Never mind whoever else you sent after Nami. Luffy pouts, then grins. Oh, well I guess we'll just have to look for them together. Chaos nods and sighs. Let's hope they haven't gotten into any trouble. These fishmen seem the kind to kill first, ask questions later. He grumbles as Kaya dusts herself off and Yosaku helps Zoro to his feet. The group had just gotten ready to move when they had another interruption in the form of their missing bounty hunter. Johnny, but where's Usopp? Zoro thinks aloud, the others having similar thoughts. Usopp's dead. Johnny yells, Nami killed him. Kaya freezes and turns a sickly gray color. Usopp's dead? He's gone, he's dead. I saw the whole thing. Nami just straight up murdered him. Slam, ow, thud. Why'd you do that? Zoro and Yosaku yell after Johnny falls to the ground from being kicked in the face by Chaos. I'm curious too. I mean, I was about to do the same for bad-mouthing Nami, but you, Sanji wonders. Because Nami didn't kill him, Zoro scoffs. Don't tell me she's got you bewitched too. Don't even see how someone as small as her would appeal to you. The purpleette rolls his eyes. That's not what I meant, dumbass. Nami won't kill. She also can't just let someone die nearby, as I know personally. He explains, getting confused looks. So you nearly drowned and I pulled you out. That make me a saint or something? Nami, everyone yells, Luffy and Chaos having to stop Kaya from shooting the ginger thief. If by nearly drowned you mean kicked you in the face and made a daring aquatic escape, and by pulled out you mean dived in after me and dragged me out of Arlong Park, then yes, Chaos answers, sidestepping a kick from Sanji but gets punched in the head by Luffy. Ow. You could have died, Luffy states. I trusted our navigator, is that wrong? Of course not. She. Luffy laughs. Fucking idiots. Just get out of here before you cause any more damage. Luffy frowns. We're not leaving till we get you back, and we're all on the deck of the Mary heading for the Grand Line. Something we need our navigator for. Nami groans and resists pinching her nose. Listen here you morons. I'm Arlong's navigator. I'm not leaving with you, so get out of here before what happened to Usopp happens to you too. Before either could respond, Kaya had stolen back out of her guns and pointed it at Nami's head. So it's true then, that it was you who killed Usopp? She asks, her voice steel even if her hand still shook. Nami smiles mirthlessly. Yep. Thanks to me that little coward is sleeping with the fishes. Her smirk and confidence vanishes though when Chaos grip on her wrists steady Kaya's aim. Why are you so willing to die for something you didn't do? What did that long-nosed fuckface do to you? He asks, surprisingly sympathetically. Leave. I don't care how strong you think you are, but these are fishmen, a handful of kind of strong humans don't stand a chance. Luffy smiles slightly while Chaos grins. Here, that little monkey. We might get a real workout while we're here. The captain nods energetically. I don't know why I'm even trying with these head cases. Arlong will tear you apart, so turn around and leave, never return, she says emotionlessly. Chaos sighs. You know what? You're not even part of the crew anymore, so I don't have to take this. I'm going for a walk, he says, causing Nami to blink. What? You're just going to take a walk? Bye. See you later. Try not to kill anyone else. Luffy waves. No promises. Nami turns red. Hey, don't ignore me. She swings her bow staff, but Chaos caught the end and with barely a moment shoved it back, the other end slamming into the navigator's gut. He then continued to walk off as if nothing happened. So, still not coming? Luffy asks. Nami grits her teeth as she holds in her anger. Get it through that rubber head of yours. I'm not going anywhere. The whole reason I joined was to make money, and it was always going to end with me stealing everything that wasn't nailed down. Now you're of no use to me, so take your ship. Get out of my sight. Find a navigator dumb enough to join your little band of misfits and then go on your insane journey along the Grand Line, she practically hisses. Luffy's response, surprisingly, was to keel over backwards, lying on the ground looking up at the clouds. The fuck? Was the collective thoughts of everyone present. I'm not going to get involved with what's happening on the island, but that doesn't mean I'm leaving without my navigator. Seems taking a nap is the best option, he explains, before pushing his hat over his eyes to keep out the sun. Fine, you want to die so badly, be my guest, Nami screams before running off, leaving a pissed-off Kaya and Zoro along with a confused Johnny, Yosaku and Sanji. A little while later, honestly I always thought she was a small-time crook who couldn't watch someone die, never mind kill them. But then again, she has spent the last few weeks around Luffy, so maybe she just snapped, Zoro says, meditating beside Luffy's sleeping in Kaya's cloud-gazing forms. Sanji nods, yeah. Wait a minute, he yells, jumping forward into a kick. Nami's not small, is that all you heard, Eros? Slam. Usopp. You're alive. Kaya and Luffy yell as the long-nosed teen falls to the ground. Well, he was Zoro deadpans, poking him with the toe of his boot and as glad as everyone else when he twitched and groaned. Usopp, you can't possibly know how happy I am you're alive, Kaya whimpers as she holds the weak sniper close, Sanji privately steaming that the long-nosed liar got to be held by sweet Kaya. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but we heard you were dead. What happened? Zoro asks, Luffy nodding in agreement. Nami tricked those fishmen. She stabbed her hand and then hit me with it so it looked like I was bleeding. I swam away the second I was out of sight, Usopp explains, Kaya turning a sickly gray once more. I tried to kill her and she hadn't even done anything wrong? She asks rhetorically, Usopp pulling her into an embrace before she could collapse. Hey Kaya, it's fine. You dictually kill me and you didn't kill her, so everything's fine, he says comfortingly. Only because Luffy and Chaos stopped me, she sniffles. Well, now that's all been cleared up, let's go kick some extra scaly ass. Sanji's announcement was met with agreement from the rest of the crew. Oh no you don't. Everyone turns back up the road where a woman with light blue hair and tattoos is looking at them angrily. Wonder if Belmere gave lessons? Rubber King and Mirror Master. Operation Rescue Nami, Part 3. Attacking Arlong Park is suicide. That fishman can't be defeated, the BlueNet continues. Nijiko. Usopp gasps. Do you know her, Usopp? Kaya asks in confusion. She's Nami's sister, was his answer, and Sanji reacted accordingly. Nami's sister, no wonder she's such a specimen of divine beauty, he swoons. Don't get involved in this issue, it won't end well for you. I think it's best I explain the situation. Kaya looks worried. Situation? You mean why Nami joined Arlong? You can tell us. Nijiko nods, sure, and if that doesn't send you running I don't know what will. Sorry, I'll pass. Maybe Chaos was right and a walk will do me good, Luffy mutters as he stands. Luffy, you don't want to know Nami's backstory? Usopp asks, surprised when his captain shrugs. Hey Nijiko, will listening to you tell me this story change my plans in any way? Her response was silence. That's what I thought. I don't care about Nami's past or how she got here. I can't do anything about it. What I do care about is Nami now and how I'm going to kick Arlong's ass for everything he's done to her. With that he walks away. Weird kid, Nijiko thinks, stubborn too. Don't worry about it. It's just the way the captain is. You can tell us, but I guarantee it won't change our resolve or make us run like you want us to, Zoro says before sitting against a tree. With Luffy gone, Nijiko begins her tale, telling them about Belmere, the former marine who found them in a war zone and took them under her wing, who was stubborn as Kurioseki and flirty just for the fact it unnerved people, mostly Genzo. About how her family was poor but got by, for the most part, until the fishmen arrived. Usopp already knew about the tribute money, but Nijiko went on to explain that there hadn't been enough money for their little family, so Belmere sacrificed herself, using the money to pay to keep the two of them alive, though not before giving her best shot against Arlong, not that it did anything. How Arlong took Nami as part of his crew and the deal Nami made to buy the village from him for 100 million berry. When she finished her story, Kaya and Usopp were crying. Sanji was so angry he was practically steaming, and while it didn't show on his face, Zoro's knuckles were white on Watto's hilt. In the bushes nearby, Yosaku and Johnny cried silently. They're not going to care, Zoro says after Najiko once more tells them to stay out of Nami's business. Luffy's claimed her as his navigator, and I think Chaos has managed to find a way to banter with the witch, not that either would admit it. You can say anything you want to us. The captain has the final say and he's already decided to retrieve her. Despite his anger he smiles, knowing if one thing is for certain, it's that Luffy will never give up on a crewmate, and Chaos will gladly tear through as many of those fishmen as he can along the way. And Zoro doesn't even know about the two he's already killed since getting here. O_O. Nami and Najiko's grove, orchard, thing. The anime isn't sure what it is either, so how the hell should I know? Are you the one known as the pirate thief Nami? Marine Captain Nezumi asks with a slimy tone that made Nami feel unclean. We have reason to believe you've hidden quite a sizable amount of plunder in this tangerine grove. He smiles as Nami pales and Genzo's jaw drops. Now you've stolen from pirates, so we have no reason nor intention of arresting you. But theft is still a crime. So we'll be taking all your ill-gotten gains on behalf of the world government. Give it to us right now, he orders. Nami smirks. Nice to see where your priorities are. Won't deal with a gang of ruthless pirates, but will bring a platoon to steal from a girl just trying to get by. She turns to them, showing her tattoo. With that in mind, I really doubt you want to mess with the Arlong pirates. Which is exactly what will happen if you continue with this course of action. Chi, you really think I'm that stupid gorilla? Men find the money now, he yells, and the Marines follow suit, heading for the tangerines. Nami grits her teeth and reach for her staff. Hold it right there, she yells, a tick forming when they just walk past. I said stop. This time punctuated with her bow staff being slammed into their face. Is this really what you should be doing right now? Arlong has over 20 islands in a stranglehold, and you ignore it all just to rob me, she growls at Nezumi, who just smiles. Sir, this orchard looks kind of suspicious. What do we do? One of the Marines call over. Dig it up, the whole place if you have to, the rat-faced man answers dismissively, as Nami loses her shit. Stay the fuck away from Belle-Mare's tangerines. She screams as she rushes over, attacking any Marine unlucky enough to find himself in her path. I won't let you ruin this place. I won't let you take my money either. That money is for. That money is the only chance this village has at a future. Genzo yells angrily. You come here and have the gall to try take it away from us when you won't even raise a finger to fix the problem. Belle-Mare is the only good Marine to ever set foot in Kokoyashi. Nami gasps. Genzo, you knew? The man sighs, his age showing in his face. I've always known. I couldn't believe you joined Arlong's crew of your own free will, not after what he did to your mother. I managed to get the answers out of Najiko. Was easier than I thought. Girl didn't want to keep something like this a secret, it was just too big. Everyone in the village knows about how you're part of Arlong's crew to save us from his scaly clutches. But we swore we'd never say anything. We didn't want you to know we were placing our hopes on your shoulders. It wasn't right to burden you like that. Nami just stares. Genzo, that can't be true, she barely mutters. So you mean to tell me this whole village is a den of thieves? And that I should take them all in to cut this blight from the island? Rat-face asks with a smug smirk. He's saying the village is doing what it must to survive, especially when it has no other option, as we can't trust you government morons to tell us when it's raining. Never mind, deal with the pirates like you're supposed to. The Marine turns to the source of the answer, seeing Najiko walk into the tangerine field. Every muscle tense. So if you're not here to help us deal with the problem, get the fuck off our property before I kick you out. And you might want to sail away before Arlong notices you and sinks your ship like the last 12 feet. Arlong will. Chi. Nezumi chuckles. A weight settles in Nami's stomach as she hopes the thought running through her mind was just paranoia. Seriously, how hard is it to find? It's 100 million berry, not a lost ball. Nezumi yells, his words striking a chord with both Nami and Genzo. How do you know how much was there? He asks, to which the Marine just smirks. I don't, just making a guess. Chi, he replies, and Nami's blood runs cold. He sold me out. Arlong betrayed me, she thought angrily, even though the grip on her bowstaff loosened. He sent you, didn't he? That fishman bastard Arlong? Genzo asks in a grave tone, causing Nezumi to gasp in offense. I would never do a pirate's dirty work. He smirks. I'm just a public servant dealing with crimes as is expected of me. The Marines have sunk pretty low if you're the errand boy to a pirate, Najiko hisses. Before anything else can happen, a voice calls from deep in the orchard, "Sir, we found it." Nezumi's mousy face is nearly split by his grin as he kneels by Nami's hoard. I'm impressed you actually managed to obtain this much treasure. And 30% of this is all mine. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Don't touch that. Nami repeats over and over as she runs at the corrupt marine, Nijiko and Genzo trying to stop her before things can get worse, if that's even possible. "This is what you get for interfering," Mouseface shouts, pulling out his gun and firing. Prism bang splat. They all stood frozen in shock as the marine to the right of Mouseface the redirected bullet. Chaos stands to his full height, sidesteps Nijiko, who Genzo pulls beside him and back to the village, and slowly walks up to the still fidgeting marine, a chrome-colored coating beginning to coat his right leg. Meanwhile, Nami has already left, wanting to hear it straight from the shark's mouth. This is Nami's money and her family's tangerines. "Get out," he growls, a shining kick sending the idiot far enough he wouldn't be a problem for a while, and his sub grunts were all either dead, unconscious, due to Nami, chaos, and even a couple by Nijiko's hand, or scared too badly to cause trouble, meaning Nami's money was safe for the moment. It was the main square before Nijiko was thinking coherently enough she could slap Genzo's head away. "Damn it, Genzo, I'm fine. Nothing even happened," she practically screams at the man. "I know, but you were nearly shot and I wasn't going to give that rat bastard another chance at a cheap shot," Genzo replied tensely. "Then why not grab Nami?" He laughs humorlessly, because unlike you, Nami had a weapon, plus she managed to inherit all of Belmer's stubbornness. It took both of us just to hold her in place, and even that was a stretch. There was no way I was getting you both down here on my own. "Genzo, what's going on?" One of the villagers, the Marines, they're working with Arlong. They were here to take Nami's money. He never planned to let her have the village, just stringing her along so she'll work for him, Genzo explains. The villagers gasp and swear. "That bastard! Hurting our Nami like that." "Quiet," Nijiko yells. "The time for standing around and letting someone else deal with our problem is over. We need to end this today." She's right. We've lay on our backs for too long. It's time to take up arms and fight for our freedom. Genzo joins in. Together they were rallying the village into a frenzy. "Hey!" The crowd turned and saw Nami in front of them, panting heavily as if she'd run a marathon. Tears still staining her cheeks. "Everything will be fine. This is just a slight setback. I'll just have to steal another 100 million. I've done it once already, so it should be much easier this time around. Quicker too." She smiled widely, but even Luffy would see it was tight and forced. Slam. Ow. Is this how it feels for the guys? Guess Nijiko got Belmer's smackdowns. Nami clutches her head in pain from the strike, before Nijiko and Genzo pull her into an embrace. "You've done enough, idiot. Now it's up to us," she whispers. "I'm sorry you've had to bear the weight of our future on your back, Nami. That ends right now. We're going to do what should have been done 8 years ago," Genzo adds, and Nami's eyes start to water. Nami watches frozen as the entire village rushes up to fight Arlong, off to their deaths. It's this moment when pain, anguish, and rage finally reach their boiling point inside the navigator, pulling her knife from her belt. "Arlong! Arlong! Arlong!" She yells each time she stabs the dagger into her tattoo, uncaring as to the damage she did to what lay underneath as long as his brand was mutilated beyond recognition. It was on her 4th swing that someone stopped her, removing the blade from her shock-numbed fingers while another bandaged her arm, even if it wasn't done well. Opening her eyes, her tear-filled eyes, she gasps, "Luffy? Chaos?" "Hey Nami," the purpleette greets as he tightens the bandage. What unnerved her was the blankness on their faces. They looked almost nothing like the jovial idiots, dumbasses she'd known until now. "Luffy," his eyes meet hers, from under his hat. "Help me," she sniffles pathetically, in her mind at least. Luffy's smile returns for a second, even if it was much smaller than usual. "That's all I was looking for," he says before Nami feels a weight on her head and he walks off. Bringing her hand up, she freezes as her suspicions were confirmed. Luffy's straw hat. But he values this thing almost more than his own life. He's beaten people to a pulp for simply touching it. She wonders why he left it with her as the brothers grab their team. "Everyone ready?" Luffy asks as he walks up to Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Kaya. "As I'll ever be, glad we finally get to the fighting. Time to make sushi out of these fishman bastards." "Good." Kaya, try help Nami with her injury, the rest of us are going to go kick Arlong's ass. Nobody makes our navigator cry and gets away with it. The mob, consisting of the entirety of Kokoyashi village led by Genzo and Nijiko, made it all the way to the gates of Arlong Park before being stopped by unlikely sources. Johnny and Yosaku. Looking severely worse for wear, both were sitting in front of the entrance, their swords crossed in an X between them. "Let us through," one of the villagers yell. "No way, you wouldn't stand a chance," Yosaku replies. "We already tried. We heard what Arlong did to big sis Nami and wanted to make him pay. We got the absolute shit beat out of us for trying. You may have the numbers, but Arlong could beat you all single-handedly," Johnny adds. "Then why are you here? Trying to scare people off?" Nijiko asks. "No, we're waiting. There are probably a handful of people in the entire East Blue who can stand up to fishmen, and lucky for you these guys are on the island for the same reason as we are. And here they come now." The villagers part by the sheer prescience of these 5 people, none more so than the little and large of the group, until Chopper joins. Luffy was the youngest of the Straw Hats, and he's shorter than Usopp, by about an inch or so. Already mentioned Chaos is 8 feet and 19, same age as Zoro and Sanji. "So how do you want to deal with this?" Luffy asks, referring to the door. "We should probably knock, right Sanji?" Chaos asks with a smirk. "It's only polite, we're not savages after all," the chef replies around his cigarette. The two nod before kicking the door, sending it flying across Arlong Park, even wrecking the wall on the other side and knocking out a couple of fishmen in its path. "Hey, which one of you is Arlong?" Luffy yells from the now totaled entranceway, the fishman in question surprised but also curious. "That would be me," he announces from his throne, wondering what laughable actions this weak-looking human was going to do. He did not expect a punch strong enough to both hurt him and knock him off his chair. "That's for making our navigator cry. Who are you? And more importantly, what are you? No human should be able to punch that hard," he thinks as he stands up. "Monkey D. Luffy, the guy who's going to be kicking your ass this morning. Luffy is coming. Not even I could stop him if I wanted to. Might want to start counting the days." "Luffy, I hears about you from one of your crew." Weakling offed himself soon after though, ha 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 ha. Arlong taunts until his eyes met familiar green. "Yo, motherfucker," Chaos greets with a taunting smirk and a wave. "How can he be alive? Chew, I told you Nami had betrayed us. No human can last that long underwater, Karubi," the ray fishman grumbles. "That's what I said, but you know Nami and her rants, they don't come in an abridged form," Chaos replies with a shrug. A ghost of a smile passes his lips as the charging fishmen get knocked back by a flurry of blades and kicks. "Damn idiot, you had to shoot from the hip and punch the big one, didn't you?" Sanji grumbles. "I'm fine, these idiots are no trouble," Luffy replies. "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried you and Creepy here are going to hog all the action." Chaos chuckles, "Don't worry Arrows, there's plenty of action, I'm sure you'll find something to hit." "Well, you guys can have all the action you want," Usopp says from behind, getting shoved past by Zoro. "Nice to see nothing's changed since the last fight you were in, Usopp," he mutters, breathing more shallow than usual. The shark was beginning to twitch just behind his right eye, which Karubi caught before stepping forward. "Relax Arlong, don't waste your energy on these humans," the ray says passively. "We'll deal with them easily, Chew," another scoffs. "Exactly," the octopus agrees, hopping to the front. "Hello, I'm Hatchin, my friends call me Hachi. But you can call me Hatchin." He breathes in deeply, blowing up like a balloon, before he turns to the sea and releases it, producing a loud trumpeting sound. "Okay, I know he's a bad guy in this, but is anyone else impressed by that?" Chaos asks. Luffy and Usopp nod. Sanji and Zoro barely resist facepalming, unlike Nijiko. There is a loud rumble and Hatchin grins widely, now quake in fear at the mighty Momo. He yells as, rising from the water, is the sea cow from earlier, the bumps on its head still visible. So that's why he's here, Luffy thinks aloud. Arlong must have brought him as a deterrent or scaremongering, Sanji guesses. The sea cow gets one look at the pirates and fear runs down its body, quickly turning around and swimming in the other direction. "Wait, come back Momo, you can't just leave," Hatchin yells, flailing his arms around like a crazy person. "Leaving so soon?" Momo freezes at Arlong's voice. Well, if you want to run and hide, who am I to stop you? The sea cow may not be able to see Arlong's smirk, but the human kid, and we're worried? Well? Momo turns and gives a feral roar, charging straight for the Straw Hats, who ready their weapons, well except Usopp, who was understandably panicking. Crack, crack. Luffy slams his feet into the ground, spins his torso around several times and grabs onto Momo's horns. Guys, I got this. Oh crap, Luffy, don't you dare, moron, time for something new. Gum gum pinwheel. Luffy relaxes his body, causing the tension to be released, the rubber boy spinning around so his body could return to normal. What made this an attack as opposed to Rubberman Yoga was that he was still holding onto Momo's horns, the sea cow being taken for a ride while Luffy uncoils, taking out any fishman that were in its way. It was just before he ran out of spin. Luffy let go, sending Momo flying out of Arlong Park and leaving only 4 fishmen still standing: Arlong, Chu, Hatchin and Karubi. Okay Arlong, I didn't come here to beat the crap out of these dumbasses, I came here to kick your ass. So get up off it and fight me. Luffy yells, the shark actually smirking at the rubber balls on this kid to call him out. Him, Sawtooth Arlong. Luffy's recent attack was an entirely friendly fire-capable technique, as his own crew angrily pointed out. The one in the most danger. Really just due to his size. Actually the one who was scared and injured the least. Chaos, having seen the beginning of Luffy's crazy idea, immediately fell to the floor, out of the path of destruction Luffy caused. So was content to laugh at the mayhem and collateral damage his little brother and Momo had left in their wake. There was just one problem even he was going to be annoyed by. Guys, I'm stuck, Luffy. How dare you hurt our brothers, Hatchin yells, drawing attention away from the rubber-brained idiot and back to the tentacle-armed idiot as well as the other fishmen. Looks like we're going to have to show you the error of your ways, Karubi sneers. As well as the inferiority of your species, Chu adds as he steps up. Arlong chuckles, good luck boys, have fun squashing these bugs, he says, somehow managing to use the rubble he was sitting in like a throne. Zero vision. Hachi ink jet. The others jump out of the way, but Luffy's pinned legs meant he took the full brunt of the octopus fishman's attack. Now blinded and flailing around, he couldn't stop Hatchin from picking up some of the wreckage of Arlong Park and slamming it down on him. Or at least trying to. Just before it hit the ground, the stone shattered, the smoke clearing to reveal Sanji had kicked it, a look of mild annoyance on his face. Looks like I picked one hell of an idiot for a captain, he sighs, getting nods from the rest of the crew while Luffy gushes about how awesome the chef's last attack was. Though at least this idiot is better than thugs who pick on a lady. A lady? Karubi scoffs. You're here risking your lives over one lousy girl? Technically we're risking our lives to get back our navigator. The fact she's a girl is unimportant. Chaos butts in, already beginning to spin his blade in dagger form, while Sanji's frown grows. Say one more bad thing about Nami and I promise you'll go from fishman to fish sticks before you even blink, he declares, waving his cigarette in his direction. The Ray waves him off. You might be a skilled human, but that's all you are, and a chivalrous pirate seems quite phony to me. Sanji takes another drag. I'm good at what I do, be it cooking or kicking ass, and there's nothing phony about helping a beautiful lady, it's just how I was raised. Karubi cracks his knuckles. Guess I'll have to show you your place then, kneeling before your betters. Meanwhile, as this was going on, Usopp was trying to free their idiot captain from his self-induced captivity, with poor results. Nope, still here, Luffy says in a discussing the weather tone, even as Usopp struggled and pulled. This will only end poorly, Chaos says. The sniper stops reversing in order to look up at the purplet's grinning mug. What do you mean? He asks. If nothing's happening on Luffy's end, then you're not pulling him free. You're stretching him out. Usopp pales as he realizes what the older pirate meant. Unfortunately, his shock caused him to slightly loosen his grip, just enough that Luffy freed himself the first time he wiggled, flying head first into Chu, head-butting the huge-lipped fishman with the force of a gum-gum bell and knocking him on his ass, before springing back to his previous position. The fishman glared at Usopp with several tick marks on his head. I see now. You really want me to kill you, he growls, starting to walk towards the coward, who promptly ran off at full tilt. Arlong growls as he pulls himself to his feet. This is taking too long. Karubi looks fearful for just a moment, but sir, if you go on a rampage. I won't do that. I've just come up with a fun game, he grins, his shark teeth adding to the intimidating, creepy factor. "We don't have time for games," Luffy yells as he throws a rubber punch, barely missing Arlong, who grabs his wrist. "Did you humans really think you could defeat us?" he asks. "Actually, yeah," Chaos admits, Sanji, Zoro and Luffy nodding in agreement, which actually surprised the fishmen. Rather than respond verbally, Arlong slams his fist into the ground, and lifts the section holding Luffy above his head, to the rubber boy's very loud disapproval. "Did you know eating a devil fruit means you caning your circumstances, rubber boy? I don't think it matters." Arlong laughs as the rest of the Straw Hats tense. Gum Gum pistol. Ordinarily a point-blank punch to the face would do something. A lot actually. But all it got was a mouthful of razor-sharp teeth digging into Luffy's skin. He actually had more luck when he bit Arlong, as it actually seemed to hurt the bastard if his yell was any indication. It ended the same though, with the Sharkman tossing Luffy out of Arlong Park, watching literally sink like a stone. Luffy, ah shit, how long can he hold his breath? Chaos sighs, it wouldn't matter how long. Water drains all devil fruit users' strength. Even if he could hold it for hours, his body wouldn't have the strength, energy to do so, and he'll let it all out pretty quickly. "Then we need to go get him," Zoro says, tightening his grip on Watto. "Yeah, but we've still got these guys to deal with, and given that we can't let them follow us into the water and we're sunk," Sanji agrees until he's flicked in the forehead. "Hey. Better plan, you jump in and save the idiot, Zoro and I will deal with these idiots. There are 3 of us, so let's go with it." "Dumbass, there are 3 of them too," Sanji fires back. "Yeah, but Arlong's not going to fight us directly unless he has to, so it's really 2 on 2 while you get Luffy." Sanji sighs but kicks off his shoes. "You better be right about this." Zoro grins, he is. Needle Nose has that final boss feel to him. Clock's ticking. Boys. Arlong cackles as he sits once more, letting his underlings deal with the humans. Chaos vs Karubi, "Get cocky like that around a fishman and you won't last long," Karubi yells, Chaos hopping out of the way to avoid his fins. So those things are more than just decoration," Chaos chuckles, "good to know," but then frowns when he sees Zoro falter. "Damn it, Moss Head," he mumbles. "Oi, stop getting distracted. I am a level 40 in Fishman Karate. A weak human is no match for my punches," he boasts, aiming a full force punch for the center of Chaos' chest, but the human catches it. 100 brick fist crunch. Drip, 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 ha ha ha. See, this is what I mean. Only a human would be dumb enough to try block an attack from a fishman rather than dodge. Sure, you managed to survive, but you've completely fucked up your hand, so you won't be doing that more than once more," Arlong cackles, but stops when Chaos starts laughing. "What's so funny?" Chaos grins wickedly even as he surveys his injury. Despite the armor, the spiderweb cracks still welled with blood. "As Luffy and I used to say to Aunt Dayton when we came home with 14 bells kicked out of us. Should have seen the other guy." His grin widens when the focus shifts and several people gasp. Karubi was silently clutching his wrist as he stared at the end, which now more closely resembled patty meat than a functional hand. "How? As you already knew, I have a devil fruit. What you didn't know was what it is. Arlong and company. You have the honor of being the first opponents to know my fruit's name since Luffy and I left Fushia village." "What are you?" Chaos laughs, "I am Serpens D. Chaos, researcher of the Straw Hat Pirates and eater of the Suru Suru no Mi. I'm the Reflect human, but personally I prefer Mirror Master." He spreads his arms wide. Everything from his fingertips to his elbows shifted to a highly reflective, mirror-like material, sheen. "What you felt was my reflect armor on full strength. Depending on the amount of power I put behind this ability, I either limit the damage, counteract, and in turn negate it entirely, on, as you can see, redirect it right back on its attacker. Few things can take as much as they dish out, as your mangled hand clearly shows. The armor flakes, floats off, and Chaos runs at the ray, his right leg shifting and gaining a similar code, just before he kicks him in the face. "I can also use it for attacks too," he says with a twisted smirk before slamming his other knee into Karubi's gut. "This isn't overhuman," he pants, while Chaos shrugs and smirks regardless. "You sure about that?" "Yeah, Arlong will deal with you. Your friend on the other hand." The Rayfishman jumps into the water. Chaos just follows him with his eyes. "You must have had that fruit for quite some time, human." Chaos raises an eyebrow at the shark's comment. "Most people would at least try to follow before remembering that they can't swim and stop." If you don't even think about it, your very subconscious has learned to avoid the water. Chaos shrugs, I've had my powers for about a decade now, but that doesn't always mean much as Luffy has for just as long. Zoro vs Hatchin, hey you're Zoro right. I thought you fought with 3 swords not 1, Hatchin asks as he barely avoids Zoro's swing. Didn't think I needed them, 1 is enough to turn you into calamari, the moss hair grins. Hatchin pouts, that's rude, he says as he jumps onto a pillar, and now I'm stuck, damn it, not another one. You idiot, get down from there, Zoro yells, waving his sword angrily, then stops, breathing heavily as his chest burns and his knees buckle. Now is not the time. Nope, hey I know how to get you to fight for real, he cheers, hopping in through a window, getting an annoyed roar of, Hatchin, from Arlong, and disappearing for a few minutes before jumping back out with a smile, you'll have to fight for real against my 6-sword style, he exclaims. Shit he's right, Zoro thinks before turning to the entrance, Johnny, Yosaku, I need to borrow your swords. Toss them here, he yells after placing Watto between his teeth. The bounty hunters turn to one another before nodding and actually do throw their swords at him, but he manages to catch them easily. Ha, I was right, you are Zoro of the 3 swords, but I've got more swords so I'm going to WN. Zoro scoffs, having so recently seen Mihawk defeat his 3-sword style with 1. He would barely call it a knife, never mind a sword. But still it proves the point, it doesn't matter the number, only the weight they carry, he replies. Hachi blinks then laughs, if it's weight you're looking for, your puny human blades don't stand up to fishman metalworking. My swords are 300 pounds each, he states proudly. That's not what never mind, Zoro thinks, seeing the octopus was a simple, a straightforward kind of person like his captain. He was sure explaining the concept would similarly go over Luffy's head too. Now prepared to be torn to shreds by my power, 6 blades. Tentacle sword overload. 3-sword style. Streaming wolf swords. Despite the mess that Hachi's flailing arms, tentacles look to the villagers, Zoro managed to dodge and weave between them all, stopping behind the fishman, just as his own wounds were finally noticed by the dim octopus, blood spurting from each gash. You bastard, how dare you cut me? Well prepared to die from my next attack. No human could survive this, he yells angrily, more flailing limbs following his words. Octopus pot stance. New Year's. Open, body slam. Zoro manages to block Hachi's attempt to skewer him but was unable to predict or counter when he used it as a disarmer to land a headbutt to his still damaged chest and sending him flying into the air. Ha ha, now I can finish this. You'll be dead before you hit the ground, Hachi grins before he starts to spin his swords directly below Zoro. Waltz of 6 swords. It is tantamount to Zoro's skill that all sounds of pain came from Hachi, as he landed on his feet and the octopus stood there with wounds littering his entire body, most notable his hands, to the point all 6 of his swords were lying on the ground, though he was breathing a lot heavier than when he began this fight. Damn it you bastard, how do you keep making me look bad? I'll kill you for this, I'll tear you limb from limb, Hachi yells, waving his bloodied hands in Zoro's direction as the swordsman sways. Octopus pot stance. Even if this wound would kill an ordinary man, if I'm ever to stand against Hawkeye, and then beat him, I must be more. I must be extraordinary. Dragon Twister. Hachi flies straight up in the wake of Zoro's attack, his shattered blades falling shortly followed by his broken and bloodied, but still breathing body as it leaves a crater in the ground behind Zoro. It's not how heavy the sword is that matters either, Zoro says, dropping the swords in his hands and sheathing Watto, just the weight of your resolve and determination. I have yet to meet another swordsman with heavier swords than I. Usopp vs. Chu. Usopp ran like his life depended on it, occasionally turning back to ensure Chu was still chasing him rather than turn back and cause trouble for his friends. Finally he stops in a marshy area of the island. I think that's far enough, and will you look at that, I lost him, Usopp grins. I guess he underestimates the true power of a coward, he laughs. Ahem, you were saying? Usopp turns and his eyes shoot out of his skull, as standing behind him was a very angry Chu. Ah! He screams before running away again. This getting tedious, Chu sighed. Just die you long-nosed freak. Squirt gun. Red star. Usopp collapses to the ground, blood staining the dirt below. After all that, he's dead in one shot. Almost disappointing, Chu shrugs before beginning to walk back in the direction of Arlong Park. Once he was a reasonable safe distance away. Fishmen are so stupid, Usopp thinks as he sits up, wiping the ketchup off his chest. This is insane, these guys tore a village apart and killed everyone so easily. I know Nami needs our help but I really don't want to die. Usopp begins to panic once more, falling back to the ground when he thinks he could still hear the fishman. Okay, so I'm covering fake blood, but I'm still too clean, need to dirty myself up so it looks like I was in a real battle, he says to himself before rubbing dirt into his clothes and arms. I'm sorry everyone, I did my bees. He stops and thinks of everyone fighting Arlong, everyone he'd be letting down. Luffy, Chaos, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Kaya. Damn it, I can't just play dead when my friends are out there risking their lives. I will be a brave warrior of the sea one day. And I'm going to start now. He stands up and yells, "Hey fish lips," at the top of his voice, Chu turning to face him. Not so dead after all, I'll soon change that. Chu, the fishman says before charging at him, basically running through one of Usopp's exploding stars and punching him straight in the face. He then walks back over and starts kicking the guy. You should have stayed down. Usopp hammer, Usopp rubber band of doom. The hammer slams straight into Chu's extended mouthparts, causing him to flinch, not helped as he tenses in preparation of Usopp's second attack. When nothing came he opened his eyes slowly, to see nothing. Fuck, he yells, "Hey catch." Chu blinks in surprise but his reflexes enable him to catch the projectile before it hits him in the face, surprised when he sees the human threw a bottle at him. Smash, a shot from Usopp's slingshot shatters the bottle, showering the fishman in its contents. This is booze, he says in confusion as he spits out a mouthful. Is this the only way you can fight? With cheap tricks? He shouts angrily, before sticking his head into the marshy water nearby. I can't run from this fight, but this is the biggest one in my life. If I lose I die, but I need to fight. Squirt cannon. Usopp has to resist yelling in panic as the trees next to him practically exploded due to the fishman's attack. This is almost sad how easy it is. Chu thinks squirt machine gun. Oh crap, my one chance to be a real pirate and I'm going to die. No, I can't think like that. If I survive this I'm going to be a true pirate. My days of being a coward are over, Usopp says with a slight tremble as Chu's water attack pelts his tree, shortly followed by the fishman himself kicking it out of his way. What was over? Chu asks with a sneer. This fight. Alcohol is flammable. Flaming star. The incendiary shot hits Chu and his body erupts in flames, running around frantically until he remembered the marshes nearby, at which point he barrels in that direction until he finally managed to put himself out. Ow, bastard human, he mumbles into the water. I'm not done yet. Shit, Usopp hammer. The blow to the back of the head sent Chu face down into the water once more, Usopp grinning with pride. I did it. I actually took down a fishman, he cheers, then screams when Chu groans. Usopp hammer, Usopp hammer, Usopp hammer, Usopp hammer. Usopp hammer, Usopp hammer. Finally Chu stays down, lumps on his lumps on his lumps on his lumps. Back in Arlong Park, Sanji and Karubi erupt from the water, both lying there for a moment gasping for air. Chaos and to a lesser extent Zoro pull the chef to his feet. Luffy's okay for now. Damn it Psycho, you were meant to deal with him, Sanji grumbles, but his emotions were muted due to extreme pain. Chaos sighs. He dove in the water. I can't follow him unless you wanted to save both of us in the process. Good job for surviving that idiot though. Sanji nods. I'm not dying today, especially as I can't trust you and Moss Head to keep Nami and Kaya safe. The blonde mutters half jokingly, make sure Zoro doesn't die while I deal with this dumbass. We'll need all the men we can muster when Arlong gets off his fat ass to fight us. The purplet flashes a grin as he lets Sanji go, catching Zoro just before he stumbles again. With that dealt with, Sanji turns to Karubi, who had finally stood back up but was panting tiredly. You really think you can beat me just because we're out of the water? My fishman karate may be weaker above water but it's still strong enough to kill one normal human, huh? Like Sanji's normal. Shit, does that count as a spoiler? He sneers and throws a punch with his remaining hand, but the blonde dodges so fast he practically teleported. You're a lot slower on land, the chef notes before kicking him in the throat. You think my love is weak? That I can't protect the people I care about? Let me show you my fiery passion. 1, He then proceeds to kick the crap out of the Ray, even going as far as to call out his targets, but even then Kurubi was unable to stop him. Even as he prepares his ultimate attack, Sanji is unimpressed. 1000 brick fist. The punch would probably have killed a human, had it connected. But no, instead the Rayfishman was kicked clean through Arlong Park, leaving a crater which he failed to crawl out of. That's how you deal with them, Sanji says as Hachin, Kurubi, Arlong gasps, his anger beginning to boil. Hey guys, I brought down Fish Lips. Finally we have proof nobody can defeat the might Captain Usopp. Usopp boasts from the wall, having just returned to the park. Chu 2, what are these people? Arlong thinks with just a shiver of fear, before rage drowned it. Arlong stands and walks to the edge of the water. You bastards. I should have never let it get this far. I should have torn you apart the moment you walked here. Now let me show you the difference in power between us, he says, filling his hand with water and tossing it. TBCLW. Well, there we go. Chaos Fruit is revealed and the Straw Hats held their own against Arlong's underlings. For the record, what happened under the water between Kurubi and Sanji as well as what the others are doing to help Luffy is basically the same as canon. Also, the 3 fights happened at the same time, partly because I cut out a lot of Usopp's running away. Techniques and abilities. Luffy Gum Gum Pinwheel. Like I said, Luffy twists himself up before grabbing the enemy. Then he relaxes, and because he's secured himself before using this technique, the energy can only go one way, through the enemy as he takes them for a ride. If they're large like Momo, they can even be used to clear the area of lesser enemies. Chaos, Eater of the Suru Suru no Mi. Reflect Fruit. Special Paramecia class. Reflect Armor. The silver, chrome substance that's been forming on him since the 2nd chapter. Like I said in the chapter, it minimizes, cancels out or redirects damage by reflecting it back on the attacker. This form of the armor is rather weak though, as if the attack is strong enough through and reach his body below. Zoro Streaming Wolf Swords. Using 2 swords to block while in a close range spin, Zoro carves into his opponent with his 3rd sword. Dragon Twister. Zoro spins his swords, causing a dragon-like tornado to form, slashing as well as blowing away his enemy. Usopp Red Star. Usopp uses ketchup to make it look like he took a grievous, mortal wound. Usopp Hammer. Usopp carries a hammer. He uses it to strike his opponents when he's within range. As a slingshot user and a coward, that's not too often. Usopp Rubber Band of Doom. One of his fake-out techniques, Usopp pulls a rubber band and prepares to fire, then runs away while the opponent is panicking. Kurubi 100 Brick Fist. Overpowered punch. Is apparently strong enough to do severe damage to human and fishmen. Given a reflected attack, basically mangled Kurubi's own fist. 1000 Brick Fist. The strongest attack in Kurubi's fishman karate arsenal. Not that it matters given it never connected with anything. Hachi Ink Jet. Hachi's an octopus, so he can spit ink to blind his opponents. Rokatoryu 6 Swords Style, made possible by Hachi being an octopus fishman and therefore having 6 arms with which to wield them. Tentacle Sword Overload. Hachi charges at his opponent, winning his swords wildly given how much metal is flying through the air, he's bound to hit something. Octopus Pot Stance. Hachi holds his swords out in front of him, blunt edges touching, sharp edges out. He then runs at the enemy, the blades protecting his core from a strike. New Year's, Open, Body Slam. Going straight from pot stance, Hachi swings open his arms, leaving his target wide open for a headbutt, body slam, sending them flying into the air. Waltz of 6 Swords. While in the air, Hachi gets under his target and begins to spin his swords. It should tear anyone unlucky enough to get caught in it to shreds. Rubber King and Mirror Master. Luffy's Great White. There should have been an explosion given the damage it did to the pirates, either that or it should have done almost nothing given all Arlong did was throw a handful of water at them. Zoro went down first due to his previous injuries, with Chaos and Sanji also getting shoved back by the force of the attack, a second handful dropping them on their asses just like the swordsman. Fuck, all he did was throw water at us, Sanji grunts in pain. Chaos nodding in agreement as he slowly sits up, the shark grinning madly. Arlong's attack tore up the eldest Straw Hat's shirt, allowing the shark to see his handiwork. Even without holes the cracks radiated out of and connecting each spot that he hit still looked like someone had shot at reinforced glass. I'll be honest, hitting you with that as well as the other two was a gamble. I might have needed to dodge those redirected water attacks, Arlong admits, and Chaos chuckles. Yeah, that's not something I've perfected yet. Melee combat is my speciality. The most reliable I could have done was redirect the damage, which would just ionize the water. Pointless use of my powers, as they say. He explains as Sanji and Zoro get back up. Unfortunately, so does Hatchin. Arlong. The fishman looks up. Ah, Nami, perfect timing. You must be here to see me deal with these useless human trash? No, Arlong raises an eye ridge. I'm here to kill you, she states coldly in a matter-of-fact tone. Despite that, Arlong just laughed. Kill me, dear sweet Nami. Are you even able to keep track of how many times you've tried and failed to kill me since I took you in? I lost count after 30 myself. I'm not sure why it's failed to enter your brain that pathetic humans like yourself can't kill a fishman like me. He chuckles. Now I'm not going to kill you, but you're not leaving this place. You're going to stay here forever as our cartographer, drawing maps for me, until you die. That's the plan, but I'd much prefer you return to me of your own free will. You can re-enter the fold and become an Arlong pirate again, or I'll have my fishmen kill every living thing on this island except you and burn that tangerine grove to the ground, then force you to draw sea charts for me. It's a simple choice, Nami, especially for someone who's supposed to be the third smartest human in the East Blue. He grins widely. I'll even spare the villagers if you come back to me. They haven't actually done anything yet after all. Though these idiots will have to be killed to set an example for anyone who gets any ideas about revolution. So that's the choice, Nami. Will you join me and keep the village safe? Or join them in fighting and watch everyone you ever cared about die? I can't do this. If I stay with Luffy and the others, Arlong will tear everyone apart. But if I join him, the village will be safe, but still under his thumb. Fuck. Nami internally screams, hands clenching around the edges of her hat. Luffy's hat. No, I can't give up. I need to believe they can pull through. She breathes in and out, then turns to the villagers. Well, it looks like we're fighting to the death. Arlong sneers. That was a poor decision, but it seems there's no turning back now. He was about to advance on the mob when a fountain erupts just outside Arlong Park. What? Seriously, it's one thing after another today. Chaos grins. The captain will see you. Well, give it 5 minutes, he chuckles before tossing his dagger, not even reacting when the fishman easily catches it. This is it? You humans think this puny thing is the legendary Heb? Ah? Arlong groans as a blade the size of Uru embeds itself in his right shoulder. Yes, it is. Chaos smiles as with a flick of the wrist the longsword is forcefully yanked from the fishman's body, morphing into its Kopesh form on the way back. The standing teens look between each other and nod. Sanji jumping back into the water while Chaos pulls Zoro up, the green-haired man lightly shoving the purpleette away to steady himself. Splash, Hatchin. Arlong yells, the octopus getting the message and beginning to charge when Chaos, being the least injured and therefore able to move the quickest, pushed him back with his foot. No interfering, he states, blocking Hatchin's attack with a buster sword. Imbeciles, Arlong growls as he begins to walk towards the pool, backstepping when he catches a flash of steel in his periphery. Zoro stands before him, 3 swords out and ready to fight. Even if he swayed a little the longer he stood, you're not going anywhere. And you're not going to stop him getting Luffy back up here, he states between ragged breaths. In the ocean, people with devil fruit powers lose even the strength needed to struggle, as well as their powers. Incorrect, at least for people like Luffy, as he can still stretch, but he has no control of it himself, so Arlong gets half a point. He will die down there, Arlong says, watching for the moment to strike. The swordsman was good, but his current condition left quite a few openings in his technique. Egg Star Arlong frowns as he takes focus off Zoro for a second, batting away the egg as if it were nothing. I got your back, Zoro, Usopp declares, from the other side of the wall to Arlong Park. Despite everything, Nami smiles. They're all alive, even Usopp. Okay, so we need to keep Arlong out of the water until Sanji can get Luffy free. I'll just stop him from going anywhere, Usopp thinks as he reaches into his bag of tricks. Hey Zoro, now's your chance, he yells. Usopp rubber band of doom. If I'm taking you down, I'm starting with that big nose, Zoro declares, swinging straight for the fishman's face, but the sword was stopped dead on the aforementioned long nose. Stupid human, Arlong cackles. It's a proud nose because it's unbreakable. If you were at full strength, you might have been able to give it a nick, but like this you didn't stand a chance, then punctures that statement, by puncturing Zoro's chest. Big bro. Zoro. Arlong sneers as he holds the swordsman by his throat. That's all you got then? Too bad. I almost broke a sweat, his eyebrow raises. What's with all these bandages, did the weak human fall over? He taunts before ripping them clean off. Zoro holding in a scream of pain. Arlong stares at Zoro's injury in a mixture of horror and morbid fascination. How is this human even still alive right now? What are you? Human, but I'm the guy who fought Dracul Mahak of Wallachia, and lived to talk about it, Zoro answers, voice brimming with pride. For a moment the primal fear center of his mind flared to life, Arlong thinking, what the fuck has that ginger bitch dropped on my head this time? Before it was ruthlessly buried once more, doesn't matter. He dies right now, Arlong says mostly to himself but is confused by the human's expression. If a person stays put, their wounds won't open up, Zoro smiles despite the pain. Arlong narrows his eyes, find something amusing about your situation, besides living a few more seconds? I wasn't talking about me, Zoro answers and Arlong's eyes widen as one thought zips through his mind. Shit, Hachi. He turns just as Hachin erupts in a fountain of blood. All his flailing around reopened his wounds, falling to the ground in front of a winded Chaos, who gives the limp octopus man a kick to the head just to be sure, before turning to help Zoro. Before we get that far there was a commotion just outside Arlong Park, followed by one just above it as Luffy shot up into the sky, loudly declaring, I'm back, bringing a smile to the faces of his crew. Took your time getting back, monkey, Chaos teases, needs a new watch. You're late, Zoro grunts. His eyes shrinking to pinpricks when he feels Luffy's hands on his back, ah crap. Let's switch, Luffy yells, pulling Zoro out of Arlong's grip and using the energy to fling himself towards the shark while sending Zoro a probably safe distance away. You idiot, was the collective yell of everyone except Arlong at the rubber boy's maneuver, but it was silenced when he started laying into Arlong. G-whip gum pistol. The bell stunned Arlong long enough for the whip to overbalance him, meaning the pistol was able to slam him up against Arlong Park, with Gum Gatling his final attack sending him through the building. I forget how strong you are sometimes, Luffy, Chaos muses as everyone else was frozen in shock at the fact Luffy was able to do so much damage to Arlong when none of the others seemed to be able to do anything to the saw shark. A grunt broke the spell as rubble shifted. That all you got? Arlong taunts as he stands back up. Luffy cracks him knuckles and puts on his serious face. Nope, just a warm up. Got to make sure everything still works after my swim. You stupid human. You were better off drowning on the ocean floor, Arlong growls as begins to walk towards the brothers. Nah, I like it better up here, Luffy replies, doing stretches to get his rubber body back to its usual elasticity. You can't even comprehend my anger right now. I watched my brothers get crushed like worms. You don't understand, but soon you'll see you should have all stopped fighting a long time ago, he says with a rumble in his voice. But Luffy seems unconcerned and Chaos actually had the gall to look amused. Seriously, what are these people? Are they even people? Anger makes most people sloppy, but Arlong had focus. It was just what he focused on was causing as much pain as possible. Using more water as a distinction, the moment Chaos brought his arms up to defend himself, Arlong put all his fishman strength into slamming his forearm into his face, grinning widely when he hears a crunch and the momentum throws the bony pirate through a wall deep into Arlong Park. Now he just had Luffy to worry about, and this kid was basically a brainless moron, so this shouldn't take too long. Do you know the difference between you and I? He asks, oddly calm despite his boiling rage. Is it the nose? The fin? Do you have a tail? Luffy asks, offers, confused sweat drops forming on the crowd, while ticks formed on Arlong's forehead. Species. The shark yells, trying to take a bite out of Luffy, but the captain dodges, and continues to dodge until he's backed into a corner and pinned by Arlong's large blue hand. With his vice-like grip on the boy's chest, Luffy was forced to physically grab his head and move it out of the way of the path of Arlong's jaws, causing the sharkman to embed his teeth into the pillar behind him. Momentary shock of biting into something much harder than expected gave Luffy a chance to escape and put a little distance between them. Yeah, take that, you stupid fish man. With a blow like that his teeth are gonna break. Through the pillar. Usopp screams the last part in shock as Arlong bites through the pillar, tearing down the section he was holding up. So glad none of us had to fight Arlong up to now. That bastard could bite right through you without even trying, Sanji thinks with a healthy dose of fear running down his spine. Arlong chuckles before going off on another spiel. This is the inherent strength of a fishman. It's pitiful how you humans are born with such weak bodies and limited potential. It makes sense for you to bow before me as your genetic and physical superior. We've been on a different level to you weaklings from the very beginning, but you continue to flail around in the dirt. Isn't it time for you to just die? Luffy scoffs and gets into a ready stance. Bring it, Arlong. There's no way I'm losing to a fishman. After all, I'm going to be king of the pirates. Arlong scoffs. King of the pirates? A punt human like you couldn't possibly conquer the Grand Line. Hell, you're not even going to make it to the Grand Line. You can't even crush a pillar with your jaws. So what? Arlong was confused by the question. Stop bragging about fishy things. You're not that awesome, Luffy argues, sending his fist through some rubble. Besides, breaking rocks with your teeth seems dumb. Ticks form on Arlong's neck. Idiot. That's not the point. Every human on this planet is weak. What good are you if you can't even pull yourself out of the water? He jumps at Luffy once more. But the captain dodges rather swiftly, grabbing some swords along the way. As it happens, I'm worthless without my friends backing me up, he declares with a smile, further confusing the fishman, which probably helps when Luffy starts swinging the swords at him, forcing him to step back with each swing to remain out of reach. You're insane. Whatever this crap is, it isn't swordsplay. You're just a child playing pirate flailing those swords around, Arlong mocks before batting one away with his nose and catching the other in his jaw. I hope you realize by now this is no game. He grumbles around the metal, just before shattering it with a clench of his teeth. Enough games, now you die. Shut up. Luffy yells before punching the shark square in the jaw, throwing him back but also, to Arlong as much as everyone else's, breaking his teeth. You're right, I don't know the first thing about using a sword besides not holding the sharp part. Where's this going? Usopp, Kaya and Nami wonder, Sanji knowing this was going to end badly and Zoro was too out of it to care. I'm not a swordsman, I can't navigate, or cook, or lie, really come up with plans, or make portals and redirect attacks. I know if I was doing this alone I'd be dead by now, but with friends, family, nakama we fit together, we cover the gaps the others have in their own skills. Arlong chuckles. So you finally admit what a pathetic human you are? He asks with a tinge of amusement, rather anger for a change. You're an idiot, but you're honest. How do your crew feel putting up with this stupidity each and every day? Bet it drives them half insane. But then it confuses me how much trouble they went through in order to save you. Their brainless buffoon of a captain. A half-wit like you doesn't deserve anything, never mind a ship and crew. What could you possibly do that makes you worth their time and effort? Luffy smirks. I can kick your ass. I'm strong and I have a dream, that's my part of the team fulfilled, he answers, getting cheers from the mob and slight smiles from the crew. Cheer all you want, it won't save you, Arlong shouts, his broken teeth falling out and newer ones shooting out almost instantly. Holy crap, you got new teeth. I'm a shark. Each set that breaks is replaced by another, and each one is stronger than the last. Don't know if that's how that works, but it sounds good, so who cares? He says before yanking out a set just before another grows back, endlessly. He finishes, pulling out the second and letting the third form. Now he had a set in each hand as well as his jaw. This is one of the many gifts given to fishmen, which make us greater than any humans. That's so cool. Not the time, Luffy. Tooth attack. Arlong leaps at Luffy, using his removed teeth like clamps or shears, trying to snap at Luffy. First being able to dodge, but Arlong's frenzy meant he was bound to hit something eventually. Arlong, stop, it hurts too bad. It was another fishman. Luffy pulling one of the previously beaten minions up as a human shield. And given he was free of bite marks, I'd say it did its job perfectly. Laughing face. You stretchy freak. How dare you use one of my brothers as a shield? Luffy sighs in relief before shrugging. Hey, you attacked me, remember? Not my fault you weren't looking where you were snapping. Arlong steamed. Don't you move, you little freak. Luffy hums and rubs his chin. Now there's an idea. Luffy has an idea. Oh crap, here we go, Aga and tooth attack. This time the attacks were, not so much slower, just more focused, as well as clearly being individual attacks, meaning Arlong was holding back to avoid going frenzy again and risking another of his brothers to the human's treachery. Luckily Luffy was still able to pull himself out of the way, for the most part, until he sees an opening and kicks Arlong in the face, knocking him onto his back and leaving a large dent in the ground. This kid is making a mockery of me, a mighty fishman. You know what, Fu getting sliced and diced. Arlong grunts before punching him way through the wall of Arlong Park, surprised there are still intact outer walls at this point, and pulled out his massive saw sword. Luffy's reaction to this change in tactics was layered, in order it went. Ah, I wanted to have shark teeth. That's not a very effective way to get things out of your house. And finally, shit, not so good with sharp things. Arlong's clear lack of care towards collateral damage shows why the others wanted to deal with the Straw Hats themselves. Arlong was causing more damage to Arlong Park in a couple of swings than had been done to the building in the entire back-to-back fights everyone else had done up to that moment, jumping after his prey and swinging his saw blade with reckless, or maybe just feckless, abandon. While dodging Arlong's enormous saw sword, Luffy hops, climbs his way up Arlong Park until he's distracted by a plume of dark blue smoke coming out of one of the windows. Wondering if the source would be able to help, he bounces in the window, finding himself in a room full of paper, charts and maps. "Glad to see you finally made it," a calm voice says, and Luffy turned. There at the desk by the window, clear evidence that he shoved the contents to the floor so he could sit down, was chaos. A serpent-styled pipe clenched between his teeth, though what bothered Luffy was that the smoke didn't just come out of his mouth and the pipe but escaped out the cracks in his face and neck, most worryingly one that nearly split his left eye. The only good thing was he could see the cracks were visibly sealing themselves. "What is this place?" "At the moment a place to recover. Otherwise I believe it's the map room," Chaos answers with a heavy sigh, rising just before Arlong crashes through the window. Meanwhile on the ground Nami pales. "No, not that room," she practically screams in her mind. "There's nowhere else to run, humans," Arlong says, glass crunching under his sandals. "It ends here, in the highest level of Arlong Park. It seems fitting you die here, considering it was because of Nami you embarked on this suicide mission." Luffy looks confused. Why?" Arlong spreads his arms and chuckles. "This is where I've kept Nami, where she draws all my sea charts." Luffy looks around, Chaos already having peeked at everything while he attempted to recover. This was Nami's room. Arlong nods. These sea charts are the culmination of the last 8 years of Nami's life. Even at a glacé it should be obvious these maps are more valuable than any treasure. Gathering data on the ocean is simple for a fishman, but translating that information into a usable map is quite difficult, which is why we needed a surveyor. And that's where Nami came in. In fact, it's her skill in map making that is the sole reason I refused to part with her. There is no one who even comes close, in the East Blue or even the Grand Line. Her talents are too good for humans like you. She should be used to build up the mighty Arlong Empire. Now listen here, little human. Nami belongs to me. Arlong speaks directly to Luffy. "Is that so?" Luffy's response was, "Empty, and you're interfering in our business. Nami isn't your friend. Get that through your thick skull before you perish." "I don't care," Luffy states flatly. "Nami is our navigator." Arlong grins. "Oh really? You want Nami to navigate the little dingy of yours? What a waste of her talents. There is nobody in the world who can compare to her skill as map making. Letting her go isn't an option, even less with humans like you. That girl has a gift and there's nothing worse than wasting natural talent, which is exactly what would happen if I let you put her on your boat. Drawing sea charts for me is the only way for her to live to her full potential. This pen is stained with blood," Chaos notes, holding the offending item by the tip of the feather, his face pinched, showing up the cracks more deeply than before. "In order for me to obtain world supremacy, her sea charts are vital. She will continue drawing sea charts for my own ambition, and once her charts give me full knowledge of all the world's oceans, nothing will stand in my way. We will be invincible. The world will kneel before us, before me. First this island, then the East Blue, and finally the world. You could never use her like me," he boasts, seemingly unaware of the growing anger in the room. "Use her," Luffy repeats, hands clenching around the bloody pen. "Yes, even a worthless human can be of use to a fish," He couldn't finish that sentence as Luffy's fist slammed into his face. The sharkman just balanced himself before a deep gash appeared on his chest. "This room is keeping Nami here. It has to go," Luffy mutters flatly before turning to his brother, Chaos. "Do it." Chaos readjusts his fedora. "You sure?" Luffy's serious face was his answer. "Okay then." Click whoosh. "Wah, what are you doing?" Arlong yells frantically as his life's work goes up in smoke thanks to some indigo flames. Sacrificing a rather nice lighter to destroy Nami's connection to this place. "Seems like a good deal to me," Chaos answers with a smile that doesn't reach his eyes. "You bastards, I'll kill you all," he roars, swinging his saw sword down on them, except Odo no Gosuto no Boikita Hansha. Zabameru. It clashes with another multi-toothed blade, which Chaos uses to shield himself and Luffy. "Too bad, so sad, try again next time." He chuckles humorlessly. Sparks fly between both blades rubbing against one another. "How? You're just an ordinary human. You shouldn't be able to do this," Arlong grunts as he tries to push forward but fails. "Luffy and I grew up together, we've gone through the same shit. I may not be able to match him in pure physical might, I'm more a technique guy, but I can hold my own just fine against a bastard like you." He smiles with pointed teeth and for a second Arlong thinks he sees slitted pupils, before his mind is occupied by something a little more important, that being the shark saw had just been snapped in two. Chaos removes his hat and slips it into his cloak. The frown on his face causing a tiny voice in Arlong's head to yell, "Run," but he ignored it as always. It's not enough to simply burn the maps. As long as this room exists, Nami will never be free, so it must be destroyed, and the best way to do that is to tear the entire place down with it. Luffy then raises his foot, shooting it up through the ceiling till it finds open air. "Oh no you don't, shark tooth drill reflect armor." Chaos puts himself between Luffy and Arlong, his fruit-breaking teeth, but his chest still got painfully shredded, at least until Gum Gum Battle Axe. Luffy's foot manages to hit the back of Arlong's head, bringing the fishman for a ride the rest of the journey to the bottom of Arlong Park. Unfortunately, the damage sustained from Arlong's assault earlier, all the damage their previous fights had done to the bottom floor, combined with this were too much for the building and it collapsed in on itself. "Luffy! Chaos!" Nami screams as Yosaku and Johnny pull her to safety. Everything was unnaturally quiet for a few minutes as everyone stared at the mound of debris that had once been the intimidating Arlong Park. Then there was a soft of shifting rubble. From the wreckage of Arlong Park, Luffy and Chaos pulled themselves free, the captain standing tall and loudly proclaiming, "Nami. We will always be Nakama." At the top of his voice, Chaos smiles softly as Nami cries happy tears. "Oh Luffy," she thinks fondly, with tears streaming down her face as she returns the straw hat to its rightful place, after the rubber boy lolloped over at a much more sedate pace than usual. "He won, Arlong Park has fallen, we're finally free." In all the commotion, another shift of rubble was unnoticed by the villagers. With a pained groan, Arlong falls out of the pile and sees Nami and Luffy smiling and happy. He may have more broken than intact bones right now, and probably internal bleeding, but he was going to rip that rubber bastard apart before he went. "Shark!" Saigo no blows Luffy's hat off his head. When he picks it back up, he notices the look of shock and horror on his navigator's face. It was then the attack name finally registered in his brain. "No way, you used that move and I missed it," he pouts before turning to see Chaos' handiwork. The purplet had a blade embedded to the hilt in Arlong's forehead, and due to the nature of his sword that meant its depth, length was unknown, and so was the damage. It was enough to hold the entire saw shark's dead body up, but as he shoved the lump aside and pulled it out, it was already on its way to returning to its original form. If you had been able to watch, you would have seen Arlong coming and I wouldn't have needed to use it. "Anyone know if fishmen have spare hearts? Just out of curiosity?" he asks, wiping blood of the Kopesh. Nami shakes her head. "No, Arlong wouldn't have kept something like that secret. If he did, it would have been used as more proof of fishman's superiority by him," she says with a sigh. "Then he's definitely dead. Well, what do we have here? Arlong Park destroyed." A familiar condescending jackass makes a reappearance. "I'm sure you all know pirate loot becomes property of the Marines. Chi. Nezumi smirks until Chaos moves to the side and he freezes. "Arlong's dead. If you don't leave now, you'll join him," Nami explains bluntly. the rest of the village glaring at him and his remaining marines. Nezumi looks about ready to retort when a gum pistol shot him down the road. "And stay out," Luffy yelled, having had enough of S like him and Arlong hurting Nami. "You brat, do you have any idea who you're dealing with? I'm a marine corporal." Not for long, Chaos smirks while Luffy picks his nose in disinterest. "Do I look like I care? I'm a pirate. Marines don't scare us," he laughs. Before Nami is allowed beat the message into him, Rubber King and Mirror Master. End of a saga. Last Straw Hat? The party thrown by the people of the island afterwards was insane and intense, which given it was pretty much a 3-day bender is understandable, more booze than even Zoro and Nami could drink. What felt like thousands of women for Sanji to swoon over and flirt with an entire crowds of people who didn't know Usopp was a lying liar who lies, so listened eagerly to his stories as well as danced along with his singing. Chaos was taking it easy, doctor's orders, but still managed to get some booze into him, while Luffy appeared to have almost 5 types of meat in his mouth at the same time. Finally Kaya was assisting with patching up their swordsman. "This is a good job, don't get me wrong, but you guys really need an actual doctor. There are things well beyond your skills that are a lot more likely to occur given your crew's members and occupation, if you know what I mean," the doctor comments as they stitch up Zoro's wound before reapplying his bandages. Kaya sighs, "I know, but I'm all they have and I'm trying to constantly improve my craft in order to stay ahead of whatever insanity Luffy brings to us. Still, a qualified doctor would be nice. A doctor, musician, maybe even an archaeologist and artist," Luffy adds through the window. "Got any ham melons?" he asks Zoro, reaching up and slamming the window shut with a pained groan. Later Genzo makes his way up the hill, hoping for a moment to speak to Belmere, but when he got here someone was already there. "You know, miss, I don't know whether to like you for doing so well raising those girls as well as going as far as to die for them, or hate you because Nami's kind of a cunt." Genzo grits his teeth and almost marches over, but he contains himself when Chaos continues, "Still, regardless, I respect you for doing all that practically alone. You're one of the few Marines I have no problems with, in fact I actually kind of like you. Nice work, dear." Chaos turns and sees the man behind him. "Hey Genzo. This is the right grave I'm speaking to, correct? Belmere was Nami's mother?" The old man nods, only one she ever knew. Belle rescued those girls from a war zone, just after Nejiko found Nami crying in the wreckage. Those 3 weren't in any way related. "Why would that matter?" Genzo stops at the taller boy's question. "You think Nejiko sees Nami any less her sister because they don't share blood? Or that Belmere thought them any less her daughters? Or either girl think of you as less their father?" Genzo's jaw drops, but the purpleette continues. "I've got no family and Luffy just has his gramps. But counting each other we had 3 brothers, a big sis and an honorary mama. Not to mention Nakama. Family doesn't end with blood. Best I can say is it starts with it. What matters is you care." He gave quite the impassioned speech, his fists clenched tightly. Genzo sighs. "If you'd let me finish you'd have seen me agree. There wasn't a drop of blood between them, but they were a family." Chaos laughs and rubs the back of his neck with a slight blush. "Oh, sorry about that." He then takes his bottle and empties it over the marker. "Arlong is gone and the village is free. Just because you're dead doesn't mean you have to miss out on the celebration, Belmere." He sighs tiredly, wringing his hands. "I know you'll want a moment alone. Good night, Genzo." He walks off. Genzo shakes his head and chuckles lowly. "Belmere, your youngest, sure brought some freaks and weirdos to our village. But it's clear they care about her and her them. Your girl is finally free to pursue her dreams, and it's all thanks to those guys." A tear slides down his cheek. "You'd be proud of who they've both become. Those little rascals you dropped on our laps." He smiles sadly, before placing his pinwheel in the ground beside the grave. The next morning Chaos hoped the booze was worth it, having supplied Kaya with the megaphone she was currently yelling at a hungover Zoro, first for drinking while taking medication, then louder when he told her he hadn't taken the medication and just had the booze itself. Luckily he was the only one who drank that much of the people leaving, the others able to get their supplies, including Nami's money, onto the ship. They were just missing one thing. "Where's that bloody witch?" Zoro asks, ears ringing as he shuffles away from the blonde. "Don't know, but we probably can't wait too long. We can't leave without her," Sanji yells angrily, the others taking a step back before him and Zoro begin another fight. Before anything else can be said there's a loud commotion, as their navigator ran full tilt towards them. Open the sails, now, she yells loudly. The others were confused. Except Sanji, who loudly protested until Luffy silenced him and told them to do as she said. Because of this, the Mary had already started to sail away when she reaches the crowd of villagers, slipping between bodies and finally rolling past Negico and Genzo before jumping off the edge of the harbor. Luffy and Chaos catching her arms and lifting her onto the deck. That seemed really dangerous, Usopp worries while Nami chuckles. Not as dangerous as this, she grins and lifts her shirt. Kaya getting ready to cover Usopp's eyes, but it doesn't go that high. Just enough for about 30 wallets, purses, watches and pieces of jewelry fall to the deck. The pirates, not having gotten far enough away to avoid hearing them all, yell angrily as they realize what Nami's parting gift was. She'd pickpocketed them all. Luffy and Chaos laugh, the purplet using his captain to stabilize himself. Kaya giggled once she was sure Nami wasn't about to flash them, and the rest just stared at her in shock. A little something to remember me by, thanks a bunch, she yells back to them, grinning widely as she does so. Glad you're back officially, Nami. Chaos smiles as he places a hand on her shoulder, before slamming her headfirst into the wall. The fuck you do that for, you bastard? Sanji yells as he launches a flying kick, which the first mate just about dodges. Nami Swan hasn't done a thing to why. He shuts up when Nami's fist finds his face. Stay out of this, she practically shrieks, then sighs. That was the payback you mentioned before, right? Chaos nods, taking into account your previous circumstances. It's just the one instead of 3 feet. He then smiles widely. I like the new ink. Much cooler than the last one, he says, drawing attention to Nami's arm. Where once Arlong's Roger sat like a brand, now a swirling design took its place. A stylized pinwheel and tangerine. Though the latter part needed to be explained as it wasn't exactly obvious with everything being blue and all. Marine Branch 16, hello? Hello? This is Navy Headquarters? Good, this is Colonel Nezumi of Branch 16, code 00733. I have a request. There's no need to shout, I can. There are 2 pirates out here. One wears a straw hat and is named Luffy. The other is his first mate, the purple-haired one, Chaos. These 2 and their crew of 7 are enemies of the government. Luffy and Chaos, got it? The clerk nods as he writes it down. They managed to take down the reportedly unbeatable fishman Arlong in their home base. The tall one even killed Arlong himself. Based on the grave threat they face to the peace, a large bounty has been placed on their heads. Transmitting photos now. The clerk nods. I've got them. Are you sure this is a dangerous pirate, Captain? The other, I believe. They're evil in his eyes, but Straw Hat. The man is both surprised and confused. This grinning idiot looks completely harmless. Couldn't you get a better picture than that? Nezumi yells at his subordinate. No, sorry sir. Okay. I'll have these verified and submitted for approval. Also, Colonel, you're required to return to Marine Headquarters. The mouse-faced Marine looked confused on the Den Mushi, but sighs. Of course, I'll head there straight away, he grumbles before hanging up. The Marine sighs before making another call. Commodore Branu. Nezumi is on his way to Marine Headquarters as you requested. The green-haired man groans and runs his fingers through his afro. While he did find it amusing when a criminal's own incompetence led to their capture, it was still a sad day when it was one of their own. Flashback, Arlong-sama. Mission is accomplished. Marine guy is dead just like you asked, a high-pitched, childlike voice called. This is a secure Marine line. How did you get this frequency? Sorry, Mousy-san lent me his den to call Arlong-sama. He always so helpful to fishmen in Koho-yakusha. Mouse-san. Yep. Marine guy with mouse face. He's always so nice to me and Mari, not like other Marines. Arlong pay him very well because of that. Mari, my cousin Mari. Kali, we squid fishmans under Captain Arlong-sama. Mouse-san is a really good friend to us and Arlong-san. Flashback ends. Rubber King and Mirror Master. The beginning and the end. Welcome to Logia Town. In, out, in, out, in, out. What's he doing? Nami asks, with Logia Town in sight and about 15 minutes away from the she was watching as Chaos sits in Luffy's usually thinking position in a meditative pose. Rather than answering her, Luffy asks his own question. What we got? He asks, smiling, to which the purplet turns and smiles slightly. 4, maybe 5. Buggy was a surprise as well as something that feels familiar but different. Buggy must have found one for his crew since we last met. The problem is I can't get a further read, it's like peering through thick smoke. He frowned at that last part. But it's a thin veil. Feels like if I managed to pierce that shell I'd be walking headfirst into a hurricane. Luffy nods. Well, time to find out. Here we go, he yells cheerfully, getting everyone's attention. A few minutes later, okay, we're just reached the port of Logatown. Everyone know what they're doing? Nami asks as everyone gathers on deck. I need to pick up 2 new swords. No way I'm heading to the Grand Line at anything less than my best, Zoro answers with a sigh, hand caressing Watto's hilt. I'm in charge of food, I'll be trying to get some tools to improve my stars and keep Mary up to scratch. I'm bringing Kaya to find her some better guns, probably revolvers, Chaos says as he pulls the blonde toward him. The girl blushes but giggles nonetheless. I want to see where Gold Rogers was executed, Luffy exclaims, rounding off the crew. Okay. Now remember this is our last stop before the Grand Line, so grab anything we'll need but also keep an eye out for Marines. Especially you 2 wanted idiots. Nami glares at the brothers, still not happy about that. Yes mom, the 2 reply flatly, before making a hasty retreat from their navigator's wrath. Chaos pushing Kaya ahead of him in the direction of the nearest weapons shop. Chaos and Kaya. Here we are, Chaos grins as they enter, the bell jingling as they did so. Ah. How may I help you? The man at the counter asks. I require 2 revolvers, Kaya answers. The freezes, you're the one who suggested them, what kind did you say? Chaos' smile grows, ocelots Miss Kaya. The plan was to deck you out in dual ocelots, he explains, and the shopkeeper scoffs. While these 2 weren't exactly scruffy and the taller one had a fancy cloak, they sure didn't look like the sort who could afford an ocelot. Never mind 2. Plus they didn't look like or hold themselves the way the Marines he usually outfitted do. This means they're either pirates, bounty hunters or mercenaries, something that had been springing up a lot since that pirate crew turned in their Jolly Roger and became a mercenary company, or PF as they're called on the Grand Line. Really, and how will you be paying for them? He asks with a slight sneer. Crash bang clatter, his eyes widen at the number and variety of blades, firearms and even a few armor pieces the purplet lays on his table. I was thinking we could see how much these were worth, then use Barry for the remainder, Chaos replies with a slasher smile. The man swallows, give me a moment to tally this up, he mumbles after retrieving the desired weapons. Later, thank you for this, I'm sure we'll do business here again if we're ever back in Logatown, Kaya says with a smile and a slight bow while Chaos gets the door. Z's Pura, 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 Z's, Pura, Pura, Pura. The reflect human freezes and smiles widely. That what I think it is? He asks. Luffy was a boy of many talents. Navigation on land or sea aren't on that list. This is probably how he ended up at the docks when looking for the execution platform, which was in the center of town. I'm here, but where the hell am I? He sighs in annoyance before seeing someone who might be able to help. The man in front of him was tall and sturdily built, short white hair, furred cuffs on his marine jacket that was left open to expose his muscular chest, as well as the bandolier of cigars he wore, not counting the 2 in his mouth. He also wore a jute on his back. Hey mister, do you know where the execution platform is? Luffy asks loudly. Smoker's eyebrows raise in surprise. This kid in a straw hat just walks up to him and talks. Sure, it was kind of nice to see a civilian not on the verge of shitting themselves when they see him walk past, but it had been so long the change was still a shock. Over that way, kid. Just follow the smoke, he answers, gruffly. A poof of smoke escapes his cigar and forms a trail to follow. Luffy grins. Thanks mister, he says before running off. What a nice guy. Weird kid, Smoker thinks before one of his subordinates runs up to him. Captain Smoker, sir. We finally have the bounty posters of Mirror Master Chaos and Straw Hat Luffy, he announces, holding the posters up to Smoker's face. That one looks like a psychopath, while the other, shit. Smoker curses as he turns and heads in the direction Luffy ran off. Hey kid, get back here, he yells. The other Marines follow in confusion. Zoro stepped into Logatown with one goal in mind. Replacing the 2 of his swords Mihawk shattered back at the Bharati. The problems were he had no idea where he should go to buy swords and lacked the navigational ability to get to it even if he knew where he was meant to go. It was because of this he ended up nearly walking into two things ganging up on a dark blue-haired girl. Catching the tail end of the conversation about how this had something to do with their boss, so Zoro assumed she had done something to piss these guys off, as seemed to happen a lot with his own crew, Captain most of all. When they tried to attack her though, Zoro reached for his last sword, but the girl draws her own and takes them down with skill Zoro hadn't seen in a while. The chick's good, if I had time I'd probably try ask for a spar with her, he thinks with a small smile, just before the brunette trips over her own feet and falls, glasses bouncing off the cobbles. Oddly enough, this reminded me of something that was said about Zoro himself. He has great battle awareness or whatever you'd call it, but he has really shitty special awareness or navigational ability outside of combat. Not seeing a reason not to, Zoro walks over and picks up the glasses as the clearly half-blind girl gropes around for them on the ground. Here to go am I. Zoro freezes as she looks up in the direction of his voice. Without the glasses, sure there was the obvious age difference, but taking that into account she was a dead ringer. Ops. For Kuina. But how? He thinks, the glasses slipping from his limp fingers. Only the click when they once more hit the ground again, brining him out of it. Sorry. Here are your glasses, he tries again, looking anywhere but her face so as not to get distracted. Thanks, it's Toshigi by the way. So what are you in Logia Town for? She asks after introducing herself. Zoro accepting the hand and nod. Looking for swords, he answers, vague but direct, which actually described his goal in the first place. Oh, there's a good store just for that over there. Toshigi points in the direction Zoro had just come from. Trying to avoid cursing, he nods and expresses his thanks to the brunette and walks over to the store. When he goes in, there was a man with a bright red nose snoring on the counter, so Zoro rings the bell till he starts to move. Oh hello, what can I do for you? The man asks, a little groggy but at least attempting to be friendly. I'm looking for 2 swords and I have 100,000 berry to spend, Zoro states, glad disappointed at how little money he'd managed to save, but there was no way he was going to borrow from his witch of a navigator, especially not with the loan shark smile she'd been giving him since they decided to stop in Logia Town. Ippon Matsu scowls, great, another sint bastard, go through the barrel over there. They're all about 50,000 berry each. He grumbles, but freezes when he sees the sword on Zoro's hip. Could it be a ranked sword in the hands of this nobody? Hey, can I get a look at that sword of yours? He asks. Trairo shrugs, sure I guess, he says, handing it over. Ippon Matsu unsheathes Wado and practically explodes inside. Okay, keep it cool, you can do this. This is a pretty nice sword you got there. Interested in selling? I'll give you 200,000 berry for it. What? Are you kidding me? Okay, I'll give you 250, number 300. This sword for 500,000. Zoro groans. Just give it back here. I'm not selling, he grunts, grabbing the sword. Stillborn bastard, I'll give you 650,000, no wait, final offer, 800,000 berry. The shop bell distracts them, as does the new customer. Hello? Is my sugar done? Toshigi calls as she enters. Then her eyes light up when she sees the sword. Is that? Could it be? No, she's going to ruin everything. What's she talking about? Zoro thinks as Toshigi flicks through a pocketbook she had on her. She grins widely. There it is, the Wado Ichimonji, Owazamono grade. It's worth at least 10 million berry, she explains while the store owner steams. Zoro nods, makes sense, but I'm still not going to sell it, he says, returning it to its sheath on his hip. By the way, if you were coming here anyway, why didn't you walk with me? The swordsman asks, curious. Oh, seeing you knocked a thought free in my head, reminding me I had to get back my sugar from this place. Speaking of, she didn't get to finish as the sword was roughly tossed to her. There you go, ye loud mouth, and don't come back. You just cost me a lot of money, you idiot, Ippon Matsu grumbles. Toshigi flailing with sugar and crashes into a stand holding more swords. Well, as you heard, you got a pretty good sword. Shame it's in the hands of someone who won't appreciate it. There are a large collection of barrel swords for you to choose from for 50,000 apiece. Take any 2 you like. Asshole, what's his problem? Zoro grumbles as he approaches the barrels, then spots Toshigi was still in the shop. Hey, you've got quite the eye for swords. Want to help pick some for me? He asks. The brunette blinks before answering. But you already have a sword, a really good one at that. Yeah, but I use Santoryu, one isn't going to cut it, he answers. Free sword style, like that pirate hunter. Roronoa Zoro. Toshigi asks, to which he nods. He's known around the East Blue for his skills, but he's not a good person. A man who uses his swords like that is one without honor. It's messed up and makes real swordsmen look bad, pirates and bounty hunters as swords masters. It doesn't make any sense, she sighs. Zoro chuckles to himself. The world is always messed up, even in a place as quiet as the East Blue, he replies, before freezing for a second and pulling out the sword, getting the other occupants' attention. Toshigi gulps. That's one of the Kitetsu swords. They're all at least Wazamono grade. What's it doing here? Because it's cursed, Zoro answers before the owner could. That's what it says in that book of yours. That all the Kitetsu blades are cursed, I presume. She looks back to her booklet and nods. Great. I'll take it, Zoro declares, shocking both the others. I can't sell you that sword. The bloodlust of the Kitetsus have drove so many others to madness and a gruesome demise. If I sell you that sword and it kills you, I might as well have killed you myself, he yells before getting bonked on the head. Just let him buy the sword, the woman behind him argues, though Zoro ignores them as he unsheathes Sandai Kitetsu. Let's see which is stronger, the Kitetsu curse, or my good luck. He grins widely as he tosses the sword into the air, then holds out his arms in its path. Toshigi and Ippon Matsu neatly pass out when the blade tilts around his arm and embeds itself to the hilt in the floor. Like I said, I'll take it, he smiles, then turns to Toshigi, who is just getting back up. Can you pick out another for me? Sure, wait here. Ippon Matsu yells before running into the back of the store, quickly returning with something hidden under a tarp, which he removes to show a black handle and sheathed katana. It has a black lacquer finish and an uneven temper pattern. My shop is small, so this is the best sword I have. This is Yubashiri, Ippon Matsu explains. I can't afford, it's for free, same as Sandy Kitetsu. I'm sorry for trying to rip you off earlier, you're a true swordsman and that is where a weapon like this should be, he explains. Zoro not fully understanding but knowing enough to smile and accept the offer. It was then he noticed Toshigi staring at him. What? Nothing, it's just seeing such high-grade swords. It shouldn't affect me. One step forward and another step back, she says with a deep sigh. Zoro raises an eyebrow. What does that mean? My dream is to collect all the Wazamono swords, and at least see all the Seijo o Wazamono blades in action. Zoro chuckles. Well, if you want these swords, I'm not giving them up without a fight. Also, why give up at the end with just seeing the very best swords? I mean, Mihawk's blade is one for sure, but still. It's not Yuru that's the problem. Even if the thought of fighting Mihawk makes my knees knock, it's another blade that has me stayed just to see them in battle rather than obtain them. It's a cursed blade like your Kitetsu, but while that one corrupts, drives insane and eventually kills unworthy wielders, this one will kill you just from touching it. Oh, just give me a moment. She flicks through the booklet once more, stopping on the right page and showing it to Zoro, who pales. There it is, the Habi no Oni no Mi. Legendary blade of the pirate Mayhem D. Apophis, captain of the Demon Eye Pirates, she explains, pointing to the Kopesh at the top of the page. Since his death, neither the blade nor his devil fruit have been seen or even whispered about, but I'm going to find it when it eventually does reappear. After all, a sword like that will find someone who's worthy to wield it eventually. Shitrubber King and Mirror Master, mysterious beauty, remnant from Luffy's past. Logia Town Square. I finally found it, Luffy grins as he stands at the bottom of the execution platform. But how do I get up there? He wonders, not seeing any kind of ladder or steps to get up there. Then an idea comes to mind and he laughs before getting into position. Gum spring and jumping right to the top of the platform. Well, that was easy, he grins before turning and looking out into the square. So this is what the king of the pirates saw before he died. Nice. Unfortunately, Luffy could only be left to his own devices for long, as soon enough a man started yelling at him from far below. Hey you, get down from there. But why? Luffy calls back with a frown. You are standing on an execution platform that belongs to the world government. Now get down from there right now. That's not an answer. But okay, as long as you say the magic words, oh, and smile, Luffy replies, grinning as always. I don't have time for your games. Get down here before I arrest you. The man goes to take a step toward Luffy when he gets slammed in the back of the head by a large blunt object. Hey, that was once a description of its wielder, yo ho 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 ho. No one cares what you have to say, the woman growls before looking up to the straw hat. Hello Luffy. We meet Aga and Luffy blinks and adopts his other default look of confusion. His default expressions are happy and confused if anyone cares. Oh come now Luffy. Do you honestly expect me to believe you of all people have forgotten this face? She tilts her head, removing the shadows from her face caused by her cowboy hat. She's absolutely gorgeous, an unparalleled beauty. I want to have her babies, couldn't resist given the love struck are men and women in the anime. Luffy strokes his chin while trying to think, I don't remember you and I'm usually good with faces. Are you sure we've met before? The woman chuckles, oh we've met, I'll never forget it. After all you were the first person who ever struck me. Her statement causes the nearby area to turn hostile toward Luffy who gulps. What are you talking about? I never hit you, he yells defensively. When you struck me with your passionate fist, it felt good, she smiles, causing the crowd to revert to its love-struck days once more. Every man I knew before was intimidated to the point of basically being a meek puppy, but you gave it you all. And it makes my insides burn with an intense heat only you can quench. Her hips sway and she squirms, causing several people to faint and Luffy to revert to confusion now he was no longer being death-glared by everyone. Tell me, what do you believe to be the most beautiful creature in all the East Blue? She asks with a grin. Good thing she said East Blue not the world. Cause Hancock's still better, Robin too laughing face. That would be you, was the unanimous declaration. Exactly. There isn't a man alive who isn't enraptured by my beauty, but I prefer them strong, like you. I'm going to make you mine Luffy, my little rubber man. The Straw Hat Captain shivers, this is so weird, who the hell are you? You still don't remember? She asks, an air of both annoyance and disappointment was beginning to be felt in her tone. Luckily the mystery was solved by half of a wandering duo. Hello Alvida, Chaos greets with a smirk, which the beautiful mace wielder returns. While you're not the handsome pirate I hope would remember me, hello again Mr. Tall, dark and creepy, and friend, she tacks on after noticing Kaya in his shadow. Hey Chaos, where's Alvida? Luffy yells, is she invisible? I know she's not behind the pretty lady because she's like 3 times her size. Chaos face palms. Kaya groans and Alvida barely resists the urge to toss her mace at his face. Though a part of her gushes at the fact Luffy called her pretty. I'm Alvida you twit. She yells loudly, giving Luffy the needed memory trigger to believe her. She yelled a lot the last time they met, I ate the suba no mi, since we last met, so now I'm silky smooth and even if it cost me my freckles I'm even more beautiful than I was before. She smiles as she spreads her arms and pushes back the cloak revealing she was dressed in a bikini top, loose-fitting pants and sandals, showing her SXY, hourglass figure to its fullest. Several people in the crowd swooning and fainting. Damn it, Kaya mumbles, getting the attention of a few of the people. I was hoping to get some tips from her on getting my skin as smooth as her. But there's no point if it was devil fruit related, she sighs sadly. I'm sure I can still give you some tips. You won't be my level but your skin will be really smooth and silky, Alvida offers then attention is brought to a loud cough. What? Did you people forget about me? Buggy yells, causing Kaya to blush and Chaos to laugh. Damn you. Men take them down. Before he could react Luffy finds himself trapped in a stockade by Kabaji, while both Kaya and Chaos found guns and blades pressing against their necks and ribs, preventing them from interfering. Well shite. Meanwhile Zoro walked blindly around Logatown, as usual, happy to once more have the weight of 3 swords on his hip. It was his random wandering that led to running into Sanji, Nami and Usopp, the blonde chef, carrying a giant fish. The fuck? Zoro there you are. Well I can see you've got all your shopping done, Nami says as they approach. Yep. Where do you get the fish? He asks, won it in a cooking contest, Sanji answers. The others nodding as they'd been there. I've seen the 4 kids version of that episode. Skipping it entirely seemed like a good idea. Okay then, run. The buggy pirates are attacking, was yelled from a crowd fleeing what everyone bar Zoro assumed to be from the town square, where the execution platform was. Damn it, not those bozos, Aga and Zoro complains. And given our crew those 2 idiots will be right in the middle of it, Sanji sighs, lighting a cigarette. Which means Kaya is there too, Usopp yelps, spurring the love cook into action. Get the ship ready to leave, we'll get the captain, the Nutter and Kaya-chan. He tosses the fish to Usopp and alongside Zoro run in the other direction to the crowd, towards the pirates. Back with the others, and now Straw Hat Luffy will be flashily executed for being a pain in the ass and making me very angry. This is a joyous occasion, so be merry boys. Buggy yells down from the top of the platform, the members of his crew not keeping Luffy's companions immobile, acting like idiots. Neat, I always wanted to see an execution, Luffy says with a grin. Well, you're about to have a front row seat, Buggy replies, smirking down at him. The wheels turn and Luffy begins to panic. What? No, not me, he yelps. Yes, you. Time to end it all. Flashy demise courtesy of the great Buggy the Clown. No, stop, please spare my life, Luffy says, but his heart doesn't seem in it. Why would I spare your life? Anyway, look out there, Straw Hat. You have quite a big audience awaiting your demise. Any last words? Buggy spreads his arms and Luffy puffs up his cheeks in concentration, as well as simply filling his lungs to their fullest. Listen, I am the man who'll be king of the pirates, Luffy loudly declares. Chaos smiles widely, with Kaya and Alvida's smaller but still present. No chance, rubber brat. Now, on to the main event, Buggy says, raising his sword. Stop the execution. Buggy stops and turns in the direction of the voice, finding Zoro and Sanji just entered the square. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy cheers, Kaya's smile turns hopeful, while Chaos twists into a wide grin. Zoro chuckles as he unsheathes Watto. Damn idiot. I knew all your antics were going to bite you in the ass one day. Wow, what's with all the weirdos? Starting a sideshow or something? Sanji adds, well, guess we'll have to beat our way over to them and rescue our dumbass of a Captain Zoro? Way ahead of you, the green-haired swordsman replies, having already pulled out all three swords and running towards the Buggy pirate. Sanji growls before joining in, quit hogging all the action. Get them, men! Buggy yells once more, his crew charging straight for the cook and swordsman and were beaten down quite badly. As well as an actual assistance, Zoro and Sanji's arrival and attack were the perfect distraction for Kaya and Chaos to reach for their weapons. Kaya seemed unsure as to her methods, as some were simply kneecapping while others had much more lethal hits, while Chaos was simply hacking away indiscriminately at the Buggy pirates, as well as a few he punched or kicked through nearby walls. But even with all their skill and strength, Buggy was still inches from their captain, and they never really stood a chance of doing much more than distracting him. Guys, thanks for trying, but I'm dead, Luffy says surprisingly with a smile on his face. Zap! Just before Buggy could remove Luffy's head, the entire platform was hit by a colossal lightning strike, causing the structure to collapse in on itself. Meanwhile, 8 or so arcs away, URK, fucking allergies. Are you alright, Anaru-sama? The blonde laughs, of course I'm fine, I'm a fucking god. But sir, shut up, Bubble Boy, he mutters, shooting a bolt of lightning at the man. Back in the East Blue, wow, that was intense, Luffy says as he stands up, a little sooty but otherwise unharmed. Bang! Kabaji falls to the ground, his sword not far behind as Alvida hefts her mace onto her shoulder. So Luffy-kun, any openings on this crew of yours? Sure. Welcome aboard, Alvida. Luffy grins and shakes her hand, shocking her as everything slips off her now, except the rubber boy it seems. As much fun as this has been, maybe we should leave before that storm traps us on this island. Chaos deadpans, the others looking up at the darkening sky and collectively think fuck before running at full tilt towards the harbor. Hey, get back here you bastards, a mildly charred Buggy yells after them, just before the Marines started to appear from every alcove. Bara bara cart, bomb engine, fire, Buggy yells as the clown car shoots forward after the Straw Hats and Alvida. Crap, we're never going to get away, Sanji groans as the Marines start gaining on them, as well as the Buggy pirates. I have an idea, Kaya, grab Alvida's cloak, or arms round her neck, whichever actually works, Chaos yells back, starting to spin hubby while they run. The two females look to each other before Alvida shrugs and Kaya hops onto her back. Now what? She asks, gulping when the purplet grins widely. Chaos hooks his blade into one of Alvida's belt loops and yanks, causing the smooth human to fly at full speed towards the docks, the mace wielder fearfully forcing her eyes to remain open in order to ensure she didn't crash into anything, using her mace as a simple form of steering. Meanwhile, Kaya had no such necessities, so thought it much better use of her time was to squeeze her eyes shut, clench her fists into the cloak and scream her lungs out. Whiteout, it was probably a good thing they did it though, as smoke began to blow into the square and somehow entrap the buggy pirates, including the clown himself. That was helpful, Luffy chuckles but keeps running so as not to get caught by the smoke himself. I don't have time for you, small fry, Smoker growls, his arms fully transformed into a dense smoke fire. He yells, the Marines shooting nets into the smoke to capture the pirates. Once they were secured, he turned to one of his subordinates, I'm going after the Straw Hat, get me the Smog Hog. Which way is the sea? I don't know, the rain makes it difficult to tell. Like you had any idea where it was before that? Nope, there they are. The Marines yelling cut the Straw Hats' little argument as it gave them more important things to do, such as run faster. Damn, these guys don't give up. Think we should stop and fight them? Zoro asks. We don't have the time, that storm's coming in fast, Sanji replies. Then goes gaga when he sees a woman standing in their path. And who is this marvelous beauty? Zoro looks up and groans. He'd hoped Impon Matsu's shop would be the last he saw of Tashigi, but nope, she had to show up when they were in a hurry to leave, and if the stony expression on her face was anything to go on, she was pissed off. Give me those swords. Zoro blinks at Tashigi's demand. You heard me. Swords like those should not be in the hands of pirates like you. Zoro actually laughs, like I told you before, I'm not going to give them up without a fight. He reaches for his swords, but only manages to draw 2 of them before he had to block the Bluenet's strike. Well, it seems she is even better than I thought she was, Zoro thinks as he battles the sword otaku Marine, reaching a standstill but unsure if he could beat her with only 2 swords. Taking a quick backstep, he moves Wado to his mouth and draws Kitetsu. The tables turn quickly and he swiftly disarms Tashigi. Yubishiri embedded in the wall inches from her neck. You were never getting these swords from me, he says with a small sigh before sheathing them one by one and beginning to walk away. Why didn't you kill me? It's because I'm a girl, isn't? Ow? Tashigi groans as Zoro hits her with the flat of his sword. Idiot. Being a girl has nothing to do with it. If you were as bad as you think you were, I wouldn't have needed all 3 swords to do it. I've only lost to 2 people in my life. One was Mihawk, the other was Kuina. She was my best friend and the second best swordsman I've ever met. With Luffy, Chaos and Sanji, having skirted around Zoro and Tashigi's fight and continued running. There it is, I can see the harbor, Luffy cheers. It wasn't right, you know, letting Zoro fight a lady like that, Sanji grumbles, only to get head smacked by the flat of Chaos Kopesh. Nobody cares, besides she attacked him, still, you should never hurt a woman. Chaos smirks very slightly, I'll be sure to inform Alvida your balls are available for target practice Sesezi, he laughs, until he sees what's right in front of them, Captain Smoker on a motorcycle, fuck. Straw Hat Luffy, Mirror Master Chaos, together in one place. Nice of you pirates to make my job easier for a change, Smoker says gruffly as he gets off his bike. Sanji, get moving, we'll be right behind you, Luffy states, his hat falling over his eyes while Chaos pulls out hubby with a smile. The cook looks ready to protest, but considering his captain's stubbornness it would be easier to move the red line, so did as he was told. I highly doubt that, Smoker growls, his arms already beginning to lose shape and become smoke. Whiteout, the Marine captain's smoke wrapped around Luffy's body, the rubber captain flailing uselessly in the air. The only reason it didn't catch the elder pirate was because it missed when he sped forward, trying either distract or damage the Marine captain, only for the blade to pass harmlessly through his body. Shit, how'd he do that? Luffy asks. Smoker scoffs, I ate the Moku Moku no Mi, allowing me to transform my body into smoke whenever I want. And you can't hurt smoke, he smiles around his cigars, tossing Luffy into a wall before launching a smoke fist into Chaos gut. White blow, had enough pirates? Smoker asks. Both don't reply, just pull themselves to their feet. Luffy rushing at him before firing off a Gum Gum Gatling, which while capable of pushing Smoker back slightly didn't seem to actually be hurting the man. That's really gross, Luffy grimaces, seeing his fist embedded in Smoker's face, the Marine looking only mildly annoyed by the intrusion, but he's always looked like that, so it probably had nothing to do with the fist in his face. White blow, the smoke slams into Luffy, then proceeds to pin him to the wall. So his devil fruit makes him untouchable. I wonder just how far that extends. The first mate wonders as he wills his hands to shift, his reflect armor forming as well as lengthening his nails to about 3 inches. Chaos slices the smoke with his chrome-colored, clawed hand, a tuft of fur appearing for just a second before fading back into smoke. However, it was release a hiss and recall his arms, freeing Luffy from his hold. Given later examination, even though he did manage to draw blood, it was basically a paper cut, so it was just shocked that someone could cut him since eating his logia fruit that had Smoker let go, that and reflexive recoil, like when you stub your toe or burn yourself. Okay, now we run, Luffy yells, pained and a little annoyed at how badly Smoker was kicking their asses. Oh no you don't, you're not entering the Grand Line as long as I have anything to say about it, Smoker growls, reaching for the jute on his back, but is stopped when someone grabs his arm. It seems you don't have a say anymore, the gravely voice says with slight amusement. Smoker's eyes narrow. You. He snarls, looking back at the man, smirking under his cloak. Diamond tattoos along the left side of his face. The government will soon have you head just like theirs. Dragon smirks, I don't think so, he whispers, then looks at the confused but retreating Straw Hats. So long boys, was mumbled before nodding his head to his companion. An emerald green whirlwind tore through the island, among other things separating the pirates from the Marines, destroying the Marines' cannons and blowing the Straw Hat crew in the direction of their ship. Chaos and Luffy gripping hard onto their hats to keep them on their head rather than ending up at the bottom of the sea. As quickly and as strangely as it began, the wind stopped, the storm returning to its previous level. As Smoker pulls himself to his feet, Dragon managing to sneak away in the chaos as usual, Tashigi runs up to him, Captain. The Straw Hats have gotten to their ship. It's gone. She grips her sword tensely. Smoker can see losing to Roronoa has shaken her, and angered her. We're going after them, Smoker growls through his cigars. Tashigi surprised he was including her. Well, it looks like I showed up just in time, Smoker groans internally. Remembering that alongside Straw Hat's bounties was a memo that said with an 80 million berry crew in East Blue they would be sending another captain to assist. He just wished they'd told him it was going to be Nylok Lucina, a woman who unfortunately prescribed to Sakazuki's absolute justice worldview. While he more closely followed Aokoji's case-by-case determination, he would just never refer to his own worldview as lazy justice, though. Fun fact. Lucina's a Grand Line, New World born 32-year-old, 10 feet tall and an E-cup, because I said so really. Also because the further into the Grand Line you go the bigger everything is. At least given the way Oda draws the girls in the manga winking face. Before Smoker can really formulate a response, greeting to his fellow captain, one of his men ran up to him to report, Captains. The Straw Hats got away and they appear to have taken Iron Mace Alvida with them. So, that's 3 devil fruit users on that crew, Lucina sneers, which surprises Tashigi. Sure, DF powers give the pirates an unfair advantage, but they had Karyoseki and DF users of their own, usually the highest ranked members of a group, such as Captain Smoker himself in this branch as well as the current 3 admirals and the fleet commander. Hi Seagull Hat Guy, knew I'd get to mention you eventually. Then again, from what she'd heard, the younger Marine Nylok always had a scowl on her face. Ironic given her little, in age and size, brother's moniker, and Vice Admiral Nylok's kind and approachable nature. Smoker nods, men, ready a ship, I'm heading into the Grand Line after those pirates. On the Going Merry, ow, the boys groan, landing heavily when they hit the Mary's deck. You're alive, Nami says, sighing in relief, and all here. That'll really piss off Smoker, Alvida smirks. Hey, what's she doing here? Usopp finally gets to ask. She asked to join the crew, I said yes. Anyone got a problem with that? Luffy asks in response. Sanji clearly having no complaints if his hard eyes were any indication, while Alvida's large mace had the coward zipping his lips, to the amusement of both her, Zoro and Chaos. Guys, I think we should do something to mark the occasion. After all, you don't enter the Grand Line every day. Sanji says once they were far enough from Logatown the Marines wouldn't be bothering them for at least a while. Okay, to being king of the pirates, and finding the One Piece. To understanding the devil fruits to be the world's greatest swordsman. To draw a map of the world to become a brave warrior of the sea. To be a great doctor to find the all blue to be the most beautiful heavy hitter. As one, The Straw Hat crew raised their legs before slamming them down on the barrel, shattering it into splinters. "Here we go, everyone! Onward to the Grand Line!" Luffy shouts from the lamb's head of the Going Merry, the others smiling, feeding on his enthusiasm. Adventure. LW. Well, that's the end of the East Blue Saga, Grand Line soon, but first I have a very special chapter next. Laughing Face. First Logia. Well, first two Laughing Face, and as expected Luffy and Chaos get their asses kicked. Dragon gets to be awesome, and a new captain shows up to cause problems for the pirates in the future. Techniques, abilities. Alvida. Eater of the Suba Suba no Mi, smooth fruit. Smoker. Eater of the Moku Moku no Mi, smoke fruit. White Out. Smoker produces a thick smoke which he uses to ensnare his opponents. White Blow. He shoots the smoke at his enemy, slamming directly into them. It can easily transition into White Out, but didn't in this case at least. Buggy Rubber King and Mirror Master, origin of the Straw Hat. Dawn Island, Fushio Village, Makino's Bar. You gotta take me with you on your next adventure, Shanks the boy pleads, while the redhead in a straw hat laughs. Yeah right, like you could be a pirate. See kid, you may be a great swimmer and all, but it take a lot more than that to be a pirate, Yasop argues. But I'm a great fighter too. My punches are as strong as pistol shots, an 8-year-old Luffy boasts as he sits by the bar. The man beside him chuckles lightly, pushing his old straw hat out of his eyes. Really, a pistol you say? That's impressive. Here, have a drink on me. Yay, Luffy cheers, gulping down the juice as the pirates start laughing. Ha ha, only a kid drinks juice, the redhead wheezes between laughs. Shut up asshole. Luffy screams back angrily, relax monkey. Just finish your juice, and amused voice purrs and Shanks' attention is drawn to the other kid in the bar. Pale and bony. If it weren't his notably prepubescent voice and confirmation from Makino, he'd think the kid was at least 13 rather than the 10 that was the purplet's actual age. He was Chaos, Luffy's big brother, or good as given they'd been raised together as such, since Garp practically dropped them on Makino's doorstep as a baby and toddler respectively many years back. Suddenly the door was broken off its hinges, a scruffy-looking gang of men enter the building. "We're mountain bandits, but we're not here to wreck the place. Provided you give us all the booze you've got," their leader orders. "I'm sorry, but we're fresh out," Makino answers, partly apologetic, and partly worried. "Then what are all these guys drinking? Juice?" Higuma yells, pointing at the clearly intoxicated pirates all around him. "Well, he is," Chaos mutters, waving his hand in Luffy's direction and getting punched in the ribs because of it, though not for self-preservation reasons, he just didn't want people to know he was drinking juice. "No, but they did drain me dry," Shanks nods before reaching behind him. "Sorry about that, but here's an unopened bottle. I hope this helps." Higuma sneers and smashes the bottle with his cutlass. "One bottle ain't going to do. I'm a wanted man with 8 million berry for my head." Ha 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 ha. That's cute. Need I remind you that in the last month Luffy's bounty jumped up to 1.5 billion. And this guy thinks 8 mil makes him some kind of badass. Okay, in the East Blue where the average is 3, I'll admit it's okay, but it's nothing special. Shanks clearly has the same thoughts as the brackets above as he didn't even react to the bandit's threat. "Oh no, now the floor's all wet," he whines. The reaches down for what remains of the bottle. "Sorry about the mess, Makino. You got a rag back there I can borrow?" "It's fine, Shanks, I'll clean it up." Smash Higuma clearly didn't like being ignored as he proceeded to destroy the entire counter, knocking its contents all over the floor. "Seeing as you like to clean so much, might as well give you a worthwhile job." He then sighs and turns to go. "Move it, men. If there's no sake, there's no point in sticking around this backwater little town." He grunts as he walks out the door. Once all the bandits had left, the pirates erupt into laughter, even the currently soaked Shanks. "He's got you good, Captain," Yasop laughs, Lucky Roo nodding around his mutton. "What the hell was that?" Luffy yells angrily, "You should have fought back. What kind of pirates are you?" Shanks laughs, "Luffy, sometimes it's just not worth fighting against some guy being over booze, it's pointless." Luffy growls and sits with a huff. His eyes flicked over to a swirly blue fruit in a medium-sized chest, alongside a smaller silver and swirly fruit. Hey Luffy, If you stress eat like that you'll become even more of an anchor, Shanks jokes until he sees the swirls on the food he's eating. Oh no, please not that. He thinks before running over. What are you eating? Luffy gulps, his face pale, Fuick. Cough it up Luffy. Cough it up now. Shanks orders as he shakes the kid upside down. Right until his neck stretches and his face hits the floor. Ah, Luffy, do you have any idea what you've done? Nope, you've eaten one of the devil fruits, so now you can't ever swim again. And if you eat another you'll explode. Not helping Yasop, Ben grunts at the sniper. Can't swim? Explode? Luffy yells in panic. Yes, you ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. So your entire body now has the properties of rubber. You're a rubber boy now, kid. Really? Luffy sits there for a moment before he sticks his fingers in the corners of his mouth and pulls them back into a wide grin. He then releases his hold, his face snapping back to its normal shape. Awesome, he cheers. Later, back home Luffy gasps, is that? Yes, it's another of Captain Shanks' devil fruits, Chaos says with a wide grin. Are you sure about this, Chaos? Weird powers in exchange for never being able to swim, he asks. Well, I never could swim very well in the first place. Might as well have an excuse, Chaos answers with a shrug and a childish grin. Okay then, Luffy smirks back before frowning. You do know these things taste awful, right? Chaos grimaces, and it's not exactly a good idea to eat a lime straight in the first place. This is going to suck to be you. Fusho village the next day. Mayor. The mountain bandits have Luffy. Makino yells as she runs into Woodslap's office. The man gulps and follows her quickly to where Higuma was kicking the crap out of the small boy, reaching them just as Chaos got tossed back by one of the bandits. You shouldn't have opened your mouth, kid. Nobody who's pissed me off has lived to tell the tale, Higuma growls, drawing his sword. Please stop, don't kill the boy. I don't know what he's done and I don't plan to fight you over it, but I'll do anything so long as you spare the poor, foolish boy's life, Woodslap pleads, falling to his knees as he does so. Higuma smirks, at least some people understand the way of the world, but I must decline, this brat's already made he angry, so he's got to go. You bastards, Luffy yells from under the bandit's boot. No, stop, please. So this is where everyone is. Makino jumps as Shanks and his crew appear behind her. Hey Luffy. I thought you said your punches were strong as pistols, he chuckles. Not now, Shanks. Luffy chokes. You should go, before something bad happens to you. But in case you're just slow as well as weak, I have just the man to deliver the message. Shanks doesn't even flinch when a pistol is pressed to his temple. In fact, he smirks just a little. Now you've drawn your pistol, are you willing to use it? He asks calmly. What? Guns aren't for making threats, they're for action. You draw one. Bang splat gulp, someone is going down. Shanks finishes as the bandit dies due to Lucky Roo shooting him in the face. You bastard, you're dead. These guys fight dirty. Dirty? We never claimed to be saints or anything, we're pirates, Ben adds. Shut up, we just want the kid, so stay out of it, one of the bandits yell, but is ignored by the pirates. Listen very closely here. You can pour booze on me, drop food on me, even spit on me, and I'll probably just laugh it off. But you harm a friend of mine, you'll pay for it regardless of your reason, and I will make sure you do. Shanks' eyes were cold and serious, sending chills down everyone's spines. Higuma laughs, you're going to make us pay? Well men, kill these pansies. Ben sighs and steps forward, I'll handle this boss, shouldn't take too long. He then proceeds to beat the bandits with his rifle, not even bothering to shot them, just using the weapon like an improvised club. Damn it all, kill the brats so we can leave, Higuma yells, one of his men rushing at Chaos with his sword. The kid tenses, before his arms loses all its color and gains a reflective, silver sheen to it. Damn brats, looks like they both decided to steal devil fruits from me, Shanks internally grumbles. Gurk, everyone stood there in shock, Chaos most of all, as IMB cleaves through the blade and embeds itself in the bandit's chest, impaling his heart on his long fingers. What kind of freak are you? Higuma gasps, what's going on? I can't see. Luffy's outburst caused the pirates to kick back into gear, Ben continuing beat down of the lower tier bandits, while Chaos yanks his arm back out of the cooling body, skittering back until he collides with Shanks' chest, the captain holding the kid steady before he could fall. Hold on, you'll be fine, he whispers as his first mate finish off the cannon fodder. "That's it, to hell with all you pirate bastards," Higume yells angrily before dropping a smoke bomb, managing to escape before Ben or Shanks could get to him. "Damn it, he got away, beat, oh shit. He's still got Luffy," Shanks yells loudly. Transition, ha, they'd never expect a mountain bandit to escape by boat. Higume laughs as he thinks about how smart he is, while dangling Luffy over the side of his boat. "Damn it, let go of me you head," Luffy screams angrily, flailing around in an attempt to get free. "If you insist. Say hi to the fishes for me," the bandit chuckles before tossing Luffy overboard, laughing as he makes a loud splash and begins splashing around aimlessly. This laughter ended quite abruptly when something erupts from the water right behind him. A sea king, its body a grayish-brown and its eyes blood-red. Higume had little more time than to express his confusion before the great beast had eaten both him and his boat. "I'm going to die," Luffy's panicked mind screams as the Sea King barrels toward him, the boy colliding with something solid as their jaws barely miss him. Looking up, Luffy's eye widen. "Shanks!" He yells then screams when he sees Lord of the Coast double back. Rather than show fear, Shanks' face was cold and stony. "Pick on someone your own size. Get lost," he orders. The two stare for a moment before the massive beast whimpers and swims away. "There we go, Luffy, safe and sound," he says with his usual cheerful demeanor. Luffy sniffles, "BB, but Shanks, your arm," he cries into his chest, most of the pirate's left arm having been bitten off by the Sea King. "It's just an arm, Luffy. Nothing I wouldn't give to save a friend." He pulls the lad closer with his remaining arm and begins to kick towards land, his crew and Chaos there to meet him. "Captain, quickly, you need to get to Dock Mills," Yasop yells worryingly, to which Shanks nods. "Sure thing, Luffy, stick with the men, me and your brother need to see the dock." Luffy gasps, looking to the taller boy. "Chaos got hurt?" Shanks smiles, ruffling his hair. "Nothing major, but best get him checked out anyway." Luffy nods sadly as Shanks pushes the mostly unresponsive DF user in front of him. "The Red Force, shit. This is going to take a bit of work." Shanks Zelina sighs, hands running through her thick, red hair. "Don't worry Z, I'll live and you'll patch me up just fine. Same as you have everyone else." The captain grins then turns to Chaos. "So want to talk, kid?" "I killed him," the purpleette meeps. "I killed someone, I'm a monster," he sniffles. Shanks frowns but lightly squeezes the kid's arm. "You're not a monster, even if you are a killer." Bang, that's not helping. Z, Elena yells with shark teeth. The Yonko whines as he rubs his head. "That wasn't nice Z," he pouts before turning back to Chaos. "You know you weren't the only one to kill today." "I wasn't, nope. You know Lucky Roo?" Chaos nods. "Yeah, he's the one who gets all the best meat. Luffy doesn't like that about him." "Yeah, well, he also killed a bandit, shot him in the face. Is he a monster?" "Nope," Chaos answers, "but he's an adult. Despite Luffy trying to be all grown up, I know we're still kids." Shanks nods in understanding. "Very true, and I'm sorry you had to do so early in life. But he attacked you and you were trying to save your brother from the bandits. That's self-defense in my book." "Really? Of course." In fact, he meets eyes with Zelina, who sighs and nods before walking over to the wall with a grumble and pulling out a small box from a hidden compartment. "You better know what you're doing," she hisses in his ear before placing it between them. "Well, open it," he says to Chaos, who looks at him in confusion before he nods and opens the box, revealing a gold-colored khopesh with a black-purple serpent coiled around the hilt, itself appearing to be wrapped in snakeskin. "This is the Habi no Oni no Mi," he explains, "and I think you'll find a good use for it." "You're giving me a sword?" The boy looks confused as he picks up the weapon. Once he does, the snake animates, sliding under his sleeves and up his arm. Chaos hisses and clutches his shoulder in pain, swaying a few times before steadying himself. "Whoa," he gasps. "Yeah, this blade belonged to a man I greatly respected," Shanks began, Chaos noticing tears in Zelina's eyes, the redhead missing her former captain. "The fact it accepted you means you will carry on his legacy. I will admit he was probably 20 kinds of crazy, but he had a good heart and treated his crew like family. I see great things for you and Luffy in the future. Now get out there before Anchor has a complete meltdown," he teases, ruffling his hair before the lanky kid runs out of the infirmary. Once he was out of earshot, Zelina hits the straw hat wearing idiot, a ginger smacking a straw hat wearing idiot. Sounds familiar, ow, Shanks whines. Do you have any idea what could have happened? The only consolation would have been that it was a quick death. Relax, I knew what I was doing. No, you didn't. You took a chance like with this. She gestures to the stump she was still treating. I don't care if you gamble with your own body or even your own life. But those kids, I know you're not that kind of man. Or at least I hope you aren't now. Shanks sighs, I know Z and I'm sorry, but it just felt right, like him and that blade slot together like a single unit. I know, it's the only reason I gave you it in the first place, rather than send you flying across the room. There was an awkward silence for a few minutes. I can't thank you enough for taking this position. Nonsense, you needed a doctor and it's clearly needed given you did this like an idiot. No, I mean it, you have a chance away from this life, and because of me you could be dragged back into it. He explains, wincing when she tightens the bandage. Idiot. You are a friend, Shanks. I've never had a problem helping my friends. She smiles before slapping the back of his head once more. Besides, it's just till you find yourself a new doctor, and I already have some other work lined up with Grima and Henry. 1 week later, do you have to go? Luffy asks sadly as Shanks' crew loading up their ship. Yeah we do, we've been on this island and East Blue in general for too long. We need to go. You still want to come with? He asks with a smirk. No thanks, I'm going to make my own crew one day. That's great because we wouldn't have taken an anchor like you around anyway. Red hair Shanks laughs and Luffy yells. That's not nice, you jerk. I'm going to be the captain of the greatest pirate crew the world has ever seen. And we'll find the greatest treasure there is and I'll become king of the pirates. Shanks' laughter fades to a warm smile. The greatest, huh? He chuckles, reaching for his hat before placing it on Luffy's rubber noggin. Here's an idea. You keep this hat and bring it back when you have this amazing crew of fearsome pirates, okay? He hears Luffy sniffle though can't see the tears behind the hat. Hey Chaos, the taller kid stops helping Ben fill a crate to nod. I know wherever Anchor goes you will be. I won't ask you to stop him from making stupid decisions. We both know that's impossible, but try keep him from getting killed. Hey, I don't need his help, I'm going to be a great pirate, Luffy complains. That may be true Luffy, but every pirate captain needs a first mate, and who better than your own brother? Luffy pouts for a moment before nodding. Hey Chaos, want to join my crew? The purpleette nods with a grin. Sure, I expect a pay rise though. Okay, chess the brothers from the ship's deck, knowing they were going to take the world by storm. Also in this universe the Warship Island arc happened and I'll probably get back to it someday. But nothing really important happened to feel free to imagine whatever you like. Rubber King and Mirror Master, Island Whales and Water running uphill? The Grand Line's weird already? Going merry, East Blue, okay everyone, we're almost hit the point of no return. Now the only way to enter the Grand Line is Reverse Mountain. Why can't we just go this way? Kaya asks, running her fingers straight down the map. That's the Calm Belt, Nami begins, a place without wind or current. Infested with Sea King's chaos finishes causing Kaya to droop. Oh, sorry I wasted your time, she mumbles, flinching when she feels a hand on her shoulder. Hey, don't worry about it, that was a good question. After all it does look like an easier option on paper. Speaking of paper, how does the map say we enter? Alvida asks, her chin resting on her knuckles. Well, 99% of the red line is solid, impenetrable wall of rock. But there's a single canal connecting each of the blues together and then to the Grand Line. The problem is it looks like we have to somehow go up the mountain and then down the other side, Nami explains. Sailing up a mountain? Now you've lost it, Nami, Zoro scoffs while Luffy just grins. This is going to be so cool, he thinks. Hey guys, we have a problem, Usopp yells. The other only then noticing him struggling to move their rudder bar. Nami groans but directs Sanji to deal with it, which he happily attempts to do. A little later, hey guys, I can see the mystery mountain, Luffy yells. The others a little busy with their brains trying to get out of their holy shit holding pattern. Damn it, Nami was right, the water is flowing uphill, Zoro thinks. What the hell? I can't see the top, the mountain's taller than the clouds, Usopp yells. Okay, we can see the entrance. Just need to actually keep our heading in that direction. Chaos turns to Luffy who shrugs. Then Nami who nods, before the Reflect human sends Sanji and Usopp to work on their steering. Not that it did much good. Shit, The currents got us, if we don't adjust soon we're going to break against the red line, Nami yells. Usopp and Sanji frantically trying on the steering pole, while Chaos, Zoro and Alvida try use the sails to edge just a little bit to the right. Things were looking up, right until the rudder's steering pole snapper off. Seeing no other option, Luffy jumps off the front of the Mary just before it reaches the gates, though as usual he forgot to tell anyone his plan. Gum Gum balloon Luffy inflates just before the ship hits the wall, nudging it to safety. Chaos, with a quick toss of Hubby hooking onto Luffy so he could once more rejoin them on the ascent. "We made it," was cheered by most of the Straw Hats, Luffy even joining in once he'd regained his bearings. With the crisis averted, even Nami was looking happy, cheering with the others and laughing. All was right with the world. "Forget about me so soon, pirates?" The group turned to see a weirdo with swirly pale purple hair and really long nails on the railing of the ship. "Hey, isn't that the sicko guy?" Luffy asks. "I think it is," Alvida notes. "But then again, I also thought he was dead. I hate the lot of you. Not only did you ruin all my plans, but now they're out of reach from ever coming to fruition. For that alone I will take great pleasure in destroying you bastards myself." "Anyone got a plan?" Chaos asks quietly. "Whatever we do, it'll have to be quick. With his wind blades he could tear the ship apart quite easily," Zoro answers, his hands already wrapping around Wado and Kitetsu's hilts. "Ha ha, you fools can't lay a finger on me. I hold all the cards this time." Bang bang, foo. Eric doesn't even get to finish his curse as the double kneecapping made him lose his balance and fall backward, into the turbulent waters of Reverse Mountain. The Zoro and Sanji look down at the blonde huddled between them, her revolvers still smoking. Then look at one another, then down to Kaya before smirking. "You did good, Doc," with that dealt with the majesty of the sights of Reverse Mountain. Once more held their attention till they reached the peak, at which point the mostly gentle ascent quickly shifted to a drop worthy of extreme roller coasters. A sentiment clearly shared by the ship's captain as he yelled and cheered in joy, one hand holding down his hat and the other gripping the front of the boat. Actions matched by Chaos and Alvida, being the only ones on the crew with hats, while the others held the ship in a death grip. "This is so cool," Luffy cheers with a wide D grin. "Anyone else hear a loud groan, rumble?" Chaos asks. "How can you hear anything over the wind?" Nami screams, forcing her eyes open to ensure they don't go smash against the sides. "What?" Kaya yells, seeing their lips more but unsure they were saying. "We're passing through the cloud layer," Nami says as loud as she could before screaming when the source of the rumble, groan, an enormous whale ramming the red line. "Holy shit, that's a huge whale, it's going to crush us. We're all gonna die. Not if I have anything to say about it," Luffy thinks. "Wait a minute, if this thing is a mountain to us, we might as well be a speak." Nami blinks at Sanji saying something helpful. "You're right. We might be able to pass by completely under its radar. Only problem is we're still on a bloody collision course," Chaos reminds her. "Then we need to turn the ship, somehow," Alvida argues. "The rudder's broken." "Well, whose fault is that?" "Quiet." Everyone turns to Kaya in shock. "We need to try something, anything, or we're going to die." "Got it." Luffy nods and runs off, to the confusion of everyone else. Chaos sighs before looking back to the whale. "There's more room on its right, hard port. Try turning the ship left," he orders, the guys all frantically trying to move their broken rudder into a position where they can do anything, and failing. "This is it, we were in the Grand Line for less than a minute and we're about to die," Nami whimpers, as the whale gets even closer. Boom! Jaws drop as the Mary's cannon is unloaded into the whale. It also managing to reduce the ship's speed so it gently nudged the beast rather than ran into it, still broke the lamb's head off though. "We're dead," Nami thinks as she collapses, this close to passing out. "Well, we're boned," Chaos grumbles, sounding almost resigned to his fate. DERRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRP. Hey, what happened to the merry head? Luffy yells as he comes back on deck looking pissed off. Now is not the time, let's book it. The rest of the crew agreed as they broke out the oars and began to row their way around the whale, who didn't seem to even react to the cannon fire that had been launched at it. Everything was fine until they reached its eye. You think you can break my special seat and get away with it? Gum gum pistol, Luffy. You moron, everyone screams as he punches the whale straight in the eye. This the monstrous beast did react to, his gaze flicking down onto them faster than could be expected for something of its considerable size. Luffy didn't seem fazed at all that he was picking a fight with something whose eye was bigger than his ship, he was just mad. The whale groans loudly, its massive jaws open wide, practically creating a whirlpool all its own, as the boat was taken into its maw. The buffeting unfortunately knocks Luffy off of the deck, but luckily he was able to grab a tooth before he could hit the water and drown. Determined and angry he began to climb the whales outside while the ship was sucked further inside. DERRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR well when he finally reached the top. "You stupid whale, give me my friends back," Luffy growls, angrily stomping on his head. There was little reaction on the whale's part, other than beginning to dive again. Shit, shit, shit. Out of this. Luffy thinks, only then noticing a hatch in the whale. That'll work. Meanwhile, OWW. Fuck, Chaos groans as he sits up, glad to see they hadn't lost anymore, besides Luffy, in the mess that had just occurred. How we get outside? We were just swallowed by a whale, that wasn't a dream, right? Nami asks, and the crew finally do look around and see she was right. They did appear to be outside, and wherever they were it was just the Mary and a tiny island. Well, until a huge squid rose from the water and tried to attack the ship. "Ah, sea monster!" Usopp screams, him and Kaya huddling together as Sanji stands up while Zoro, Chaos and Alvida ready their weapons. This was pointless as the creature was harpooned before it could damage the vessel. It was then slowly winched towards the house on the island. "Well, guess we should find out who's home," Sanji suggests. "A ship," was mumbled as a figure stands in the doorway of the house, staring at them. Stepping into the light, they see it to be an old man with strange hair that looked like flower petals around the back of his head. "Great, more weirdos," the man gazes unblinkingly, with an intense glare as he moves across his little island, eyes locked with the chef, until he sits in a deck chair and stares out at them before opening up the paper. "That's it," Sanji yells angrily, Chaos and Zoro chuckling in amusement. "You better tell us what's going on. Stop messing around, we've got cannons," Usopp yells from the cabin. Even Kaya's sweat drops at this. More silent staring is held between the pirates and OAP. "You try that and someone is going to die," he croaks. "Yeah, and who's that?" Zoro asks, getting ready to fight. "Me, of course," the old man answers. Chaos and Alvida can't help but laugh before remembering to grab Sanji so he doesn't attack him. "So, who are you and where are we?" the first mate asks, mostly before their cook tries to kill him. The man stares silently, once more causing the pirates to sweat drop. "It's rude to ask someone their name without giving yours first," he finally says. Chaos sighs, placing his hand over his chest. "Serpents, Chaos of the Straw Hat Pirates," he answers. "Name's Crocus, I'm the lighthouse keeper of the Twin Capes, and where we are quite simply is inside Laboon." "Laboon?" Zoro asks, before hearing Nami groan loudly. "We're inside that fucking whale, aren't we?" she asks with a defeated tone. "Not just any whale, Laboon is a West Blue Island whale. He's also over 50 years old and has spent most of it slamming his head into the red line. Now I presume you want to leave. It's quite simple, just go through those doors over there." He waves his hand in the direction behind them. They turn and see there really was a giant set of doors just behind them. "That was surprisingly easy," Kaya notes, Alvida and Nami nodding in agreement. Chaos actually disappointed by the simplicity, until they were caught in a typhoon. "You just had to think it, didn't you?" Sanji complains to the purplet, who was grinning once again. "You can't go 1 minute without stimulation, can you?" Nope, what the hell is going on? Nami screams. Remember what I said, about him slamming his head into the red line? Well, this is what it looks like from the inside, Crocus answers, moving to his main ship. Okay, how are we going to get out of here if we can't move in these waves? Usopp asks. We paddle, now stop complaining and get rowing, Chaos orders, not noticing a splash with everything else going on. Hey guys, the old guy just jumped in. What? But he'll be eaten alive, Kaya yelps, looking as worried as their navigator, though the redhead was more worried that it would soon be their fate as well. Hey guys, Crocus just resurfaced, Alvida says, clinging to the side of this ship, a momentary reprieve from the maelstrom they'd been caught in. Not important right now, we need to get those doors open and get out of this whale before it digests us, Nami replies, trying to figure out how to convince Zoro or Sanji to jump overboard and try open the doors for them. Then the yelling sounds. Ah crap, the blast doors high above fly open, spitting out Luffy, a girl with light blue hair and a ginger with a crown, all falling into the liquid below. Luffy! The Straw Hats yell, Chaos lightly shoving Sanji off the ship so he could rescue their DF user captain before he drowns. Laboon groans a little more before all goes strangely calm. Nami hums, don't know what the old guy did but I guess it worked, Laboon's calmed down, or at least his insides have. True. Now, we saved your asses, so explaining what you're doing here would be nice, Chaos growls as he stands over the two weirdos that entered Laboon's belly with Luffy. Mr. 9, these people are pirates, the Bluenet whispers to her companion, trying to squirm away from a lovesick Sanji. I can see that, Miss Wednesday, 9 agrees, but if we appeal to their humanity and compassion they may let us go, or at least listen to our dilemma. Are any of those things edible? Luffy asks, frowning when Chaos shakes his head, damn it. I don't think they have humanity to appeal to, Wednesday grumbles. You dumbasses are still here? Everyone turns to see Crocus had returned, and sounded annoyed. I don't like to repeat myself but I'll do it now because you clearly didn't listen the first time. As long as I draw breath, you will not lay a hand on Laboon, he declares flatly, leaving no room for debate. Sorry old man but we need this whale meat to save our village, the Bluenet says before firing her cannon. But surprisingly for a man of his age, Crocus is able to leap into the path of the projectile, the explosion going off long before it could be even an irritant to Laboon. Damn, the old fart's stronger than I expected, the guy says. Relax 9, we'll just fire Aga and bang. The two groan and hit the ground with a thump after Chaos slams their heads together, Nami pulling out some ropes to secure them. Later, Laboon has been waiting for 50 long years now for the return of his friends, let me explain. And so Crocus did just that, telling the Straw Hats about how a band of pirates passed through Reverse Mountain many years ago, followed by a baby island whale that they had tried to leave behind for his safety, but he saw them as his family and came anyway. How due to damage to their ship they had to stay near the lighthouse for a few months while they worked on fixing it, during which the captain managed to get Laboon to stay with Crocus here at the Twin Capes, as well as the promise they made to return in 3 years, which they clearly didn't. It was when he got to the fact the crew abandoned Laboon certain crewmates got annoyed. How do you know? Crocus looked confused. How do you know they abandoned Laboon? You don't exactly get out much and word doesn't exactly travel? Chaos asks. If you can't prove it you're just being a Laboon, making his pain and anger worse than it already is. But it's true, those pirates turned tail and ran, abandoning Laboon when they sailed into the calm belt. Which means they're dead, but that doesn't mean they never planned to come back to Laboon. After all, they had to get back to Reverse Mountain and the Cape somehow. Luffy adds his 2 cents, causing Crocus to sigh. Believe what you want, the point is that since the day I told Laboon all this, he has continued to slam his head into the red line, seeing it as the barrier between himself and his family. It's never going to break, but that hasn't stopped him from trying. Nothing I've done has managed to either, for that matter. Everyone was silent for a moment, until Luffy and Chaos hop off the boat and stand in front of a much calmer Laboon. Hey whale guy, Luffy yells, punching Laboon in the eye again. The island whale groans and turns his focus on the brothers. Despite himself, the elder smirks to the younger, letting his body shift up to his elbows and ankles. How about we make this fun? He asks. You're on, Luffy replies. Gum Gum Spring Shimmer. The two launch themselves at Laboon, bouncing around as they land blows on the huge Animalo dodge, but some attacks were unavoidable, sending them both flying, Luffy's rubber body providing some protection while Chaos had to make do with his reflect armor in combination with Hubby to stop his bounces. "They're insane," Wednesday mutters in shock, Nine nodding dumbly. "You're idiots. They're real men and real pirates," Crocus says, standing a little behind them. "Relax, Miss Wednesday, don't listen to the old fart," Mr. Nine pleads as he tries hold her back. Honk. Nine freezes as Wednesday slowly turns her head, quickly putting distance between them as he removes his hand from her breast as if burnt. Before she could rip his head off, there is a louder bang which distracts her. "There, it's a draw," Luffy states, Laboon stopping and staring at them, while the boys stand and dust themselves off. "Your old crew, they used to spar with you too, didn't they? Must have been a more even match back then," Chaos jokes, smiling widely. "You missed it, the playful fighting, and the drive to get stronger. All you've had is the red line, especially because Crocus might be getting a little old to be fighting giant whales. Our group are also sailing the Grand Line, trying to fulfill our dreams. We'll be back when we're finished our journey. Think you can wait that long?" Laboon looked at the strange humans, so very much like his old friends and crew. The boy in the straw hat was just like the captain, full of life and stronger than anything he'd seen in years, while the tall one was a lot like Comic, just missing the musician's signature afro. His heart still yearned for his old crew, but something about the young pirates reminded him of them enough it didn't hurt as much. Plus they could fight just like his old Nakama, even though he was much larger than back then. Laboon bellows with teary eyes, signaling his agreement, and Luffy grins. "Awesome, just hold on a minute. There we go. Finished." Luffy smiles proudly at the quite terribly drawn Straw Hat Pirate Roger on Laboon's forehead. "This is our promise to come back and spar again when we reach the end of the Grand Line. It's a bit for a rush job, so it's a little delicate. Now don't go ramming the red line again, or it'll come off, you hear me?" he explains, the island whale nodding before groaning in joy. A little while later, Chaos watches Nami flail as she works on the map. Sanji makes food and holds off a hungry Luffy. His wide grin would unnerve most, but the others were getting used to his eccentricities. Only Alvida and Usopp gave him worried looks. "Damn it!" Nami yells, slamming her fist into the map. "What's wrong, Nami Swan?" Sanji asks, worried at the source of his sweetie's frustration. "There's something wrong with the compass," she answers, pointing to the spinning item. "I can't get a heading with this." Crocus laughs. "You won't be able to navigate the Grand Line with a simple compass. The combined magnetic fields given off by the islands make traditional navigation less than useless." Something breaks inside Nami at that information. "Useless?" she repeats meekly. "Exactly, without a log pose you could be going in circles till you die and not even notice," the old doctor nods. "Hey old guy, is this one?" Luffy asks, holding up something that vaguely resembles a compass needle held within a glass dome. "Yeah, that's a log pose, Luffy. Where'd you get that?" Nami asks as he passes it to his navigator. "It fell off those weirdos. Thought it might be useful," the rubber boy answers with a shrug while Nami starts to examine the log pose, but not before hitting him. "Ow, what was that for? I thought I did good." "You did, but you were due a smack for all the shit you pulled with Laboon," Nami explains, then gets to work. As is common with these guys, she had just about managed to figure out how the pose worked when Sanji noticed Luffy had eaten all the food. In response, he kicked the rubber idiot from one side of the outlet to the other, passing right over Nami's head as he went. Unfortunately, the shockwaves causes the delicate log pose to shatter. Nami stares blankly at the shards for a minute. "Sanji," she calls softly. The cook turns with a wide smile. "Yes, Nami Swan?" he asks, getting a punch to the face for his troubles. "You idiot, you just screwed us all. We needed that log pose. Without it we're sunk," she yells directly into his face. "Hey Crocus, how long does it take to turn one of these things?" Chaos asks. Nami turns slowly to see the first mate fiddling with another log pose. "Where'd you get that?" "Logia Town." "What?" Flashback. Chaos walks through the streets with no destination in mind. There was still quite a bit of time till they all had to meet up and he was bored. It was then he noticed something out the corner of his eyes. A device that looked like a combination of a compass and a snow globe. "Anyone got a better description? I'm all ears." "I see you're captivated by the log pose," the stall owner says, catching the purplet's attention. "Log pose? You mean the compass?" he asks curiously. In the blues it's a compass, but on the Grand Line it's the only way to get anywhere, the woman explains. I presume that's why you're on this island, like most of our visitors due to its proximity to Reverse Mountain. Chaos nods, yep. I should probably take one, though our navigator probably already has, might as well have a spare, he says, passing over the berry. These are quite delicate, Chaos frowns. Not a good thing to hear given our captain, make it 5 feet. Flashback end. Why didn't you say anything before now? Nami yells angrily. I thought you actually got one while we were in Logia Town, didn't know you hadn't till your panic attack a few minutes ago. He explains, knocking the wind out of Nami's sails, but the ginger smiles when he hands her one of his spares, still fiddling with the one on his own wrist. At this point Laboon pops up, bringing with him a barely conscious Luffy, having been knocked in by Sanji's kicks, and those two weirdos from earlier. Sanji, seeing a pretty girl, immediately helps her up, though she's clearly still a little creeped out about the chef. Hey, we need a favor, Nine says, catching their attention. Whiskey Peak? Luffy repeats, wondering if all Grand Line islands will have weird names like this one. Yes, we need assistance returning to our village, he explains. But where's your ship? Kaya asks, knowing they clearly had to have had one to get here in the first place. Wednesday sighs, it was destroyed during our original attempt on the whale. Nami smirks as she gets in their faces. Speaking of that, it's kind of pushing things asking us for a lift after trying to kill us and our friend, she says. Yeah, now he wasn't trying to eat them. Nami was admitting Laboon was a rather friendly giant whale. Listen, we just need a ride home, nothing more. Please, we can see you're good people despite being pirates. Can't you just do this one little thing for us? Miss Wednesday asks, head dropped submissively. Sanji scoffs lightly, good people. How'd they completely miss you, Chaos? Some of us are half your size. The response from the first mate was to punch him into the dirt. You know, now seems like a good time to tell you. We kind of broke the pose. Still want to ride with us? The navigator has her regretful face on, while Chaos, Alvida and Luffy were holding in laughter. You broke it, Wednesday and Nine yell before flopping in sad piles. Ahem, both look up to a smirking Nami. We could still take you, she offers with a shark-like grin. But you said, Wednesday begins, but Nami waves her off. Yeah, these idiots broke it, but Sparkles got some more before we got her, so we can still get around, Alvida explains as Nami had gone all creepy weirdo with her slasher smile. To the point even Chaos was beginning to worry, Kaya and Usopp skipping worried and going straight to trying to hide on the ship, were it not for Luffy and Zoro. It's all good, you can ride with us. Luffy just comes out and says. Nami pouts as she was going to charge them through the nose, while the others were just glad it was over, even if they did have to put up with these weird acid. Your home is called Whiskey Peak? Good a place as any to start? Thank you, both agents blubbered, to which Luffy just shrugged. Don't worry about it. It's all good, he says before flashing a wide, D grin. Rubber King and Mirror Master, Whiskey Peak, the island that welcomes pirates? It's snowing, Nami gasps. Chaos chuckles. It's the Grand Line, logic and reason can go fuck itself, he says, surprised. The brunette nods in agreement with him, just as lightning streaked across the sky. While crude, he has a point. The Grand Line functions under a completely different set of rules than any of the blues. Nothing out there can be trusted while on the sea. Or do you not remember that the log pose is the only reason you have any idea where you're going? Speaking of which, have you been keeping a careful eye on it, Miss Nami? She asks with a tiny smirk, which drops in fear when Nami starts yelling at her, at which point the taller Straw Hat stops caring and watches Luffy and Usopp behave like children while Sanji shovels snow like he's Nami's body slave or something, he wishes. How Zoro could sleep through this is anyone's guess, and finally we round up the crew with Alvida and Kaya. Both who are as wrapped up in their blankets as their traveling companions, but unlike those two idiots weren't complaining anywhere near as much. Alvida complained about the cold when the snow started falling, seeing as compared to everyone else. Even Nami, she was wearing half nothing, but after stealing a blanket stopped as there was no reason to keep doing so. It was at this point any peace was broken when Nami checked her pose, and realized they were going in the wrong direction. After the expected screaming and swearing, as well as the two idiots being forced by Nami to join the guys and Alvida in working the steering, they had the ship do a 180 and all was good for a little while. Well, besides the snow and lightning, but even that was only temporary. What was less temporary and more dangerous was the huge-ass iceberg that popped up out of nowhere in front of them. Iceberg at 10 o'clock, fog rolling in, hey, the iceberg's vanished. Does that mean we're home free? Idiot. Nami wanted to cave her captain's head in at this moment but had bigger things to worry about, such as her and Chaos trying to stop them all dying by being smashed into the aforementioned iceberg. They made it but just barely, and Mary started to take on water, prompting Usopp and Sanji to rush down and patch the leak. As any other able-bodied people were sleeping, prisoners or DF users, so no water allowed. Of course, this was just the beginning as they went from the fog to a hellish storm, which had even the Grand Line natives looking worried. We're all going to die. Pull in the sails, the wind's too strong, we'll capsize. Usopp, fix the leaks and start bailing. We're taking on too much water as it is without doing it from all angles, Nami orders as they enter the storm proper. Everyone running around, deferring to either their navigator or first mate, usually depending on who was saying what, mostly Nami, as Chaos was more worried about what he was capable of working on and letting the upper management be handled by the less physically capable crewmate. Though still called out any problems in line of sight he was unable to deal with himself. After what felt like hours, the storm passed, leaving everything as calm as it had been back with Crocus and Laboon, at which point everyone collapsed on deck, muscles aching and minds slightly cracked by the mayhem that was the Grand Line. It was this that Zoro woke up to and promptly put his foot in it. To the point if the others weren't so exhausted they would have kicked his ass. It was then he noticed Nine and Wednesday, equally tired, and sprawled out as the others. What are you two doing here? He asks in confusion. Detour, Luffy answers. We're dropping them off in their village on the way. It's called Whiskey Peak. Zoro raises an eyebrow. Since when did we become a transport vessel for idiots? Since Luffy stepped foot on the Mary, Chaos mutters, Nami producing a noise that sounded like a cough, snort and laugh, and then choking on air. The swordsman sighs, you're right, stupid question. Now back to you two, what were your names again? The agents gulp, I'm Mr. 9 Feet, and I'm Miss Wednesday. Yeah, that's what I thought. The problem is they sound really familiar, I just can't put my finger on why. At this point either Nami had regained enough energy or she was simply running on bile and wrath as she stands up, walking over to the moss-haired teen and proceeded to beat the ever-loving shit out of him. Not long after, okay everyone, here it is. Whiskey Peak, Nami announces everyone on deck to see their first Grand Line island. Like everything else so far on the line, it's certainly unique. Look at those cacti, they're freaking huge, and the fog. Are you sure this isn't Misty Peak instead? With their location confirmed, Nine and Wednesday leave as idiots often do, hopping off the side of a moving caravel. Was the general consensus from the crew. Good thing they weren't devil fruit users or that would have been even stupider, Chaos notes offhand. True, Nami nods before rechecking that everything was running smoothly and they were reaching the village without causing problems. When they reached the island settlement they were met with a curious sight. The locals were cheering their arrival, not running away or arming themselves, which was the usual reaction to pirates entering your village. It really threw the more intelligent members of the group for a ride. Okay, everyone bar Luffy. Welcome pirates, to Whiskey Peak. A large man with hair rolls resembling a powdered wig greets them. I am the mayor of this swell little town. Let us throw you a great feast and we can all party. Luffy, Sanji and Usopp grin widely, while Zoro, Nami, Chaos and Alvida had raised eyebrows as well as an expression best described as, "Are you kidding me?" written across their faces. Late afternoon, early evening, Chaos smiles as he and Kaya slowly made their way through the drinks they'd been given. Luffy was emptying their kitchen of food. Usopp was doing his speciality, spinning tales to amaze and astound. Sanji was practically in heaven with about 20 ladies hanging off his every word, and finally we moved to the heavy drinkers of the crew who managed to get roped into a drinking contest. Zoro having just bowed out, but Nami, Alvida and a solidly built black nun were all that were left. This is quite the surprise, to find a place like this so welcoming in the Grand Line, Kaya says quietly, nibbling away at one of the few plates of food that hadn't been inhaled by their voracious captain. Yeah, quite a strange little town. To so openly welcome pirates, he shrugs before waving over someone to refill his and their Dr. Gunslinger's cups. Later, with the last of the Straw Hats passed out, Igarapoy and the nun meet up with Mr. 9 and Miss Wednesday. You were supposed to bring this whale, not another pirate crew. We have enough problems without more mouths to feed, she grumbles, ditching her disguise. Sorry Miss Monday, these people stopped us killing the whale. They also broke our pose, so this was the only way to get back, 9 explains. It doesn't matter, Igarapoy says, surprising them. But Mr. 8, Wednesday begins, but 8 pulls out a couple pages. With the bounties we get from this crew we'll be okay for a while, he smiles creepily as the others stare in shock. That straw hat wearing dumbass is worth 38 million, 9 and Wednesday yell. Monday just stared on in shock. I thought it went without saying, appearances can be deceptive, especially considering our line of work, 8 scolds them. Now we need to strip the ship of all its valuables, then deal with these pirates, even if only 3 of them have actual bounties. So why don't we just kill them while they're down? 9 asks, getting lightly slapped on the back of the head by Monday. Idiot, just because the bounty says dead or alive doesn't mean both are of equal value. We lose 30% if we arrive with a corpse. 8 explains with a grimace, the WG prefer to hold public executions, so pay extra for the opportunity. So this is Baroque works. The agent's heads shoot up in the directioing. Zoro smirking, his hands resting on the hilt of Wado and Kitetsu. How did you know about us? 9 asks, you're not subtle for one thing. Mercenary, bounty hunters, no names, numbers for guys, days for girls, all working for a shadowy figure right at the top who nobody actually knows. As for how I know specifically, I was a bounty hunter myself before joining this crew. One of you guys tried recruiting me, I turned him down. 8 grimaces, well if you do know all our secrets, then I guess we're going to have to kill you. Is that so? Looks like all we can do is fight. What do you think our chances are? Zoro asks as another pirate joins him on the roof. Cracking his knuckles, Luffy answers. We're going to kick their asses. He grins widely, stretching the scar under his right eye. Gomu Gomu no bazooka. The shockwave pushes a large group out of the way so Luffy bounces into the gap in time to get smacked in the face with Mr. 9's bat. All this foes is knock his hat off, which he happily tells the redhead. Rubber body, blunt attacks don't do much, he says, watching 9's expression turn to terror as he winds back. Gomu Gomu no bullet and punches the idiot through the window, jumping in after him. 1 down, 103 to go. Zoro thinks with an eye roll. Luckily it appeared regular Baroque work minions weren't hired for their brains, as initially Zoro didn't even need to unsheath any of his swords. The idiots all shot each other in their overzealous attempts to kill him, even coming close to killing Mr. 8 except he fired first. After that little slice of mayhem, Zoro decided to go for the stealthy approach, something not normally possible since he joined Luffy's crew. I'll give them one thing. This'll be a good chance to see what the new steel can do, Zoro thinks aloud, grabbing the hilts of Kitetsu 3 and Yubashiri, just as some of the bounty hunters find him. As they were pretty much just random idiots with guns, Zoro didn't need all 3 swords, this time just drawing Yubashiri and cutting the group down, light, well balanced, and wicked sharp. No wonder Ipponmatsu was so proud of you, he grins before running away, getting ganged up on by more bounty hunters with a little assistance from Miss Monday. But his new blades seemed to deal with the threats rather easily, some a little too well. Listen Sandy Kitetsu, I don't care if you're cursed or not, a good sword only cuts what its master directs it to. That guy nearly redecorated the roof with his guts. Little bastard, Zoro scolds the blade, not expecting any kind of response, but given how incredible the Kitetsu cursed blades were, he wouldn't be surprised if the first Kitetsu did speak. Due to his new blade being a violent little shit, Zoro was a little distracted disciplining it, leading Baroque Works agents to think they could take advantage of him. They almost succeeded when Gum Gum Whip, they were tossed aside by a rubber leg, causing the swordsman to smile. Took your time there, Captain, he half complains, Luffy almost pouting. Is that any way to talk to the guy bringing in reinforcements? He asks one of the bounty hunters, falling with a slash across his chest. Chaos grinning widely as he approaches. Hey, where'd Alvida go? Luffy wonders aloud. Chaos shrugs, guess she slipped away while you were saving Zoro's ass. Doesn't matter as long as someone takes them down. As someone takes them down, we don't need to all be bundled together. As he says that, what felt like the shockwave of an explosion passes through them. What was that? Luffy asks. Something bad, that's for sure, Zoro replies with a grimace, before the trio run off in the direction of the commotion, and instantly regretted it. It was a killing field. Blood painted the walls and ground, large numbers of dead or dying. Some were little more than mangled body parts and red goop. What happened here? Luffy gasps, Zoro and Chaos shrug, till the swordsman steps forward and a different sound than stone or bloody mess catches his attention. Looking down he sees it's some bloodied paper, which he picks up and opens. It's a bounty for Iron Mace Alvida. The picture's either wrong or well out of date, Zoro thinks till he hears Chaos swear over his shoulder, "What? I think I know what happened. Simplest way to put it is that photo is accurate before Logia Town. Just before we met you we had a run-in with Alvida, and she was, what would you describe her as?" "A beached whale in a cowboy hat," Luffy supplies. "Thank you Luffy." Now this may come as a surprise but Alvida is sensitive about her weight and appearance overall. Luffy got Kobe to call her ugly and she nearly turned him into a bloody smear if not for Luffy getting between him and taking the hit with his empty rubber head. Actually the ship probably would have looked a lot like this alley if she'd actually managed to hit the pink-haired little brat. So given the difference in appearance between that and now, imagine how she'd react to any comments about her previous girth. Zoro tried and shudders just as the wall beside them explodes. "Bastards!" Alvida screams, swinging wildly, her fruits ability meaning even though her clothes, hat and club were covered in blood and viscera her skin was as clean and dirt-free as when they stepped off the boat. The guys bravely run in the opposite direction. "There you are." They turned to see the remaining number agents had found them. 3 on 3, least it's fair now, Chaos says mostly to himself, but Wednesday laughs then whistles. "Fair? Karoo to me." She calls Quack, "Over here dumbass." She yells at the enormous duck, the pirate sweat drop. "I'll take the girl and her duck." Zoro didn't get to make a decision as he had to quickly dodge a tackle from Miss Monday, the muscular woman clearly trying to kill him with her bare hands. Luffy shrugs, "Guess it's you and me Mr. Mayor," he says. 8 frowns and reaches for his tie, revealing guns hidden in his hair with a tug of his strings. "Yes but not for long." "I gotta papa." Luffy gulps as he leaps out of the way of the machine gun fire. Mr. 8 simply turning his head or body to keep him in his weapon sights. "So besides the duck what you got?" Chaos asks curiously. Wednesday chuckles, "Oh, so much more," she answers then begins to. "Well the best description would be belly dancing." The purplet's eyes twitch and he almost stumbles. "Shit. What's she doing? It's no devil fruit power that's for sure," he thinks, the dizziness starting to cause a headache. "You don't know why I wear this do you?" she asks, though it sounds like she's underwater. "Well it's too long and there's very little cleavage so you're clearly not working undercover as a hooker. Honestly I just thought you wore what you liked," explains 9 Outfit 2. Chaos replies with a groan, trying to focus on altering his right arm. "No, the dress is part of my most devastating attack, my enchanting vertigo dance. Now face my wrath." Peacock slasher homunculus Miss Wednesday squeaks when the silver spikes stop an inch from her face, the threads of her weapon tangled up and dangling uselessly. How? What are you? A mildly annoyed devil fruit user. With a whole bag of tricks still to use, he spreads his fingers. The cord tightens before snapping, the slasher hitting the ground with a slight click. With a small grin he retracts his digits, the reflective substance blending back into his skin before walking over to the frozen agent. Just as he places his hand on hubby he gets tackled by a super spot-built duck. No, that's their actual name, knocking him over. "Thanks Karoo," Wednesday says as she hops on her back, "Now, away." "Quack, go faster," she yells, slapping the duck on her hat. Quack, 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 quack so girl and duck run away, with an annoyed pirate on their heels. "I hate to say this but I think I'm bored," Luffy thinks with a sigh. Now it was just the two of them he was a lot more half-assed with his dodges. Sure he was still avoiding getting hit but if it did then no big deal. The guy's saxophone shotgun was cool, but the pellets bounced off his rubber gut doing as much damage as Makino's so aka nil. Your strong straw hat. Maybe the poster is accurate, 8 muses aloud. Luffy grins in response. "Thanks, now let's finish this." He throws his arms back, letting them extend by several feet causing Mr. 8 to pale. Gum Gum Bazooka. The shockwave sends the man flying into the air over a good portion of Whiskey Peak and dropping him directly in front of Karoo and Miss Wednesday. "Ega, Mr. 8. Wednesday screams, almost letting it slip before composing herself very slightly, the duck stopping beside the man and began to nudge him to check for signs of life. When he let out a pained groan, she backs away. Straw Hat Bastard, 8 groans as he pulls himself to his feet. Hey, that's my little brother you're talking about. Wednesday turns to see the now frowning first mate. You're still following us? She asks and Chaos chuckles. You guys did try to kill us. I'm not exactly in the mood to let it G. He raises his khopesh to block the swing of Nine's back. Didn't I kill you already? Nine scoffs, not a chance baby. Besides, I think I'd remember an ugly mug like you. Ow. He yelps, clutching his bloody nose as the taller guy had just punched him in the face. We brought you here, you lead us into a trap. Pretty sure you should remember that at least. Before anything else can be said, an explosion went off between them. What was that? He asks in confusion, Luffy and Zoro appearing soon after, having heard it go off. That would be me, a man in shades and a trench coat says, stepping into the view, Mr. 5, Baroque Works officer agent, his companion. A woman dressed head to toe in lemon yellow, including her umbrella and a hat which looks like an actual lemon, popping out from behind him. And I'm Miss Valentine's Day, she greets with a giggle. And you're both Paramecia class devil fruit users, Chaos adds, taking to the look of surprise of the woman's face, mostly due to the man's shades hiding his wide eyes. Oh good, you're here, assist, 9 says hopefully, while 8 and Wednesday look suspicious. Your failures have been noted but aren't our concerns, we're here on the boss's orders. His directive was simple. Someone knows my secret, deal with them. So we'll be taking out the royal and going about our business. The woman laughs haughtily, the pirates noticing all 3 agents pale or tense. Finally Mr. 9 snaps, wait, I'm not really a prince, it's just the AES. You will not harm the princess while I'm here, Mr. 8 yells, throwing himself in front of Miss Wednesday. Igara papa. His hair guns fire, hitting Mr. 5, causing a massive explosion, while Valentine's Day sneaks off in the blast, panting as his previous injuries flare up. Igaram releases his tie and the shots cease. Of course it is this moment when Mr. 5 rushes out of the smoke, slamming his fist into the older man's chest, another explosion throwing him back into Miss Wednesday and Kuru. Igaram, Wednesday screams as she tries to check him for damage. Well, you tried at least, Valentine's Day says as she drops down beside 5, who grunts. Princess Nefertari Vivi of Alabasta, Igaram of the Royal Guard, for infiltrating Baroque Works and discovering Mr. Zero's true name. You must die, he says, holding a photo of the Alabastan Royal, who looks identical to Miss Wednesday. Holy shit. TBCLW. One of those rare moments when a planned TBC falls exactly where I wanted it to. So yeah, Miss Wednesday is the Princess of Alabasta and Mr. 8 is the head of Alabasta Security. That's his official title according to the anime. But Royal Guard sounds cooler, so that's his title from me, laughing face. Also yes, Zoro kicking everyone's asses by himself was awesome. But we have other people in this crew, so they kind of need to do things. Therefore I kicked a few idiots awake and they did their level best to wreck shit.